pushes forward to and rather suspiciously almost pulls his hand off the bat as he just drops it down on the offside. Good start from Smith, quite aggressive, very popular figure here at New Road last year, of course, as you can guess, I'm sure, and a busy cricketer to say the least. Comes in and bowls, and first runs of the game from the second ball of the day, which is slightly over pitched outside off stump and nicely stroked through extra cover by Gareth Roderick. So Worcestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bat away, their team, Libby and Roderick the openers, Henry Nicholls, Test player from New Zealand, coming in at 3. Kashif Ali, Adam Hose, Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison, Fateh Singh and Jacob Duffy. So just the one absentee from the regular lineup, and that's the captain, Brett D'Oliveira, who has that foot injury. Here's Smith again from the Diglis end. He's in and he bowls, and this one is short of a length, and Roderick on the back foot, on his toes, drops it out on the offside, and there is no run. Just to say, if you haven't heard and you're a cricket fan, you'll be sorry to hear the news that David Lawrence, the former Gloucestershire and England fast bowler, has passed away this morning, and the ground and the players observed a minute's silence before the game this morning in memory of David Lawrence. A great character in the game and a sad loss to the game of cricket. Here's Smith again over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. That one left alone by Roderick. I think it came back quite sharply at him. Had to sort of take evasive action, just pull his body out of the way, and allowed it through to wicketkeeper Rory Burns. So he's got a lot on his plate, Rory Burns, keeping wicket, opening the batting and captaining the side. Roderick keeping wicket and opening the batting. Can't remember when I last saw a county game where the openers were the keepers. Actually, I think I can. It was probably Warwickshire here just a couple of weeks ago when Alex Davis did the same thing. And Smith in again, bowls, and left alone again by Roderick, and that one moved quite sharply back after it had passed the stump, so Rory Burns had to move smartly to his left to make the take.
Yeah, I must admit, I didn't think I'd see Rory Burns keeping wicket in Championship cricket again. So this is a real treat.
Yeah,
I'm not sure he sees it as a real treat, but it's a real treat.
If ever there was a county where it was unlikely they'd run out of wicket keepers, Mark, it was Surrey. But there we go. Here's Smith in to complete the first over, and he does so, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. So a good first over. He was his line was good. Just conceded the one boundary, and at the end of that first over, Worcestershire 4 without loss.
Yeah, and interesting because Ben Folkes is he may well have done. He's not. His partner is about to have their first baby, so that's why Ben Folkes isn't here. So Rory Burns has taken the gloves. As I say, Surrey have 3 spinning options: Mitch Santner, of course, Will Jacks, and also Dan Lawrence. And from the Quicks point of view, well, Matt Fisher's going to get us started here from the New Road end. So Matt Fisher and Nathan Smith, who we've just seen, and then Tom Laws, of course, Jordan Clark and Sam Curran. So plenty of bowling options for Surrey, as Fisher is right on over the wicket, and his first delivery is down the leg side, and Libby doesn't even bother playing that, just lets it go down the leg side, and it's taken by Burns. Moving away to his left-hand side. It is lovely to be back here at New Road. It really is. And the Cathedral way there in the distance. Jim Troughton making his way round down below us as well. So his assistant coach. But it's just lovely to be back here. And I'm going to be very interested to see how this pitch plays. As Fisher, over the wicket he comes, and just pushed by Libby gently into the offside. Up comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Well, it's a new pitch from what I understand, and the pitches here for red ball cricket this year, albeit with a Duke's ball, have offered too much assistance to the bowlers. I think everybody would agree. That's not by design. It's just the way it's turned out, with the latest flood being so late and the ground staff having to basically reseed the square completely in March.
Libby stands with that bat raised, right-handed, he's forward. Ooh, and that one nipped back a touch at him. Little inside edge. rolls away into the leg side.
And it means basically the root growth is about half of what it should be, I think, at this time of year, and consequently ground staff have found it difficult to prepare pitches to their liking. They've done their best, and they're just trying to produce decent cricket pitches, not really able to predict. There's not been anything done by design here, other than just to try and get a decent pitch out.
Fisher in. Libby's letting this one go on a goodish length outside his off stump. Well, from a Surrey perspective, any sort of assistance they'll be over the moon about.
Yeah, well,
with the way the sort of trips have been so far this season for the away games, they'd be delighted with anything, because
they could they would have enjoyed, I think, whichever seam attack they put out, they would have enjoyed the pitches that we've seen so far here. But it is a kookaburra round, so it might be that there's a little bit less lateral movement this time.
Yep. As Libby waits again as Fisher is over the wicket to him, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. Yeah, just to explain that. Normally the Dukes, of course, but now we have, is it four games with the kookaburra?
I thought it was three, but I'm not sure. They're spread out, aren't they?
And this is the first one of those with a kookaburra.
I had a picture which I tweeted last year, and I'll see if I can find it and maybe do it again, of the two balls side by side in the bowler's hand, which just explains to listeners and viewers quite why it makes such a difference.
Over the wicket once again goes Fisher. Oh, and a flash outside the off stump from Libby. Feet went nowhere there. Just thrown the bat at that. And that went past the outside edge and taken by Burns, moving away to his right hand side. So it's the end of the over. And the first one from Matt Fisher. Now, Tom Elam is on and Mitch Santner's going off. Now, I don't think he hasn't touched the ball as yet, Mitch Santner, so he's making his way off. I don't know whether it might be a change of something for him. So Tommy Elam is down there at third man below us.
There we are, I just found that picture, I'll tweet it out in a minute. Nathan Smith starts his second over of the day, the third of the game from the Diglis end. And his first ball is pushed out on the offside by Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, that's a good picture, because it does show
good
the difference.
Comparison,
yep.
Which I'll, as I say, put out on Twitter, or X as I should call it these days, so that people can see what we're talking about. Nathan Smith bowls and Roderick tucked up by this one. I think he managed to get a little bat on it and turn it down to fine leg for a single. Indeed he did. He goes to 5, as does the total. But yeah, we're talking about the different cricket balls, and this is a kookaburra round. The authorities have decided that there'll be a certain number of rounds played with a kookaburra, which is a different cricket ball with a smaller seam. And we think we'll probably do less off the pitch. Smith bowls. That does enough to beat Libby outside the off stump. Smith with his characteristic sort of jogging follow through that we saw quite often at New Road last year. Finishes his delivery and then sort of spins round in a little jogging follow through before going back to his mark. He started well here. His line has been very good. He's made the batsman play at most things, or if they've left it, it's not been a comfortable leave. And he's in again now, bowls, and again Libby is slightly discomforted by this one, taken on the thigh as he moves in behind it, drops out on the offside.
Yeah, he's been very good for Surrey so far. He's
a
tremendous
good
cricketer.
Great fielder, isn't he? And busy batter, and a proper batter. He can attack and can also. He's got a good enough technique that if you're under a bit of pressure, he can survive. He played several innings of different character last year for Worcestershire. Comes in now outside the off stump, and that's good pace through to Rory Burns, left alone again, but really impressive cricketer. And another Kiwi old boy in the Surrey lineup in Mitchell Santner, who also has done splendid things for Worcestershire, particularly in white ball cricket, but top players. And Jacob Duffy's done pretty well, and Henry Nicholls is in the Worcestershire side as well, so we've got some good Kiwis out there in this game. None better than Smith, who bowls now to Libby, who steers that out on the offside, and that's the end of a very good over from Nathan Smith. Worcestershire not without one or two difficulties at the moment, but not drastic difficulties, just a little bit of discomfort occasionally against the new ball, which you might expect. But Roderick and Libby, no real horrors so far. 3 overs gone, they're 5 without loss.
Yeah, and Roderick got off the mark with a lovely boundary just as Smith was searching for the length, and drove it away very nicely through the covers. Matt Fisher's been terrific this season without picking up wickets really, and he's going to be coming in for the first time here to Roderick from the new road end, and it's down the leg side. There's half a shout from a slip cordon, which consists of 3 of them in that slip cordon. I think it's Jacks at first, Sibley at second, Lawrence at third, Patel is in the gully, and then Mitch Santner back out there is at cover point. Jordan Clark is at mid-off, Sam Curran's at mid-on, Tom Laws is at mid-wicket, and down there at long leg is Nathan Smith. And Rory Burns has the gloves, of course, as Fisher is in, and Roderick turned round a touch, just straightened on him. Nicely bowled by Fisher. And Roderick will come down to do some guarding, as that's picked up by Santner at cover point. So yeah, looking forward to watching Santner bowl in this game. And as I say, Rory Burns has got 3 spinning options, and he's got that lovely combination of one taking it away and one spinning it back in. And it's nice to see Dan Lawrence back, because he picked up a back injury against Yorkshire, poor fella. As over the wicket goes Fisher, and Roderick shout for LBW, must be tight just from the nature of the shot. We are not behind the bowler's arm, but whenever you see a player playing around that front pad, you just wonder. And it was a concerted appeal from behind the stumps and from Matt Fisher. Frank's having an eagle watch of the replay.
Yeah, I think just going down, maybe just not missing leg by much, but enough doubt, I think.
You can see why bowler and slips and keeper all went up. 5 without loss. Worcestershire won the toss, batted first on this opening day. Into the 4th over with Matt Fisher. Coming right arm over the wicket, forward goes Roderick to a good length ball, plays this one into the offside, and there's no run. And this is where Fisher's been really good this season. Just bangs away on a good line, good length, and he's got this delivery which it just hops at good pace off a goodish length, and he deserves a haul of wickets at some point this season, does Fisher. I could watch Santner in the field all day. I didn't realise what a good mover Mitchell Santner is in the field. As over the wicket goes Fisher, that one's left alone outside the off stump by Roderick, taken by Burns away to his right hand side. But he's a very elegant fielder, Mitchell Santner. I've realised as well that he looks like Clark Kent when he's got his glasses on. It was taking me a while. Either that or a very cool accountant, we've decided.
Yeah.
But I was sort of secretly hoping that Surrey might just be able to hang on to him for a championship game of cricket, because it will be great fun watching him bowl. As Fisher is into Roderick, and Roderick lets that one go wide outside the off stump. So a couple of maidens from Fisher so far. 4 overs have gone, and Worcestershire 5 without loss. Roderick has 5, and Libby's yet to get off the mark.
Well, I've tweeted the picture of the Duke's ball alongside the Kookaburra, and it shows you quite clearly why a seam bowler might favour one over the other. If you want to have a look at that, at Frank Watson 58 is my handle, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, if you want to have a look at that, or if you want to get in touch at any point during the day and give us your observations on the game. Keep it clean. as Nathan Smith just aborts his run-up on this occasion for some reason. Not sure why. He runs back to his mark, not wishing to waste any time. Full of energy as ever. He comes in now and bowls, and first full shot of the day really, almost brought a wicket because Libby has got a boundary but he's clipped it away uppishly and almost went to the fielder at short mid wicket, but just over his head. I say short mid wicket, not in catching, but fairly close, just over his head and away to the boundary. So a fortunate way for Libby to get off the mark, and there's a little bit of tentativeness about the way they're batting at the moment, I think, as he leaves this next one from Smith outside. There's some good carry through. Rory Burns is not standing a long way back, but he's taking that on the rise, ran about sort of chest height, so good carry on this pitch so far. What we've seen in the pitches that we've had so far has been a lot of lateral movement, but also a little bit of up and down bounce, and also quite a bit of spin. But not many spinners have been used. And Smith in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Burns takes, but Simon Harmer in the game against Essex was the one spinner who did bowl quite a lengthy spell, and he got quite a lot of turn and bounce. So it had everything for the bowler and little for the batter. A couple of people have played good innings here. Sam Hain in particular played 2 good innings in the game against Warwickshire and probably deserved to have won the game. Well, certainly deserved to have won the game for Warwickshire, but rain saved Worcestershire on the last day. But Hain applied himself better than anybody has that I've seen here this year. Libby drives this next one up to mid-on and there's no run. But so far, anyway, bounce looks to have been better in terms of consistency and good pace. Pace and carry.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I would say, from a Surrey perspective, they'd have seen enough already to think, well, there's a bit more here than we've had in the other away games. Yeah,
I think you're probably spot on there. Smith in bowls, and Libby pushes this one out on the offside. I was going to say that you can sometimes tell from the way bowlers approach their work what they fancy. I mean, early on you'd always expect them to be expecting something to happen, but that doesn't apply to Nathan Smith because he always bowls with exactly the same sort of energy and enthusiasm. I don't think I've ever seen a bowler with a more promising run-up, if you like, in terms of what it says about their mood, really. He really attacks the stumps, and he's just that kind of cricketer, I think. Tremendously energetic, enthusiastic, and bowls this one outside the off stump, a little bit wider and left alone by Libby, taken by Burns. End of another very tidy over, with the exception of the one ball that went to the boundary. Libby has 4, Roderick has 5, and Worcestershire are 9 without loss, having won the toss and chosen to bat after 5 overs.
Yeah, he's impressed everybody, Nathan Smith at Surrey. And as you say, that is the thing you notice about him. He gives it absolutely everything with bat, ball in the field. And he obviously loves playing cricket as well. And that sort of comes across in everything he does. It's going to be Fisher to bowl his 3rd over of the day from the new road end. He's just split the slip cordon, so he's got a man catching at short extra now, 2 slips and a gully. As he's in over the wicket, nipping this one back a touch and pushing forward was Roderick, hits the pad. But yes, he's taken Ryan Patel out from the gully, popped him in at short, extra cover catching, and then has pushed Dan Lawrence round from 3rd slip to gully. So he's still got Jackson Sibley at 1st and 2nd slip. Roderick has an open stance, doesn't he? That
he actually moves from that just before the bowler bowls and tends to kind of
shuffle across.
Yeah, move it across.
As he's forward here, that's good bounce and good carry as he lets it go.
He got people, regular Worcestershire listeners, excuse me for saying this again, but Surrey listeners won't be aware of it perhaps, but he made the move from Gloucestershire about 3 or 4 years ago, Roderick, and his first season he had a nightmare. Just nothing worked. He got into a right mess with his feet, started wandering around the crease, tried all sorts of things, and he was really in a pickle. But then over a winter got it sorted out and settled on his current method, and since then he has been much more productive, although this season it's been tough playing here, obviously.
Fisher's into him, goes back of a length this time, just turned into the leg side by Roderick. Now up comes Tom Laws to do the fielding. How long is this sort of very London-esque structure to our right been here, Frank? Well, with the sort of an umbreled green roof, like a modern roof terrace.
It's a new facility. I'll just explain a little bit what Mark's talking about.
As in over the wicket goes Fisher again, beauty. Just goes back of a length. That's the one I'm talking about from Fisher.
Yeah, just
nowhere, with no change to his action at all. That just got big on Roderick.
Yeah, there were 3 chestnut trees over there.
I remember.
And now there is just one, the marquee, alongside the one remaining one. The other 2 died owing to disease. And we had a horrible little gap for a year or so that you could see cars through and so on. And that's a new facility, just put up this year. And it's open to all. It's not elite hospitality or anything. And it's proving quite popular.
Yeah, bar and cafe. As Roderick lets this one go. Outside is off stump from Fisher, so Fisher's probing away here.
Crowds here this year have been pretty good for championship games, especially on Fridays. Not so good on Saturdays and Sundays. I suspect today it'll improve as the crowd will build as the day goes on. My theory on Saturday is that a lot of people are watching club and league cricket that would normally be here. But I think the weather might have put people off today.
As Fisher is in, and Roderick just gets a little extra step forward to get to the pitch of that, pushes it down into the gully. It's another good over from Fisher. Hasn't conceded a run as yet. 3 overs, 3 maidens from Matt Fisher, and Worcestershire a 9 without loss. Well, I drove up this morning.
Yeah,
and it was blue sky and sun again, and then I got here and there was a bit of cloud around, and now we do have, we've got cloud cover above us.
Yeah, when I say the weather put people off, I meant that they might have anticipated that it would be too hot, because certainly the last few days it's been very hot, and sitting in the Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end of the ground, the Diglis end from which Smith is about to start a new over, would have been very uncomfortable. This is short and pulled, hooked by Libby for 6. And only just hooked for 6 because the fielder down there on the boundary, who is Matt Fisher, ran round, fancied a chance of a catch, certainly then fancied that he might catch it, throw it back in and run back in and complete the catch. And in the end, I think he kind of got caught in the middle of. Well, he didn't quite know whether to take it inside.
He did catch it, but when he tried to throw it back, he stepped over the rope.
Head in hands from Smith. 6 for Libby. Ooh, an absolute snorter to follow it up. Had played that one, Libby. Banged in short. Yeah, head in hands from Smith. Couldn't quite believe it, because Libby wasn't really in control of it.
I tell you what, Fisher did really well there. He took it cleanly in the air, but when he landed over, he tried to flick it back and then realised that he was over the rope.
Next ball's an absolute snorter.
I tell you what, Smith will be enjoying this.
He's in again now, and he bowls, and Libby plays that well on the back foot. Out on the offside. Now, impressed with that shot by Libby, because he's hooked the 6, which I think he's entitled to go for. It's banged in short enough, it's not a long boundary. Got away with it. Then he's got an absolute ripper next ball. Every reason to feel a little bit uncertain about things, but he's got in behind the next one and played it very solidly. That's his strength really as a batter, is to apply himself effectively. Another man going out on the leg side boundary now, so one dead square, one about 25 yards behind square, and Smith is in, and it's a double bluff. And Libby, to be fair to him, is forward to a ball of fuller length and isn't undone by that sort of perhaps the intention was that he'd sit back on his stumps a little bit, but he gets a single out on the offside. Good little contest developing.
It is very good, and there's a bit of pressure building at the moment because Fisher's keeping it very tight. Hasn't conceded a run as yet, which enables Smith just he's going good length, and then we've seen the shorter ball. So it's an interesting start to this.
Changing the field again, Dan Lawrence from second, just going to about fourth slip now for Roderick facing Smith. And banged in just short of a length, just outside off stump, and Roderick plays it well, gets it crossed behind it, but pulls the right hand away as he plays the ball down on the offside. But as Mark says, this pair working well in tandem here. Fisher tight, offering nothing. Smith occasionally giving a scoring opportunity, but asking a lot of questions. His line has been so good for me. It's been really impressive. And he's again here as Roderick is in on the back foot. A no ball this time. Smith's annoyed with himself. Has a little kick at the ball as it runs up the pitch to him, because just perhaps eased a little bit of pressure by bowling that no ball, and the total goes up to 18 without loss.
Yeah, he's honed in and around the off stump at the moment.
Yeah, well, they both have this. I can't remember Rory Burns. One ball, I think, maybe down the leg side. Smith's in again. Good delivery, but well played by Roderick on his toes. Pushes it out on the offside. Single off the last ball of the over. 19 without loss then. Been good testing cricket this. The batters have applied themselves well, with perhaps the exception of Libby's 6, which could well have brought about his demise, but they've been asked a lot of questions, and they've every right, this pair, to be honest, to feel a little bit uncertain, given that they've been playing on these pitches here at New Road every single time, and visitors have only had to do it twice in each game. 19 without loss off 7.
Fisher to bowl his fourth over just to our left hand side as over the wicket he comes, and that's left alone by Roderick outside the off stump. What will be very interesting is to see how early Burns has a look at Santner here. Now his other options, of course, as I say, Tom Laws, Jordan Clark won't be far off being first change, and then from a spinning point of view, he's got Sam Curran as well, of course. He's got that left arm over option in Sam Curran, but he'll want to look at Santner early, I'd have thought, as over the wicket goes Fisher, and that's just climbed back of a length. Got big on Roderick. He was laying back to cut that. He's ended up playing that pretty well, actually.
He played it really well.
Yeah, because he was laying back to have a cut at that, and then it's nipped back and climbed on him, and he managed to ride the bounce and has actually guided it away through backward point and down to the boundary rope for 4. So it's the first runs conceded by Fisher, and Worcestershire moving on to 23 without loss. But again, Fisher just getting that ball to nip and bounce a touch at Roderick, but he has played that very well because he managed to keep it down. Settles over his bat once more. Marching back towards us is Fisher. Hotel to his left hand side. As Fisher over the wicket he comes to the right handed Roderick, who's forward. That's down into the gully off a thickish edge all along the floor. And Dan Lawrence does the fielding. Moving away to his right hand side. Cameron Steele's making his way back towards the pavilion, having had a net. So good to see Cameron Steele. He's had all sorts of injury troubles this season, so very good to see Cameron Steele having a net and making his way back with Jim Troughton. Wearing 15 as always is Fisher. Past umpire long he goes. Roderick's had a flash at this one outside the off stump. Beats the outside edge. Eyes lit up there. And Roderick has laid back to hammer that one through cover point. And it beat the edge. Now Tom Laws is deposited at deep backward square. Either that or he's running across to have a chat with Jim Troughton and Cameron Steele. So he's probably 10-15 yards in from the boundary rope. Here's Tom Laws. Fisher over the wicket to Roderick. Roderick solidly forward, pushing this one out towards Ryan Patel. In there in that short extra cover position. It's been a very interesting first half hour here. There's been a bit happening.
Yeah.
And Worcestershire 23 without loss. Roderick and Libby have done well here. But as you say, if the ball's been nipping around an awful lot and swinging and doing all sorts, then as openers, it's sort of, if you get one that isn't doing that, you can still play it as if it is, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
As Fisher, over the wicket he goes, and Roderick's letting this one go. And again, there's good bounce and good carry. That'll be the other thing for the Surrey quicks they'll like, is a bit of bounce and carry. It's the end of the over. 23 without loss, Worcestershire. Now Dan Lawrence is heading off. So Tommy Elam has to come back on. It's been like Piccadilly Circus this first half an hour. So Lawrence is heading off.
Dodgy Team Curry last night?
I don't know. Santner was off in the second over. Lawrence is off now after 8. Here comes Gareth Batty. So he's having a wander around with his dog throwing stuff, and
he throws dogs.
Yeah, well, you know what Gareth's like. So yeah.
Here's Nathan Smith from the Diglis end into Libby, left alone outside the off stump. Now I invited people to get in contact on Twitter, or to have a look at that picture of the two cricket balls at Frank Watson 58 if you want to look at that. I'm also going to throw out a quiz question, Mark. I tend to do this if I can get round to it. Sometimes serious, sometimes not so serious. Today not so serious, but one maybe for the Worcestershire fans. I think Surrey diehards may know the answer. Smith in bowls. Libby, did he play at it? Did he pull the bat away? He has that habit of just pulling the bat inside the ball, a bit Sibley-esque at times, and sometimes difficult to tell. And on that note, if you're watching and we do say something that doesn't tally with what you can see, bear in mind that we're at third man, we're not behind the arm like you are. I think he did pull his bat away, to give him credit, but sometimes we might say, we think it's going down the leg side, and you'll be watching, you think, what are you talking about? Well, we're at wide third man and we're commentating live, left alone this one by Libby, but they use our commentary for the pictures, but we aren't commentating on the pictures, so give us a break from time to time. So the quiz question, okay, who is the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? Think hard about the question, the wording of the question. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? Now you might argue, just break off a Smith bowls again, and absolute snorter again. He played at that one, I think, past the shoulder of the bat through to the keeper. You might argue that this is a question with a subjective answer. I don't think it is. That's another clue. I don't think anybody would argue with the answer. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? And if you've got an answer, send it in on Twitter at FrankWatson58, and I will not reveal the answer until this afternoon, just before tea usually. Smith again bowls. Libby pushes out behind square on the offside and kind of thinks about a single, but decides against it.
One thing Surrey will want to do, there is something there for the bowlers, so they will want to make the most of it, because the one thing we do know about the Kookaburra is it will soften up quickly, so you've got to make the most of this.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's why a good start will be so crucial. Smith bowls, left alone outside the off stump, and every ball they can leave is a bonus. 9 overs gone, 23 with their loss, and I was going to say we should have had some good starts. These two have put on 50-60 a couple of times, and they've still been bowled out really cheaply, because once the first wicket's gone down, been a bit of a tumble. So that is another factor, and I'm sure they'll have said to themselves, and probably they've said in the dressing room, if we can get a good start this time with the Kookaburra, exactly what you're saying, it might mean that the batters that come later have got a better chance. So yeah, we shall see. Only time will tell is the answer to that one.
Fisher is in, and that just straightens again, I think, a touch on Roderick, looking to turn it leg side, and it's a thickish outside edge down towards Santner at backward point. So again, Fisher just probing away at the moment, hammering away at a good line and a good length. Mr. Alan Richardson there, away to our left hand side. He's got himself a new notebook this season, it looks like. It will have a few notes in it
now. Need to learn to write now.
As in, over the wicket goes Fisher again, and that's nipping back at Roderick, just making life a little uncomfy for him. Hits him on the thigh guard, rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. Libby just leant on his bat at the non-striker's end. Surrey are using the dugout, the T20 dugout there for the 12th men. Gareth Batty is sat alongside as well. Saves them having to go up and down the steps. They can get out there a bit quicker. Fisher into his 5th over now. He's in. Roderick's covering up, playing this one away into the offside. Rolls out there towards Ryan Patel. So yes, the new bar and cafe away to our right. Then the marquee, the ladies' pavilion away to our right. The Graham Hick pavilion as well. And then this wonderful press box and commentary box. It's a lovely place to come, really is. And of course everybody knows the view of the cathedral there in the distance, over the top of the hedges and the trees. As Fisher's in, big shout for LBW. That's out, and he deserves that. That's really good bowling.
First one that's kept a bit low, maybe.
But he's nipped it back again at Roderick, who was stuck on the crease. And Surrey have their first wicket, and Matt Fisher has the first wicket for Surrey. Again, hitting that good line, good length, just nipping back, hitting the knee roll, and the finger went straight up from umpire Long. So Worcestershire 23 for 1, and Roderick gone LBW for 10, and Nigel Long absolutely no hesitation there. Finger just went straight up. Now this could be good for Fisher, because he's as I say, has been excellent this season without getting his rewards, and the fact he's been given the new ball and picked up the first wicket might just get him on a little bit of a roll today. But 23 for 1, and here comes another one of our 4 New Zealanders. Mr. Henry Nicholls is making his way out to the middle.
Well, some people have got the answer already. Look, one of them. Well, they're both Worcestershire fans, so good work, and it's not one you can look up really. So fair play. Maybe I've made it too easy. I'll get a harder one for tomorrow. But anyway, yeah. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? It's a bit of a daft one, but a couple of good correct answers already. Have a go if you want to. At Front Watson 58 on Twitter, and. Any other comments, any other observations as well about the game in particular? We're talking about Gareth Roderick's stance earlier and how it's slightly open, and I can't not comment on this in a way, really, given that Surrey are the visitors, because and I'm showing my age as well, but my cricketing hero, my first cricketing hero when I was a schoolboy growing up, and I had to be him when I batted in the garage against my brother or whatever, certainly at school. And as a result, I also stood like him when I batted. And despite teachers saying, you can't stand like that, my first cricketing hero was the great Ken Barrington.
There you are.
And I stood with my feet facing mid-off for quite a long time. And... did it just because he did. I had no idea what it did to the way the bat came down or anything. I didn't care about that. But what a magnificent cricketer he was, and what a tremendous servant to English cricket, and what a great Test cricketer. I don't think people really appreciate how good he was. Henry Nicholls is in. Matt Fisher is bowling to him round the wicket, and the left-handed Kiwi pushes out on the offside, and the there's no run as the fielding is done by Mitchell Santner, I think, coming in from cover, racing in. You were mentioning about Santner's movement. He's long-legged, isn't he, Santner? He's almost kind of long-armed and long-legged and very athletic. Yeah, he's quite characteristic mover. Has that characteristic action as well. Drops the front arm very early. Fisher bowls. Nicholls drives nicely back past the bowler. He'll pick up one. He won't pick up a second as Jordan Clark comes back to do the fielding, but he's off the mark and he'll keep the strike because it was the last ball of the over. He's off the back of a double 100, Henry Nicholls, in the second team at Southport against Lancashire in the week. Hadn't played a bit for a while, obviously, because of the T20 starting, and he's just playing red ball. But went with the seconds to Southport and on a flat one. There were 2 double hundreds in the game, one for Lancashire and he got one for the Worcestershire seconds. Different kettle of fish out there today, of course. 24 for 1 at the end of 10.
Yeah, and I think Surrey will be pleased to have got that breakthrough, because we were just saying about the Kookaburra, and if it is doing something, you want to take full advantage if you can. This morning, this will be a good battle. Nathan Smith up against Henry Nicholls. I remember when Dennis Amiss against the West Indies.
Yeah,
he changed his stance completely.
He walked across his stumps.
And he always says that he didn't score runs properly, but he got a double 100.
Got bowled around his legs.
Yeah, but got a double 100 against the West Indies. Here's Smith then, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Nicholls, who's letting this one go that couldn't have been too far away from the top of his off stump, because Rory Burns is moving to his right there. So that's a good start from Smith.
Yeah, Dennis Amiss scored so many runs behind square on the leg side, even at the best of times. I mean, he just walked across his stumps and whipped it away. It was extraordinarily strong through there, massive forearms, and did brilliantly in that series that you're talking about, particularly.
Smith in again, and this one's left alone by Nicholls outside his off stump. So, yeah, I guess it's the West Indies.
Yeah.
And he got a double 100 at the Oval, wasn't it?
At the Oval.
Yeah, but he completely opened his stance up. He was almost standing with his Willie-esque feet pointing straight down the pitch with both shoulders, straight back down the pitch at the bowler. And, well, it worked for him.
Got a double 100 in Jamaica as well, I think, to save a test match against the West Indies. Pretty good record.
In comes Smith again to Nicholls. Nicholls, I think, has pulled the bat inside the line of that one.
Good carry on that.
Yeah, it is. It's good pace from Smith. And Nicholls, I think, to his credit, just pulled the bat inside the line. But it's been an interesting first 40 minutes this morning. And as I say, from a Surrey perspective, there is something there. They've picked up the wicket of Roderick. LBW to Fisher for 10. Just a reminder, Worcestershire winning the toss and batting first, as Smith is in again to Nicholls. Nicholls is letting this one go. Taken low down by Burns, away to his left-hand side. Got used to the hotel now. I remember when that was first here, it was quite a thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not pretty, is it? It's not. I don't think it's quite as aesthetically pleasing as it might be, really, but I think it was a needs-must situation at the time, really. There's obviously been a lot of talk about the ground recently, because people have been talking about whether Worcestershire might move away because of all the floods.
Smith once more to Nicholls, and Nicholls turns this one off his hip into the leg side. We'll get a single, and that moves Nicholls on to 2, and moves Worcestershire on to 25 for 1.
The Chief Executive Ashley Giles has floated the idea of moving away, no more than an idea at this stage, and initially there was outrage and people talking of how it simply can't happen, and something must be done to prevent floods in other ways, etc.
Nathan Smith is into Jake Libby, and Libby drops the bat on this. It pops a touch into the offside, and it's another tidy over from Nathan Smith, end of it. Worcestershire 25 for 1. Nicholls has 2, and Jake Libby's on 11.
But the outrage has kind of been tempered a little bit as people have listened to the facts and the argument. You know, the fact that it used to be one flood a year, and I think it's been something like 13 in the last 2 winters, separate floods, that is, and there's a reluctance to invest in the ground in other areas than just the pitch if you're going to consistently have these problems. Fisher round the wicket again, bowls, and Nicholls pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. So the hysteria's died down a bit. There's still a lot of people who say it mustn't happen, you know, over my dead body, etc. And I can fully understand that. Worcester is associated with New Road so much, but there are sort of initial investigations underway as to where they might go, as to whether anything can be done to improve things here. There's no plan.
It's a tricky one.
Nothing more than an idea at the moment. Be very expensive, of course. Fisher bowls, and Nicholls on the back foot plays defensively up to mid-on.
Well, it's such an iconic ground as well.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. But I suppose it's also being able to get your product on, isn't it?
Yeah,
as much as
absolutely.
Anything. You know, you can have.
And moving 2 games to Kidderminster as we had to do last year is so expensive.
Yes.
Yeah, it really is. So yeah, lots of factors to consider. Fisher again round the wicket to the left-hand Nicholls, and he cuts at this one. Whether it might have carried or not, I'm not sure. It's a diving stop at 3rd slip by Ryan Patel, 4th slip in fact, maybe 6th slip, because you've got a bit of a gap from 3rd. Did it carry? We'll have to have a look at the replay.
I think it's just a good stop. It's good.
Good on top of it, Nicholls, and can't tell from our replay. I don't think it carried. He's just dived forward and saved it. Typical left-hander sort of cut shot down into the ground. Fisher in again, bowls, and in behind it, Nicholls again, just working this one off his hip down to long leg, square leg for a single. Sam Curran loosening up at mid-on, suggesting that he may well be coming into the attack to replace Smith shortly. Smith's bowled 6 overs from the Diglis end, very tidy, but the only wicket taker is Fisher so far. Smith 6 overs for 20. He's bowled better than that, I think, probably. Gone past the bat quite frequently. Could have had Libby caught on the square leg boundary. Ball just went over for 6. Fisher back over the wicket to Libby, and he's on the back foot playing this one out behind square on the offside, and he picks up a single, which takes him on to 12, and the total to 27 for 1 under cloudy skies here at New Road. It's been very hot for the last couple of weeks, certainly the last few days, and this is a much fresher morning, and much more pleasant, I would imagine, for the players. Mostly without sweaters out there.
Very hot yesterday.
Yeah,
really
it was. I went to watch a league game yesterday, and shade was being sought by most of the spectators. Fisher in bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken well by Rory Burns, because that one kept a little bit low, bounced just in front of him. Very tidy so far, Matt Fisher. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. 27 for 1 Worcestershire. It's been a struggle for the batters this morning. They've applied themselves well. We've had 12 overs. They won the toss and chose to bat. The man out is Gareth Roderick for 10. And we are going to see Sam Curran from the Diglis end.
We certainly are. And Sam Curran played the last game against Essex, and with the bat played beautifully for 70 and 77, and with the ball 2 for 32 in the first innings and 1 for 54 in the second innings. That game ending up as a draw. It seems a long time ago. Of course, Worcestershire drew with Warwickshire in their last game, but it does seem a long time ago that we were playing Championship cricket. So here is Curran then, left arm over the wicket, coming into Libby, and Libby's playing the first ball back up the pitch. Round goes Santner to do the fielding, and there is no run.
It's good to see Sam Curran playing Championship cricket. I think we've almost become so used to seeing him in T20 cricket, where he is just brilliant, isn't he? Just brilliant to watch.
Yeah.
Of course, Worcestershire haven't played Surrey in T20 cricket for ages because of the group situation, but I've watched TV games quite a lot, and he's just such a talent in that format.
He's captain now, as Libby plays this one off the stumps. Was a little late on it. It's either kept a little low on him, or just that bat came down a little late, and there was an ooh and an ah from the slip cordon. Oh, he still wants to play Test cricket.
Yeah, and I think, and that's it. That's what I was going to say. That was my next point. I love the fact that he wants to play red ball cricket because he's made a lot of money playing white ball cricket, and he's become an absolute expert. But this is what it's all about.
He's over the wicket he goes once again, and that one, I think Libby's just about putting the bat inside the line. Laws is getting warmed up as well,
and the skills are there. That's the thing, isn't it? The skills are there, but. There's almost so much franchise cricket now that you almost don't get time to play any of the longer stuff. But great to see, great to see. First time I've seen him play Championship cricket for ages.
Yeah, as I say, it's when he's available as much as anything these days. As over the wicket he comes, and Libby's flashing at this one down towards backward point, and round goes Laws to do the fielding. But it's the same with Jamie Overton, and of course he wasn't. Well, he's in the squad for this first test at Headingley. But it's an interesting one with Jamie in that all of a sudden his sort of career path has veered off towards T20 and one day international cricket. But yeah, he's still got a huge amount to offer in red ball cricket. As forward goes Libby, plays this one back up the pitch. The fielding's done by Dan Lawrence, moving round to his left hand side. Looking forward to watching Tom Laws have a bowl today, and I thought it would be Jordan Clark. He's been outstanding again this season for Surrey, but as it is, it looks as if it's going to be Sam Curran and Laws to replace Fisher. Fisher 6 overs 3 maidens 1 for 7. As Curran's in, and Libby's turning this one into the leg side. So good tight start from Sam Curran as well. The word that's been used at the end of the over last year, the year before last, and the year before that, when Surrey won the championship 3 times on the spin, and also this season, this bowling attack is relentless, and you don't really get a break. And it's the same again today. So Fisher's picked up the wicket. Smith's bowled really nicely. You look up, there's Sam Curran coming at you. It's going to be Tom Laws. At some point it'll be Jordan Clark. Then Santner will come on and have a bowl, and then Smith might come back. And so really, they are constantly at you.
Yeah,
this bowling attack.
They are, and you know, that's what Division 1 cricket's all about to some extent, and they don't come any bigger than Surrey in terms of opponents, and Worcestershire are certainly aware that in many ways they are the smaller fish in the pool, as it were, in terms of budget, in terms of resources. Did really well to finish 6th last year, but it's going to be a struggle against a side like Surrey, a powerhouse. As Laws is in round the wicket, and this one is clipped away for 4 by Nicholls. Just about the most authoritative shot we've seen since the first over, when Gareth Roderick drove Smith through the covers. This one over-pitched on leg stump and clipped away firmly past a diving fielder at square leg, who is now dispatched to the boundary. That's a strange one, unless we're going to see a mixture of length from Laws, but that's a good start for the left-handed Nicholls to this over. He goes to 7, 31 for 1, and Laws in round the wicket, bowls, and Nicholls on his toes, plays defensively down on the onside. There's a single to be had now if he can just nudge it a little bit square on the leg side, because he's got a man back out on the boundary at square leg, and another one down at fine leg, but other than that, just Jordan Clark at mid-on. So a single there for the taking. Lords is in down the leg side though, and Nicholls just moves inside, lifts his back clear of this, taken by Rory Burns, moving across to the right. So we've got a quiz question out there. The most famous name ever to play for Surrey. Somebody else has got it right. Nigel's got it right. I'll give the answer out later today. The most famous name ever to play for Surrey is my quiz question today. Outside the off stump, this one, that's better from Laws and left alone by Nicholls. On length really, just bounced quite steeply, but good judgment from the left-hander.
I just wonder as well with that man after the first delivery being popped straight out to deep backward square, just to let Laws settle a little bit.
Yeah, it's unusual to see that, isn't it?
Straight away, wasn't it?
Wouldn't see it very often, but you might just slip a short one in, I suppose. That one again is just back of length outside off stump and left alone. Good carry again though. I'd say the most characteristic thing that we've seen this morning on this pitch is probably not drastic lateral movement. It's been a little bit off the smaller Kookaburra scene, but good carry, good pace in this pitch it seems. We have been a little bit slow as well here, but not today. Rory Burns standing quite a long way back, and all the bowlers hitting the gloves quite hard. Again round the wicket, and again left alone. So he maybe just needs to straighten his line up a tiny bit, but a solid start, having gone to the boundary off the first ball. Nicholls has 7, Libby has 12, Roderick the man out for 10. The successful bowler was Fisher, who was the only wicket taker so far, and Worcestershire after 14 overs, having won the toss, are 31 for 1.
And the players and umpires wearing black armbands today with that really sad news about David Sid Lawrence. And what a cricketer he was. Huge man. He must have been terrifying to face. As Sam Curran, left arm over the wicket he comes, and turned by Libby into the leg side, and there is no run because he charged in, didn't he?
He certainly
absolutely hurled
that
it
horrible
down.
injury. Was it Christchurch?
Yeah, well, I'm not. It was
cracked
just,
his patella.
You heard it as
Yeah.
well. It's
Yeah.
horrendous, absolutely horrendous. But yeah, he was a fine bowler. Sam Curran once again is in, and Libby is punching off the back foot. Good shot, and that's going to run away for 4, I think. Or will it just hold up? No, it's going to just creep itself over the boundary rope in front of Mitch Santner. So probably the most authoritative shot that Libby has played this morning. Nicely played. And away for 4 it goes. Ripple of applause here at New Road. And yeah, just punching that one away through the offside. Moves Libby on to 16. Worcestershire moving on to 35 for 1. Libby waits once again. Curran, bustling run as always, then that whippy action, and Libby lets this one go into the gloves of Rory Burns. Moving away to his left hand side. I think quite a few Surrey supporters have made the trip to New Road for this one. Saw a few of them this morning, and I think they're staying up here and having a bit of a break, because it's a lovely part of the world to have a few days.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Some nice hostelries, I would have thought, for the evening, and restaurants in the area. As over the wicket again goes Curran, and Libby lets this one go with a little jump, and taken again by Rory Burns away to his right. Of course, he made his championship debut batting at 7 and keeping wicket, Rory Burns, against Sussex, I seem to remember.
He's done a tidy job so far.
Wow,
it's when he gets up to the stumps he'll be a bit more tested, I suppose.
Exactly. Well, Laurie Evans doing the job in T20 at the moment as the bells chime 12 o'clock, and Libby lets this one go that is taken by Burns in front of Will Jacks at first slip. But very nice to hear the chiming bells from the cathedral down in front of us.
Yeah, it's quite a traditional scene in Worcester on a Sunday morning. Well, if you go, I know without doing it this morning, because I have done it so many times, and just break off as curran bowls.
Over the wicket he comes, and Libby's forward, playing this one back up the pitch. Curran flicks the ball away to Santner as he does the fielding off his own bowling. So 4 off the over, the boundary for Libby, and after an hour's play, Worcestershire are 35 for 1.
But on a Sunday morning like this, if you went for a walk along the river, either side of the river as we look out towards the cathedral, which is actually on the other side of the river, there'll be lots of families out walking, lots of joggers, lots of dog walkers, quite a few little coffee shops and ice cream kiosks and whatever open, and it is a lovely sort of rural, urban / rural scene, if I can put it that way. Nicholls jams this one down into the ground, and he's got runs down to third man, 2 of them. Santner chasing it, flicking it back after an attempted stop by Ryan Patel, I think, at 4th slip, but they pick up a couple, 37 for 1.
It sounds a lovely way to
and
start
it is,
your
it is.
Sunday.
It's lovely, and the cathedral bells chime, and it is very traditional as well. And I mean that in a I don't think probably that's changed much in the last sort of 20-30 years, really. Round the wicket comes Laws, and this one left alone by Nicholls, who has gone to 9.
Yeah, I drove up this morning and must have arrived, I think, about 8:45. But there were lots of people out and about already.
Yeah, and they probably, again, they would have been anticipating that if it had been as hot as it has been, they would want to get out and do their little walk early, but it's turned out not to be quite so hot today. Laws again round the wicket, bowls, and Nicholls cuts into the ground, fielded by Patel at 3rd slip. I've mentioned this before on air, but I went to Taunton 2 or 3 years ago for a championship game, and on the Sunday morning went for a walk around Taunton town centre at about, 9 o'clock, just the sort of thing we're talking about. A couple of churches were ringing their bells. Laws again bowls, Nicholls leaves, taken by Burns, and I walked around Taunton and there was hardly any traffic. And a couple of churches had the bells ringing and trees were in leaf and whatever, and I walked around and I just thought, you could almost, had it not been for the vehicles that were parked at the side of the road, you could almost have stopped and looked and thought, this is the 1950s or the 1960s, Nothing really had changed. There aren't many places where you can say that these days. Laws round the wicket, Nicholls pushes away on the onside for a single, nicely judged.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then a small child on one of those electric scooters, almost hit you on the pavement,
exactly,
and shattered the illusion.
Yeah, exactly. But that is probably unlikely to happen in Taunton, I suppose. But there are some parts of the UK that have been left behind a bit, you could say, almost. I mean, I used to live in Norfolk. You can find areas of Norfolk that have hardly changed. Lincolnshire, I would say, probably. But Taunton on a Sunday morning, idyllic, really. Down the leg side from Laws, this one, and tucked away for a single by Libby. End of the over, 39 for 1. Libby has 17, Nicholls has 10. And, I think Worcester should be fairly happy. This is where we start talking about pars, isn't it? And my par for lunch on a first day is about 80 odd for 3, say.
Right.
On the pitches that we've had here, you'd be settling happily for 3 by lunch, but 4 is much more in the bowling team's favours. 2, I always think, batters have done well to get through the session. And where are they? 5 past 12, 39 for 1, probably about par.
Sam Curran from the Diglis end, and Libby turns this one off his hip into the leg side. And there's a bit of a way to come up for Tommy Elam, who's out there at the moment for Matt Fisher. So they'll pick up 2. It's good running from Libby and Nicholls. 2 more to the total. Son of.
He's been a busy
Tommy
12th
Elam.
man.
He has. He's hardly sat down,
just
poor lad.
have a cup of tea, put my feet up and watch for a bit. He's been on and off a lot of times this morning.
Yeah, no, he has, and he's. Well, it's Matt Fisher who's botted off now. There's changes in the field. They're going to bring Santner across into the leg side, I think into a mid-wicket, short mid-wicket catching position. So that pushes Lords across to cover point. So there's a big gap through extra cover now. Sam Curran is in, and Libby's covering up, playing this one out towards cover point, and there's no run. I had a very good friend who played for Essex, and he was 12th man when Mark Waugh was playing for Essex in a tour game, and he said that Mark Waugh constantly was calling him out with gloves and all sorts of things. Then he called him out once and asked him a quiz question. As forward goes, Libby plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And then he slowly began to work out that Waugh was a bit bored, and that's why I kept calling him out there, because he was a bit bored and he wanted to. But he said he didn't sit down at all.
Yeah.
But I think that's an old trick as well with somebody who's sort of very young in their career.
Yeah, just wind them up.
Just wind them up, keep calling them out, and then actually, I don't need anything. Thanks.
But it started so early this morning, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Well, it was second over.
Santner went off in the second over.
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket now. Left arm around, as pushed by Libby into the offside, and the fielding is done by Lawrence. That's good running from Nicholls and Libby. Positive running. Ollie Pope went early this morning for 106 in the Test match. I got to watch a little bit of that yesterday. I'm delighted for him. And yeah, he went early this morning, but Brooke and Stokes are still out there. 268 for 4. That is shaping up to be an excellent Test match now. It really is, because at one point you thought India were going to get 700.
Yeah, you did.
And then England got back into it very well yesterday. Left arm over the wicket goes Currington Nicholls. Nicholls gets forward to a good length ball, pushes this one into the leg side. Santner comes up to do the fielding, and there's no run. So, yeah, I think that's shaping up nicely. Is the Test match. Bumrah yesterday was ridiculous. I was watching it with my mum, and even mum said, do people normally bowl like this? She couldn't get over his action and the fact he hardly runs in and all the shoulder movements. Brilliant. As in over the wicket again goes Sam Curran, pushed by Nicholls up towards mid-off, and there is no run. 42 for 1. Nicholls has 10, Libby has 20, but it was proper Test cricket, and like every ball you thought something was going to happen, and that last over of the day was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the final ball of the day, oh dear, he got a bit out of his system there to Harry Brooke. But yeah, it was a cracking day of cricket yesterday. And I was delighted for Ollie Pope.
Yeah, and he played really well too. It wasn't. That's the other thing, isn't it? I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds, but played very, very well, didn't he? Here's Tom Laws over the wicket to Libby, and Libby is inside this, working it down to long leg for a single, just the one. Nathan Smith, the fielder, 43 for 1. Libby is 21, and he'll have had easier 21s. Libby's had to work pretty hard for this. 46 deliveries he's faced. The other thing, if people are watching from and listening, of course, from Surrey, who aren't aware of quite how difficult batting's been here at New Road this year, around the wicket comes Laws, and this is left alone outside the off stump. what we've been finding ourselves saying over and over and over, and also players have been saying it in interviews and so on, is that you're never in.
Is that one?
You're never in. You're just never in. It doesn't matter how long you've been out there. You're never absolutely in. And the skill in playing a long innings here, and Sam Hain, as I say, probably showed this more than anybody I've seen really. Left alone by Nicholls. The skill is being able to face the next ball without allowing the previous 1, 3, 10, 50 to affect your judgment, your footwork, etc. It's a great skill. It's the secret, I suppose, and has been for many years, of making big scores. But it's that skill which is tested even more on a pitch which is less than trustworthy, I think. Round the wicket comes Laws, and Nicholls is hit on the pad as he moves across his stumps. Hands go skyward. I think he's probably outside the line. But at this point, I also want to say, because the ground staff have done an amazing job here. That there is no blame attached to anybody whatsoever here. There really isn't. In fact, they've done incredibly well to create the pitches that we've managed to get. Laws again round the wicket, bowls, and Nicholls is in behind this. Nicely played, just lets it come, works it away on the leg side. Jordan Clark goes round from mid-on to do the fielding. The thing you'll notice about Henry Nicholls, Mark, I'm sure you've probably seen him quite a bit on TV and stuff in test matches and whatever, but the thing I've noticed watching him here, and I've only seen him here actually, I think, have I? I don't think he's played in an away game. He plays it so late.
Well, that's
so late.
Exactly the reason he's playing international cricket as well.
Laws over the wicket to Libby, cuts, but straight to the fielder centre at backward point, and that is the end of another tidy over. The bowling has been always tidy this morning, occasionally threatening, but always tidy. It's been hard work for the batters, but they've applied themselves well. Been slow going, 18 gone, 44 for 1.
The dulcet tones of Mr. Dave Bradley there.
Yes, you can't miss them.
No, but yes, I could. Could I listen to them all day? I could with Brothers,
I don't know. Well, I could
sometimes.
I sometimes have to when we're in the car on an away trip. But
he's on. There we are. So he's making an announcement there, which has got a round of applause.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
No, but there we are. So a round of applause for that announcement. Nicholls settles over his bat. Sam Curran is going to continue from the Diglis end, coming left arm over, and forward goes Nicholls. Wants a quick single, gets a quick single there, just to the left of Dan Lawrence. Stood up at mid-on. That'll move Nicholls on to 11. Worcestershire move on to 44 for 1. Libby coming back onto strike on 21.
One person who's got the quiz question right says, was he a Kolpak?
Well, yes, it may well have been. Or the overseas.
Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? That's the quiz question today. Let's get in touch if you've got an answer. At Frank Watson 58.
Libby waits again as Curran comes round the wicket to him again. And he's pushing this one down towards Tom Laws, moving to his right-hand side.
Are you still doing Twitter, Mark?
No, I'm not. Do you know what I do now, Frank? And I don't know if anybody.
Blue Sky.
I'm bringing back the written letter.
Oh,
so if anybody wants to write, and I reply. I reply with a letter. Yeah. So you can send them to the Kia Oval, and then I pick them up when I'm back, and then I'll respond.
Brilliant.
As this one's turned into the leg side by Libby. There's 2 in there now, catching Messrs Smith and Santner in that mid-wicket position.
I've got a very good friend who lives in Cornwall, he's an Essex fan. He came up here, for the Essex game here a few weeks ago, and we went out for a drink and he stayed over and whatever, but he has no mobile phone, has never had a laptop.
Sensible.
And writes letters all the time, and he wrote me a letter a couple of days after he was here saying enjoyed the game, etc.
I've had quite a few. It's been lovely actually. As Libby is playing this one down into the leg side, so Sam Curran coming left arm round to the right hander with 2 men catching in the mid wicket area on the leg side. So Libby's got to be a little careful here with Sam Curran. One lovely gentleman, he sent me a pen, a space pen that you can take up in your spaceship.
Well, that's handy.
Due to the ball bearings, the ink never runs out. It was developed by NASA. Comes back over the wicket now, does Curran, and forward goes Libby. Plays this one back up the pitch. There's Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Well, you never know when you might use it.
Well, exactly. But it was very kind. But no, I've had some lovely letters this season. Good. And I do like sitting down and writing the letter.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of shape there still for Curran. Back into the right-hander. Nothing too exciting, but a little bit. Now he's coming back round the wicket. Is Sam Curran. And forward goes Libby to a good length ball. Plays this one into the offside. And round goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. So mixing it up at the moment is Sam Curran. And Worcestershire 45 for 1. Nicholls 12. Libby on 21. And as I said early this morning, still haven't seen anything of Jordan Clark yet.
No.
He's marching around up there at mid-off.
It won't be long, I'm sure. Such a good cricketer, isn't it? I mean, it's that, we've talked about the relentless nature of the Surrey attack and the options they've got. And it's the depth, isn't it? It's the depth of squad, which, I mean, they can provide 3 or 4 for England and still have an injury or two and still have a highly competitive side. And that's all about squad depth. Short one from Lord, pulled effectively by Nicholls, but straight to Clark at mid-on, who then shied at the stumps at the non-strikers end. Don't think Libby was out of his ground, but Clark just providing the reminder that you can't relax too much. Busy cricketer. He'll be bowling soon, I'm sure, as Lords is in, and Nicholls just takes that single that I mentioned is now on offer because the man's gone out to deep backward square, just gets on his toes and drops it down on the onside. He's not produced a big one yet, Nicholls, for Worcestershire. As I said, he's mainly been batting here, which has probably meant that he's struggled a bit, but he's got a couple of 30s, a 40 and 4 scores below 10, but not produced anything huge. Today would be a good day to do that. He's the non-striker now as Libby pulls a short one from Laws down to long leg, and slightly misread by Nathan Smith, who's charged in very quickly, and then it was never going to be a catch, but had to adjust his feet quite quickly. But it was less than convincing from Libby.
It was in the air a long time.
It was.
Almost pulled that off the front foot, and it's just looped
just
into
a single.
The leg side for a single.
On him a bit quicker than he thought, maybe. Bounced a bit more than he thought. He does take on the hook a lot, Libby. He's quite happy to do that. Just got away with one earlier off Smith. This one pushed out on the offside by Nicholls. Nicholls has appeared more calm at the crease than anybody else this morning, I would say.
Well, he's used to all this stuff, isn't he, Nicholls?
Well, yeah, you could say that.
Having a good attack coming at you with a bit in it for the bowlers.
And also, if you've played a lot of your cricket in New Zealand, you've probably played on pitches that help the seamers fairly regularly. As Laws again is in, and he's on the back foot and just takes that single again, which is off on the leg side, down to long leg this time. 48 for 1. Yeah, I think I was going to say, I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, and we say it lots, but we look out there and we've got Santner, Nicholls, and Smith playing in this game, and Duffy playing in this game. So we've got 4 Kiwis out there. I can think of another dozen that have played here at New Road over the years, and it's just astonishing how such a small nation produces so many top class players. It really is. And Libby in behind this one turns it on the leg side for a single. He'll keep the strike 49 for 1 at the end of the 20th over, and it makes me wonder why And you could argue that England have, by recruiting Brendan McCullum, gone down that route. But it makes me wonder why there isn't more attention paid to how they do things over there in terms of producing players. Because surely with greater numbers and arguably better resources in other parts of the world, if we copied what they're doing, we'd perhaps produce more players.
I've always thought that a New Zealand Test cricketer or one-day international cricketer, and I suppose now T20 cricketer, use every ounce of talent that they've got as well. Now there's some unbelievably naturally gifted cricketers, but they use every inch of talent. Yeah. Here is Jordan Clark from the Diglis end. So he's coming over the wicket in his new headband, I've noticed, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Libby. So this is a new addition. It's Federer-esque for Jordan Clark. He's growing his hair a bit. So he's wearing a headband now. Here's Jordan Clark. As I say, I can't remember seeing him do this before. Whether it's going to affect his bowling, I don't know. But it's keeping the hair out of his eyes. So that's good. 26, I think I'm right in saying, championship wickets this season for Jordan Clark. As over the wicket he goes. And Libby's had a little nibble at this one outside his off stump. Definitely played at that. Jake Libby comes down to do some gardening. Well, I always bore everybody with Jordan Clark. But the phrase I always use, and people will be switching off in their droves now, is other than the captain in this championship side, he is the first name on the team sheet.
Yeah.
He holds the entire thing together from a Surrey perspective. Tough as old boots as well. That's the other thing. As in over the wicket he goes. Libby's letting this one go outside his off stump. And taken by Burns. Down low to his right hand side. Yeah, I had the joy, you talk about Libby and playing the hook shot, to be with Andrew Sampson for the day at the World Test Championship final at Lord's last Friday. And Mr. Sampson and I were talking about all sorts of things. And we were talking about Andrew Hilditch.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he was known as the happy hooker.
Yeah.
He just couldn't help it. And more often than not, he got out as well. As Clark's in, Libby lets this one go. So Clark honing in on a goodish length outside the off stump at the moment. This first over for him. But yes, I remember that 85 Ashes series. They just kept setting him up, and he kept.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Libby into that category, but we've seen Libby attacked round the wicket. You know, with that what I call modern leg theory,
in the
where they put three back and somebody in close and whatever, and bang it in from round the wicket.
Clark's in. Ooh, that's climbed on Libby. Played that very well. Swayed inside it, but it kept coming at him.
And I've seen Libby attacked with that line, particularly at Trent Bridge where he used to play, and at Notts they obviously think, oh yeah, he's got a weakness against the short ball. I saw Stuart Broad do it incessantly for a couple of hours against Libby about 3 or 4 years ago. And I talked to him about it afterwards, and he said, I'm fine with it. It will not stop me playing the shot. You know, I'm still going to take it. And I don't mean recklessly, but to think I can do it, you know.
Clark over the wicket he comes, and Libby lets this go. That's come back from Jordan Clark in his headband. And it's a maiden over first up.
Good over
from Jordan Clark. He's looking a little... So, some have said he looks like Heathcliff in a... sort of Sunday night BBC production. He's looking more piratey to me today with his headband on. Is Jordan Clark. And there is a touch of the Federers about him now as well. But I've never seen him where he's obviously the hair's grown a bit in the last couple of weeks. That did come back, seeing it again.
I thought that was a really good over because he's got his. You know, I'm big on line, as you've probably picked up already, but his line was brilliant there. And you've only just got to get the batter in two minds about whether to play or not. As we see so much these days with the sort of wobble seam bowlers, who get people, if they don't know which way it's going, the batter's not going to know. There's Laws round the wicket to Nicholls, who plays that one very late under his eyes and just pushes it out on the offside. So it's been tough work this morning, and going back to my par discussion, it's going to struggle to get to 80 now, aren't you, with only 49 as we approach 12:30, but it's the key 1 wicket down that will please the home dressing room at the moment. But they have got to keep at it, because there's no let up, as we've said, with this Surrey attack. No let up whatsoever. Laws bowls, Nicholls drives off the back foot, hasn't got all of it, going to get a couple. Nathan Smith in pursuit, and the 50 is up for Worcestershire. 2 more to Henry Nicholls, 16 now to him, 51 for 1.
Well, I think we haven't got that normal thing as well. I say normal, they sort of learnt these days, but when T20 first came in, the Championship cricket after it, well, it was 140 for 9 at lunch with everybody trying to play shots, but you don't really get that anymore.
Outside the off stump, this one from Laws, left alone by Nicholls. Yeah, you're right. They've learned to change. I mean, of course, we hark back to the days where they'd go off for a Sunday League game in the middle of a game and then come back. But that wasn't quite such a different game. But the T20 game is so different, isn't it? That they've really got to make that switch. But there's quite a few players that don't play in both, I suppose, as well. Although less so in a side like Worcestershire. As this one outside the off stump from Laws is left alone. I'm just thinking about it. How many in this Worcestershire side would have played in the last T20? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So quite a fair lot.
They're used to it, aren't they?
Yeah, 9 of them would have played in the T20 at Edgbaston on Friday night. So it's all about its depth again, isn't it? Round the wicket, bowls, Laws, and again Nicholls leaves alone. His judgment so far has been good. I say so far. Don't want to put the mockers on him and see him leave one and it hits the top of off stump, but he's faced 39 deliveries now for his 16, and Libby has been out there since the start, has faced 60 for his 23. They've had to be watchful. Laws again round the wicket, bowls, and Nicholls on the back foot plays this back up the pitch. My first observation about this pitch was that it had good carry in it. My second, which I'll make now at the end of the 22nd over, and I wait always to be informed by somebody who's been out there, maybe at the end of the first day, or if I can catch somebody in an interval to really learn about it. But it just looks to me as though it's offered a bit less in the way of lateral movement than the others so far, which might be to do with the ball, and it's been reasonably even paced, I would suggest, so far.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Surrey would have thought, well, this is a bit more like it. They haven't seen anything like this when they've been away from home, as Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to the right-handed Libby, who pushes the first ball of a new over from the Diglis end off a goodish length into the offside, and there's no run. Couple of slips in there are Sibley and Jacks. Ryan Patel in the gully area. Tom Laws wandering around a backward point. Curran's in the covers. Lawrence is up at mid-off at the moment. Santner at mid-on as Jordan Clark is over the wicket and up on his toes again. Goes Libby to a back of a length delivery from Jordan Clark. Dan Worrell rested for this one. So they're sort of using Worrell, I think, quite sensibly for games back in South London, because there tends to be a bit more there for Dan Worrell. And as we were discussing this morning before we came on air, Surrey have plenty of options with the ball. If you do want to give somebody a rest, there's always someone there who can come in and do an excellent job. Big squad, as you were saying. As over the wicket again goes Clark. That hops a touch on Libby, plays it well. Bottom hand comes off the bat handle. Just rolls away to Sam Curran in the covers.
I think the thing about having a big squad is that you've got to... The challenge... I've got to get this right. Pep Guardiola likes a small squad, doesn't he? Because he likes to work with a small number of players. If you're Worcestershire, you've only got a small squad, and you've got to make the most of it. You've got to use your resources in the best way that you can.
Clark is in. Libby drives. Good shot. Good cricket from Libby. And it's only a couple, but slightly overpitched from Jordan Clark, and Libby very patiently has been waiting for that. Just pushed it away through the offside, picks up a couple of runs, moves on to 25, and Worcestershire 53 for 1.
If you're Surrey or you're Warwickshire is another one that I always think of. You've got a big squad. The skill then is for the coaching staff to use that squad in the right way. And you suggest what they're doing with Worrell is clever, and I think I agree with that.
They plan it to the minutest detail as well. As forward goes the right-handed Libby. Plays this one out into the offside, because they also look at, from a Surrey point of view, right, who's going to be away on international duty, and it's not just test matches. Jax has been away with England for the one-day stuff and the T20. Then you've got to look at IPL as well, because start of the season they might not be around for the start of Championship cricket, because they're away playing in the IPL. So they're always sort of, if they know when those are going to come, and they've always got it planned for that. As Clark is in, Libby's letting this one go outside his off stump. End of the over from Jordan Clark, couple of runs off it. And Worcestershire, as we are into the last half an hour before lunch on this first day, Worcestershire 53 for 1, Nicholls on 16, and Libby has 25.
But you've also got to give opportunities to the players that are on your staff. You can't just leave them out when the big guns are available and say, well, we'll forget about you now, because if you do that, I think you lose players. Worcestershire have just signed a youngster from Warwickshire called Isaac Mohammed, who's only 17. He was in the academy at Warwickshire. Moeen, Ali's nephew, and he's come here and he's gone straight into the side in T20 cricket, because they've said you'll get more opportunity with us, and if you're not careful, that can happen as well. So it's a balance, and it's a balance that Surrey at the moment appear to be getting absolutely right as Laws bowls. And this one is pushed out on the offside by Henry Nicholls, and there's no run. Nathan has been in touch from Singapore. He says you'll know who he is, and
Hello,
if you're
Nathan.
not on Twitter, he wanted to send his regards, and he will now be writing you a letter.
Thank you, Nathan. It'd be lovely to hear from you, my friend, as well.
And John says, is Jack Hobbs the answer to the quiz? No.
It's a famous name.
He is an absolute. Is he ever? Gosh, I'm a huge fan. Nicholls, beautiful shot. This one over pitched on leg stump from Laws, and Nicholls doesn't miss out. Clips it through mid wicket. That's another great skill, isn't it? He goes to 20 to play watchfully, to play late, to be cautious, to occupy the crease. When the odd bad one comes along, to make sure that you do put it away, and he does that expertly. 57 for 1. So the quiz question was, who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? It's a bit of a silly one, really, if I'm honest. Laws round the wicket bowls. Nicholls leaves, taken by Rory Burns, but it isn't Jack Hobbs. That's not the answer I'm looking for anyway. I mean, Jack Hobbs, what a cricketer he must have been. I would just, when they asked that question, who would you like to see, I would love to, Bradman and all the rest of it, of course, but I'd just love to have seen Hobbs 100 first class hundreds after the age of 40.
Well, I got sent a letter that was giving me his stats from 1925, I think it was, where he scored nigh on 4,000 first class runs.
In comes Laws down the leg side, turned away by Nicholls down to long leg for a single. He goes to 21, 58 for 1. Yeah,
just that season,
just amazing. And games have changed, and I've had this conversation lots recently about numbers, and fielders didn't dive, a lot of the boundaries they hit wouldn't stop these days, etc, etc. But even so, he must have been just amazing. And I've also said this a few times. I went round the museum at Lord's a few years ago and saw one of his bats, and Hobbs was a great driver of the ball, as I understand it. Hit the ball down the ground a great deal, and we've all seen how bats have changed in profile and weight and so on over the years. This break offers. This one is banged in short by Laws and ducked underneath by Libby. But there's one bat at Lord's in the museum that Hobbs used, and it's huge.
Yeah,
it's huge, and it has it's. I mean, obviously they didn't have names and didn't give bats sort of nicknames in those days, but it's got a real swell at the bottom, really big swell, not quite jumbo-esque, but you know, it's very, very big. And I just wonder if he would have had that made specially to just hit the ball the way he did down the ground. A sort of low middle, banged in short again by Laws, and again Libby ducks underneath it.
Well, I've been lucky enough to go to the Masters
and it's
lunch.
called wide. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been, and that's a lovely, because it's on his birthday, and it's a special club, and you have his favourite meal, which was soup and lamb and apple pie and ice cream, and then someone comes in and then does a talk about the great man, and it's fantastic.
Absolutely, I absolutely love that. Laws in, bowls. Libby drives to the first ball that's been pitched in his half for a while and doesn't really time it, goes straight to Clark at mid-off. And it's the end of the over, 59 for 1. Nicholls 21, Libby is 25. And the one man out is Gareth Roderick, who was LBW to Matt Fisher for 10. Very good spell from Fisher early on. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7 from him. But that is the only wicket that has gone down so far, as Worcestershire have applied themselves pretty well in pretty testing conditions against a relentless Surrey attack. And if ever there was a feeling that it's a promising start, but 2 wickets in quick succession would change that drastically, it could be applied now with 20 minutes to go to lunch.
Or after lunch. I've seen Surrey do this, keep it really tight before lunch, and then wickets after the break. But it is the kookaburra that we're using, so it's going to be Jordan Clark around the wicket to Nicholls, and Nicholls is forward and playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. The other thing that's been very interesting this morning is to see which of the Surrey players hasn't left the field to play for a call of nature. Because poor old Tommy Elam, because Ryan Patel's off now.
Dodgy team carrying us now.
There we are. But I think Libby's played very well this morning. I think he's been very watchful. I think he's been tested. But he's there on 25 of 68 deliveries as Jordan Clark is in. Nicholls is in behind this one, plays it away into the offside, and there's no run. And you just wonder whether Burns might just have a look at Santa before lunch just to see what's going on. Plus for himself as well, because he's going to be standing up to Santa is Rory Burns. But as I say, I never thought I'd see Rory Burns keeping a championship game again. But he's doing the job in this game for Surrey. He's got a fair amount on his plate, opening the batting and captaining and keeping wicket. But I suppose Alex Stewart did it in Test cricket, as this one's turned into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. One more to Nicholls. So Nicholls will move on to 22. 60 for 1 Worcestershire. I just looked at the other scores from around the country, and it's been batters' morning, really. Not too many wickets have gone down. Sussex 80 for 1 against Durham. Essex 78 for 3 against Hampshire. Nottinghamshire 69 without loss against Yorkshire. Somerset 71 without loss against Warwickshire, but it's raining. As Clark is into Libby, and Libby is forward. Plays this one out into the offside. And there's no run in Division 2. Gloucestershire 35 without loss against Derbyshire. Must have been a late start on that one. Lancashire and Kent. Kent are 82 for 1. Glamorgan 96 without loss against Leicestershire. And Middlesex are 107 for 4 against Northamptonshire. So, yeah, hasn't been a major collapse anywhere. Ben Stokes has gone in a test match, as this one's coming back from Jordan Clark, but left alone by Libby outside his off stump. So yeah, Stokes has gone. England 294 for 5, so trailed by 177 now. And Jamie Smith is 13 not out, and Harry Brook 46 not out. But of course, in that last over last night, Bumrah got him. looking for a pull shot, top edge. Siraj takes the catch, and Boomer's overstepped the mark as this one's punched off the back foot by Libby. Straight there to Sam Curran at cover. And there's no run. So that last over last night had a bit of everything, really. But Brooke now 46 not out. Jamie Smith out there as well. Ollie Pope made 106. I enjoyed Pant's innings yesterday as well, and his somersault when he got to his 100. So good to see him back after that horrific car crash he had. As Libby gets one that just hops on him a touch, and he was a little awkward in playing that. Back comes Ryan Patel because he's got all the bits and pieces on now, so I think we are going to see a bit of spin. Yeah, here we go. We're going to see a bit of spin. And with a left-hander out there, he may go to his off-spinners. First up, he is Jacks. It's going to be. So Ryan Patel has nipped off, got the helmet and shin guards, etc. Then it is going to be Will Jacks into the attack from the new road end with his off breaks.
Yep. Probably say that it's a good thing for Worcestershire to have forced Burns to go to the spinner so early, but that will not be the case if the spinner finds a lot of response from the surface straight
the
away.
first one goes square.
Rubs his hands together and thinks, well, I'll get in on this as well, and it you know, it could happen.
Oh, Frank, I always remember Harbhajan Singh's debut at Canterbury, and he bowled his first ball and it virtually hit square leg. We were dumb tea time day too.
Yeah.
It went square. Yeah. And Mark Butcher in his interview, first thing he said is, I'd like to thank the groundsman for this pitch.
Well, here we go. First ball from Jacks to the left-handed Nicholls, and he's paddle sweeping it round behind square on the leg side. Nicely played, nicely controlled.
That's annoying for Jacks, though, isn't it? It's well played by Nicholls, but he really wants to be bowling at Nicholls, the left-hander, and Nicholls immediately just paddles him for a single.
From about off stump, to be fair. Yeah, premeditated shot. Played it well. Goes to 23, Nicholls. Got to start, be desperate to go on to something significant. Libby on strike, short leg in, slip in. Jacks bowls, all loose from Libby. Threw that one up outside the off stump and loss of concentration, really. Tried to sort of slap it square on the offside. Jacks in again, bowls. This one a little bit short and Libby has room. Does get a bat on it this time. Yeah, that was a real waft at the one before. This one hit straight to fielder at short extra. He's in again, Jacks bowls, and better from Libby. A little bit more Libby-esque, shall we say. He goes on the back foot and plays that one back up the pitch. It's been a tough old morning for the Worcester batters. Jacks is in and bowls, and Libby is forward to this one, and bat next to pad this time, just jabs it on the offside for a single. So he gets to bowl his last ball at the left-hander. Adjust the field accordingly. Interesting start. Made interesting, really, by that oddly loose drive from Libby to the second ball. Jacks in again, bowls to Nicholls, goes for the sweep again. This time picks out the fielder at short fine leg. Nathan Smith, end of the first over of spin. 26 overs gone in the innings. Nicholls 23, Libby 26, and Worcestershire 64 for 1.
Well, Jacks only played a couple of championship games last season, and he picked up 7 championship wickets. But I think I'm right in saying that was his 7 for 129 against Nottinghamshire. So he's a very good off-spinner, is Will Jacks. It's going to be Jordan Clark to continue. Libby will be on strike. Clark over the wicket from the Diglis end, and Libby. Oh, now is that something on it down the leg side? I think it's thigh guard rather than bat or gloves. Nicely taken by Rory Burns, diving away to his left, but it didn't look convincing from Jordan Clark and the slips, and Burns, when he finally got back to his feet, straight off the thigh guard. Nicely taken by Rory Burns, mind you. He's looked very tidy this morning, as Rory Burns. But as I say, it's been a long time since he's done it in Championship cricket. As Clark is in, and this one's left alone by Libby outside his off stump. Sibley stood alongside Jacks in that slip Gordon. Matt Fisher's away down there at long leg. Of course, he took that catch off Libby's hook shot this morning, but he was over the boundary rope down there. He did very well actually not to run straight into the advertising hoardings and end up in the front row of the crowd. As Clark in, Libby drives, will get a single up towards Santner. Apologies, Lawrence up there at mid-off does the fielding, and they'll pick up one more. Well, Seb Stuart Reckling, who's the sort of second 12th man, if that makes sense, he's been very busy just bringing drinks to everybody this morning. Tom Laws now got a drink down below us. He hasn't been very relaxing in that dugout this morning. You can't put your feet up for long. As Clark is in, and Nicholls, he's taken that off the stumps from the reaction of Clark and Will Jacks at second slip. I would say that was about middle stump. And Nicholls has turned it into the leg side, because there was a bit of an ooh and an ah there. Yep. It's nicely played by Nicholls, but he doesn't want to be missing that. I am enjoying the Jordan Clark headband. Might have some of those in the shop soon. As Clark's in, driving. Here's Nicholls straight back up the pitch. Clark gets a hand to the ball, and there's no run. I was fortunate that it's Rory Burns' testimonial year this year, Frank, and he had a lovely event on Thursday night at Cutler's Hall. Now, I must be honest with everybody, I thought it had something to do with fish, but it turns out it's where those that make cutlery.
Right.
Yes. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Nicholls, and taken by Burns away to his right. But Mr. Kuma Sangakkara was there.
Yeah.
And it was lovely having a chat with Mr. Sangakkara and getting his thoughts on a few things.
Well, I'm sure Rory Burns deserves a testimony and would do very well, I would imagine. It's a lot of hard work. I know from bitter experience, having been chair of Joe Leach's testimonial last year.
Hard work.
It is hard work, and it's perhaps slightly less hard when it's a very deserving beneficiary, as it were, as Will Jacks bowls, as which Rory Burns is, and Joe Leach absolutely was here at Worcester, and it was a great year.
Still hard work,
a lot of hard work, but it is it's nice to be able to help and contribute. Jacks again bowls, and this one's cut by Libby just for your single, tumbling stop out at backward point. They're through for one. And Alex Stewart made a contribution with Joe, because he came and spoke at the final dinner that we had at Lord's, and along with Michael Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. It was a wonderful night to finish it off in the long room in November.
It's a lovely way to do it.
Seems a while ago now. Round the wicket comes Jacks to the left-handed Nicholls, who is sweeping this one rather more aggressively and violently. He's swept all three of the deliveries that he's faced so far. Gets down early, and he's given that one a real whack, and even though there is a fielder, Nathan Smith, at short fine leg, he didn't have any chance of cutting that one off.
He plays that interestingly, doesn't he, because he sort of spins on his back foot
as
well when he's playing it.
A real swivel. This time he plays forward to a much straighter delivery and plays it with a solid defensive shot out on the offside.
He must get through some stunts in his boots if he's playing a lot of those, because he really does spin on that back foot.
On the back foot this time, playing with a straight bat, punching this one up to Dan Lawrence at mid-off. Lawrence, another spin option, of course, who's done pretty well here on this ground in the past. Jack's in, bowls, and Nicholls is forward to this one, pushing it back up the pitch to the bowler, who collects it and collects his cap from the umpire, because that's the end of the over, the 28th of the innings. And Worcestershire 70 for 1, so they might get up towards that 80 that I was talking about earlier. Nicholls has 27, Libby has 28. Just the one man out, Gareth Roderick for 10.
Obviously not the same today, with no Mr. Curtis, I have to say.
No.
But the lovely thing is, there's a big picture of him there, away to our right hand side, and one of the nicest and most welcoming people you could ever wish to meet. So it's very nice to see the big picture of him as Jordan Clark is in, and this is left alone by Libby outside his off stump. And I can't think of many people in cricket, sort of on the county circuit, that there were so many tributes to him and articles, and amazing.
And you know, Worcestershire listeners will forgive me, I'm sure, for saying this, because we've said it several times, but as missed and valued in the football journalism world as he was in the cricket journalism world, and it was a great tribute paid to him by the club.
Yes, now that has lifted at Libby. Played that really well, because that's come from nowhere, just back of a length, and that was very well played by Libby. Proper get off me ball, that it really was, but he's played it very well. But that's the first one of those we've really seen. Jordan Clark will try and hit that spot again if he can, after seeing that. And he comes once more over the wicket. Bowls him. Brilliant bowling from Jordan Clark. The one before, back of a length, got big, then just goes a little fuller, looking to drive straight through the gap and knocks him over. And Jordan Clark, that's well bowled. He's sort of driven over the top of it a touch as Libby, but he's gone for 28. Surrey have their second wicket, and Worcestershire are 70 for 2.
Yeah, excellent from Jordan Clark. He's hardly bowled a bad ball, really. It's 1 for 6 in 4.5 overs, and that wicket, in many ways, a reward for patience, I think, and perseverance and relentlessness for the Surrey attack. 70 for 2. Yeah, just to finish off, we were, if you're wondering, Surrey listeners, who we were talking about, a chap called John Curtis, who was the chief sort of writer of Worcestershire stuff for Wisden and on the website and all that kind of thing, but also a well-known football journalist. He covered 5 World Cups with England and written programmes at Everton and Leeds, and almost ubiquitous presence in Midlands press boxes. This press box is now called the Curtis Oldnall Beddoe press box, and John, very close friend of mine, sadly passed away a few weeks ago. The funeral was a celebration, it really was, and the club handled it superbly, and the wake was back here at New Road, and a lot of people spoke, and there were many famous journalists represented both in the worlds of football and cricket. It was a great tribute. We've retired his seat, as you've seen in the press box, and
quite right.
And he will be much missed. And it really, genuinely, and Mark, we say this all the time, but it genuinely will never be the same again in this press box. Well, it was
just the welcome when you arrived as well.
And we miss him very, very much. And Mike Beddoe also passed away. So the one remaining of the 3 that this press box has been named after Chris Oldnall, who may well be listening. If you are, Chris, good morning. I know you're not feeling too well. We're hoping you'll be here tomorrow. But great figures. And Ashley Giles, the chief executive, quite rightly said to me after John's funeral, well, legends of clubs are not always players.
No, absolutely. Jordan Clark then. Cashew Valley is the new batsman, and forward he comes and plays his first ball out into the offside, and there is no run. And the other thing about Mr. Curtis was he couldn't half make you laugh. God dear.
He knew more about music than he did about cricket or football, and a record would come on the radio and he'd tell you how many weeks it was a number one and who wrote it and who produced it.
Just a lovely man as well. As Clark is in, Cashew Valley forward plays it back up the pitch, and there is no run. I have to say, actually, Frank, thinking about this, that is the first championship wicket for Jordan Clark in his headband.
Yeah,
so it's a historic moment.
Yeah.
That
I assume that will be. Well, in fact, I'll be writing it. I'll include that in my wisdom.
You must do.
My wisdom report.
You must do. You must do. And he waits again, does Cashew Valley. Stands with that bat raised high above his right shoulder. Jordan Clark is into him, and that's nipping back a touch. Good bowling again from Jordan Clark. Well, he's doing what he does. Jordan Clark, he's on you the whole time. End of the over, 70 for 2. Worcestershire. Nicholls has 27, and Cashew Valley yet to get off the mark.
And you've got 3 minutes to bowl this over, Will Jacks, if they're going to get another one in. I don't think they will. Probably just be the last one before lunch. Although I have seen off-spinners get through overs in under 3 minutes before now, but I think Henry Nicholls will be doing his best to make sure it's the last one. Do a bit of bowl, a bit of gardening perhaps, a bit of chatting to his partner. We'll see. And Jack bowls first ball of the over, and Nicholls on the back foot driving it on the offside. Sam Curran fields, and there's no run, so he might get through the over in less than 3 minutes. They go by the digital school clock on the scoreboard that we're looking at. It says 12:57:33 at the moment as Jax bowls the second ball of the over, driven by Nicholls, and a run out. Cashew Valley's gone. That's absolutely disastrous from a Worcestershire point of view. Nicholls has driven it. It's half stopped by the bowler, who's flicked the ball away towards mid-off. Nicholls has called for the single. Kashif may be responding a little bit late. I think he thought he was in. Jordan Clark has thrown very intelligently to Burns at the striker's end, and Kashif Ali has disastrously been run out for naught. Lunch is taken. Worcestershire are 70 for 3, and it has all gone horribly wrong in the space of about 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, Cashew Valley just took an age to get going and respond to that call from Nicholls, and the throw from Jordan Clark, one bounce straight into the gloves of Rory Burns, and that is a real bonus for Surrey. So that's Surrey's morning now with 3, and you've got to feel for Cashew Valley. They're a horrible way to go, but yes, Surrey will now be pleased with how the morning has gone. Nicholls 27, not out at lunch, but yes, Nicholls pushed it and went. Cashew Valley just took a while to get going, and as you say, I think Jack's got a fingertip to it, took some of the pace off it, deflected it, and Jordan Clark's got a very strong arm, and it was straight over the top of the stumps, and Rory Burns whipped off the bails, and absolutely no hesitation with the finger going up. So I think we're just going to see it again now. Yeah, there's definitely a hand on it from, and the other thing there is as Jax dives, Cashew Valley sort of has to jump out the way of Jax, and then he responded to the call. Nicholls was already halfway down, and the throw went in, one bounce over the top of the stump. So yeah, that's a real shame for Worcestershire, and as you said, Frank, last 10 minutes it sort of changed the complexion of the morning session.
Yeah, absolutely. Disaster for Kashif, who's been in pretty good nick actually this season, but we won't be seeing any more of him batting today. And 70 for 3 at lunch, having been 70 for 1 just 5 minutes before lunch, represents a reward for Surrey's pretty consistent high standards of bowling and fielding this morning, and just takes the edge off what had been a pretty workmanlike performance from Worcestershire. A lot of pressure on Henry Nicholls now to go on and get something big. He's 27 not out, he's played pretty well. The men out: Roderick 10, Libby 28 and Kashif without scoring. Bowling figures for Surrey this morning: Nathan Smith 6 overs 1 maiden no wicket for 20, Matt Fisher 6 overs 3 maidens 1 wicket for 7, Sam Curran just 4 overs 1 maiden no wicket for 8, Tom Law 6 overs no maidens no wicket for 22, Jordan Clark as ever very impressive, 5 overs 2 maidens 1 for 6, Will Jacks 2.2 overs no maidens no wicket for 7. At lunch, Worcestershire 70 for 3. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll be back here at Visit Worcestershire New Road just before 1:40 when play resumes. Until then, from myself, Frank Watson, and from Mark Church, a very good afternoon.
just, I'm sorry to use the word again, but the relentless nature of this Surrey attack. As Clark is around the wicket once again to Nicholls, it's short, it's pulled by Nicholls, he doesn't time this at all, and well, Tommy Elam's out there again, straight away after lunch, and it's Ryan Patel this time. So Ryan Patel's still in the dugout. Maybe he had the same problem as me. Maybe he got stuck in the toilet as well.
That dodgy team curry's looking even more.
Well, I wasn't even here last night. But Ryan Patel is just sort of stood there in the dugout as Nicholls settles over his bat once more. Jordan Clark is around the wicket. Nicholls is forward, turns this one into the leg side. Elam does the fielding, moving round to his right, and there is no run. Tom Laws down below us at long leg. So Surrey here will look to put as much pressure as they can on Nicholls and Hose in this post-lunch period. Pitch, there's a little bit there, isn't there? There's good bounce, there's good carry. It's good pitch. It's good cricket wicket, this. As Jordan Clark, around the wicket he comes to Nicholls. Nicholls is forward, turns this one into the leg side. Elam gets round to do the fielding. Throw comes into Rory Burns, who I have to say was very tidy behind the sticks this morning.
Yeah. The thing about Rory Burns, I was going to say, if you haven't kept for a while, it will get harder as the day goes on, and the last session will be the worst. But he's used to playing long innings,
absolutely.
So
I think
no problem.
You see it with it was when Laurie Evans took the gloves for the T20. These lads are so talented that actually it'll be the standing up that'll do him. And if Worcestershire is still batting at stumps tonight and he's been out there all day, it was a little like when Jason Roy sort of played his first championship game in 5 years and was out there for 160 overs in the field. That was exhausting for him. Hose on strike to Clark for the first time. That one's coming back, and Adam Hose just shoulders arms. I saw Mr. Hose is 90 odd, was it, the other night in the T20?
Yeah, Trembridge played really well, didn't he? Yeah.
And he's made a bit of a name for himself in the Big Bash as well now, hasn't he?
Well, he has. It's finished that really now. I think he had. You know, he hasn't played in it for a couple of years now, but he did do pretty well in the Big Bash. Yeah.
Settles himself down over his
Still
bat.
wants to crack red ball cricket.
Good lad. Tall right-handed forward he goes solidly. Plays this one out towards Elam. In there at extra cover, and there is no runs. It's the end of the over. 71 for 3. Nicholls 28. Hose yet to get off the mark, and Ryan Patel is ready to come back on. So Tommy Elam's making his way off. He's been the busiest person out there today, as Tommy Elam still waiting to make his championship debut.
I reckon it's a plan. I really do. I reckon they're ganging up on him. Because it's not been the same person going off either.
No, not at all. Every time he's sat down and put his feet up, he's been out there doing a bit of 12 manning.
Matt Fisher coming back on at the New Road end. He picked up the first wicket to fall this morning. So the spin experiment has been abandoned for the time being. And it's Matt Fisher round the wicket to the left-handed Henry Nicholls. Bowls, and Nicholls is forward, pushes up to mid-off. I think it's bullying, the abuse of the 12th man by this Surrey group. Fagging, as they might have called it.
He's now able to put his orange tabard on, which he hasn't. He hasn't had his bib on all morning.
No, he hasn't. He can have a bit of lunch now and be as messy as he likes because he's got his bib on.
Thank you to Worcestershire County Cricket Club for a lovely roast lunch.
Yeah, roast lunch on Sunday. Yeah,
super.
Yeah, good. Glad you enjoyed it. I still don't think it's quite up to Oval standards, but a good effort. Fisher bowls. Nicholls turns on the leg side, and well, he's not discouraged. Not discouraged by one run out. He tries for another, and Jordan Clark's quick, and he hits the stumps with his throw, which he did before, but this time Hose responded quickly, and that was the difference. And that's not to point the finger at Cashes. The reason he didn't respond was because he had to be aware of the ball possibly flicking onto the stumps at the non-striker's end because it was driven back straight. It wasn't that time. they've had a word. I think Hose might just have said, listen mate, you've done one, don't do another. But anyway, they want to run positively. You've got to run positively. Got to keep the score ticking over, but maybe not quite that positively. They got away with that one. Nicholls has gone to 29, 72 for 3. Fisher in, bowls. Hose, inside edge, down to fine leg. Didn't know a huge amount about it. Very well fielded by Santner. Down at fine leg. Keeps them to 2. Good tumbling stop by the Kiwi. Former Worcestershire man.
I think Hose has played that pretty well, actually. The key thing to that was he kept the bat face somewhere near straight.
Yeah.
So it was off the inside edge. Yeah. He tried to work around that front pad, nipping back at him. He'd have been in a spot of bother there, but he's just, I think he's played that pretty well, actually.
Maybe did him a disservice, actually. He's probably more in control of it than I suggested. Ooh. Not much in control of this one, though. It bounces outside the off stump and then comes back quite sharply. I think after it passed the stumps, really, but went by around about sort of rib height. And we've said throughout that there's been good carry from this pitch. I think the groundsman Steve Manfield will be quite encouraged by what he's seen so far from this pitch as compared to the ones we've seen earlier in the year. Oh, that's a good one, that one. Just did come back quite sharply off the seam, which is not bad with the Kookaburra. Outside the off stump, this one, left alone by Hose. Kookaburra ball for this game being used. We're in the 32nd over. It's round about now that the Kookaburra tends to stop offering much in the way of movement in the air, certainly. If you're wondering why there's all this fuss about the Kookaburra, have a look at my Twitter page, my X page, at FrankWatson58. I've put a picture of the two balls alongside each other, and that's all you need to see, really. Just compare the seams and you'll see the difference as Hose plays this one off the back foot into the covers. And there's no run. That's the end of the over from Matt Fisher. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. His very tidy figures. Worcestershire, after that double setback just before lunch, 74 for 3.
Yeah. And again, Fisher there, that's that delivery where he just gets it to kick off a fairly good length. He's bowled nicely today as Matt Fisher. Jordan Clark with his headband. I've had it confirmed during the lunch break. This is the first outing of the headband, worn by Jordan Clark. Certainly adds to the mystique of Jordan Clark, the headband, as around the wicket he'll go to Nicholls, and Nicholls is in behind this one. Gets very deep in the crease, does Henry Nicholls. Turns that one into the leg side. Santner comes up to do the fielding. In there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Rory Burns just having a chat with Matt Fisher. The one change here for Burns is he's normally stood up at mid-off. So he can get to his bowlers, but he's having to do a bit of relay messaging here from keeper. Around the wicket goes Clark, and Nicholls just pulls him down to Tom Laws below us. At long leg, they'll pick up a single. It's got a bit brighter, actually. It was very cloudy this morning at the start of play, but those clouds have lifted a touch, I think. Who was that you were interviewing during the lunch break, Frank?
That was a chap called Mark Ashbourne,
right,
who's a local Worcestershire cricket fan. From Stourbridge, actually. Mark is visually impaired, but he raises a lot of money for charities associated with cricket.
As Hose takes a couple of paces down the pitch at Clark, so he bangs one in and goes straight over the top of Hose.
And he's got a couple of events coming up. One of them is on the 17th of October here at New Road as a dinner, where he's got 3 former Worcestershire Barbadians coming back: Hartley Lane, Ricky Elcock and Collis King. And they're going to speak at a dinner, and it's raising money for underprivileged South African cricketers, young cricketers.
Clark's in again. Hose again just takes a bit of a step down the pitch at him. He's a tall lad anyway, So just trying to take Clark off that length. He'll get a single into the offside. That's terrific, though.
So yeah, just doing a little interview which we're going to play out on BBC However Worcester during the week, in case people would like to get involved and come to the dinner, which I will give some details of now that you've raised it. I'll just get those details up and I'll be able to tell people about it.
Clark's into Nicholls, and Nicholls allows this one to pass on a length outside his off stump.
It's in October. I think it's Friday the 17th of October, and it will be here at New Road, 7:30 start. And the best way, if you want to go, is to call Mark directly. I'll give his mobile number out in a minute in case anybody's interested in that.
Nicholls waits again and allows this one to pass outside his off stump.
In case you don't catch the interview when it's on BBC However Worcester, end of the over by the way, 76 for 3. So Friday the 17th of October, £60 a person or $5.50 for a table of 10 here in the pavilion. It's 07506, Mark's number 07506 747 619, or just contact the club and they'll give you the details. But yeah, supporting that charity and also the Josh Baker Foundation, which is one that's close to our hearts here at New Road as well. End of the over, as I said, 76 for 3. Henry Nicholls is on 30. Adam Hose is on strike. And it's Matt Fisher over the wicket to Adam Hose, who is watchfully forward, walking into the shot and pushing out into the covers. And there's no runners. Laws does the fielding. I wonder if Nicholls will now, well, I'm sure he will feel responsibility to try and go on to something big, but maybe with the run out of Kashif. Not that he was particularly to blame, but that will have hurt him a little bit, and they will possibly feel an extra burden as Hose plays again out to the same fielder on the offside.
The problem with that run out as well was he was following Kashif back to the pavilion.
Yeah.
Sometimes with a run out, at least you can stay out in the middle and you don't have to face him for a while.
Absolutely.
But he was going to have to walk straight in the dressing room with him.
Yeah. I think Kashif's pretty phlegmatic.
Yeah.
Sort of character. Fisher again bowls. Hose lets that go outside the off stump. I'll repeat the quiz question because people will have joined us since lunch. I suppose that maybe weren't with us this morning. Bit of fun. I usually have a quiz question during the day. I've got another one for tomorrow, which is quite a good Surrey-based one. Surrey-based today as well. Not entirely serious. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? The most famous name, and there's a clue kind of in that. Fisher bowls, Hose plays defensively up to mid-off. I've had some right answers from Worcestershire and Surrey supporters. I'll give the right answer out just before tea time, and that's my quiz question for today. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? Twitter is the best way. X, as it is now called, at Frank Watson 58 is my handle, and get in touch with your answers to that question and anything else you'd like to say about the game or our coverage of it. Fisher bowls, Hose plays defensively back to him, and there's no run, and that's why I always say keep it clean, because if you think we're the world's worst commentators or we don't know what we're talking about, I wouldn't bother sending in a tweet. Just turn the sound off.
Yeah, there is that.
You can always do that, as I've said a few people in the past. Turn the sound off. Anyway,
it's always bad when it's a member of your family, though, isn't it? It's never a great sign.
I always say when I say goodbye to her in the morning, don't bother.
Yeah, it's never good.
Fisher in again. Bowls, Hose leaves outside the off stump. Burns takes. That's a very tidy over from Matt Fisher, who's been very, very tidy throughout. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10, his figures now. A reminder that the men out in the morning session were Gareth Roderick for 10, and then just before lunch in quick succession, Jake Libby for 28, and Kashif Ali without scoring. It is 76 for 3.
There is definitely something going on for Tommy Elam, because he was out there for that over because Mitch Santner wasn't on.
They're taking...
Poor Tommy. He'll be
it's bullying.
2'6" by the end of this. He just put his bib on. They want something else.
They are taking it in.
Yeah.
You'll have to find out, Church.
Well, here's Jordan Clark from the Diglis end around the wicket, and it's a short ball which Nicholls is turning off his hip. There is Santner to do the fielding. He's not even bothering putting his bib on now.
It is definitely a plan.
I don't blame him. I wouldn't be putting him on. Oh, he is going to put the bib on. But he'll probably be out there again in a minute.
They'll probably tell him, if you don't put your bib on, you're going to get fined. So you have to put your bib on. Oh dear.
Well, Seb Stewart-Reckling's doing a little bit of the duties now, with a drink being brought out for Tom Laws. Nicholls, 30 from 69 deliveries. Bar the run out, he hasn't looked in any trouble so far, as Clark is into him, and he's pushing this one down towards backward point, and Brown goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding, moving to his left hand side, and there is no run. Lovely atmosphere inside the ground today. A lot of Surrey spectators have made the trip here, as we were saying this morning. Lots of people having a wander around during the lunch break, stretching their legs, now settling themselves in for the afternoon session on day one, as Jordan Clark is into Nicholls. Nicholls forward, turning this one off the stumps from the Jordan Clark reaction, down into the leg side, and there is no run once again. So we saw a little bit of Will Jacks this morning. I think that was because there's a left-hander out there. Pretty sure at some point soon we'll be seeing a bit of Mitch Santner for the first time in terms of championship cricket, because of course he's been playing in the 2020 for Surrey and has been hugely impressive as Mitchell Santner. Nicholls bends the knees as Clark is in, and he's forward, playing this one back up the pitch. Will Jacks at first slip, Dom Sibley at second. All the players and the umpires with their black armbands on today after the sad news of the passing of David Sid Lawrence. And as we were all saying this morning, huge character, Sid Lawrence. As Jordan Clark is in, short one, Nicholls ducks underneath it, doesn't really get up that much actually, passes over his back, taken by Burns, moving away to his right hand side. Those 3 wickets for Surrey mean they picked up a bowling point in terms of the bonus points. Started this game, Surrey 10 points off Nottinghamshire in top spot. So I think actually Surrey, after those 7 games, sort of said to themselves, well, we're not in a bad spot here, we're only the 10 points behind. So Mitchell Santner's now been pushed out to deep backward square. Jordan Clark is in, and this one's left alone by Henry Nicholls. Outside is off stump. End of another Jordan Clark over. Another tidy over from Jordan Clark, a maiden. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9 for Jordan Clark. And you look at his figures again this season, and in the first game on a flat one at Chelmsford, none for 71. Then against Hampshire, 3 for 34 and 2 for 39, 1 for 89 against Sussex, 5 for 68 and 3 for 24 against Somerset, and then 1 for 92 against Warwickshire on a very flat one, 3 for 31 and 4 for 45 against Yorkshire, and 1 for 45 and 2 for 87 against Essex.
That Fisher in. Hose leaves this outside the off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, the weather, it's not as warm as it has been here at New Road. I came equipped with my fan, thought we'd need it. We haven't got aircon in the box here at New Road. Brought the fan down this morning and I haven't had to put it on actually, because it's nowhere near as sticky and humid as it has been in recent days, and it's we haven't had that much sunshine actually. It's bright, but cloud cover at the moment. Fisher is in and bowls, and Hose is taken on the inside thigh by this one. Nips back at him, runs out on the offside. Batting has been hard work today, as you would expect, with 76 for 3 off 35.2 overs. Sort of tells its own story, but it's been good to watch. It's been good, positive cricket from Surrey and good battling cricket from Worcestershire, who were well placed before they lost those 2 quick wickets just before lunch. Hose solidly forward to this one, plays back up the pitch to the bowler, but it's tough. And when you one of the things that has characterised the interviews that we've conducted with Worcestershire players during the Red Ball campaign this summer has been the fact that they don't complain, they don't moan. They say, well, it's Division 1, this is what you get, and if we want to compete in Division 1, we've got to get on with it. Simple as that, really. As Fisher bowls and Hose plays out on the onside. They finished 6th last year, which is the highest finish they've ever had since there were 2 divisions, and my argument is that Division 1 has been strengthened by the addition of the 2 promoted teams, Yorkshire and Sussex. Unlike in football, where the promoted teams tend to struggle, Yorkshire have struggled a bit, but Sussex they're a reborn unit, I think, and they've come up and done really well. So it's a tougher division, if anything, than it was last year. Fisher in again, bowls. Hose plays out on the offside. Again, there's no run, and I don't have the figures, but I'm pretty sure that Worcestershire have got the smallest budget, and therefore they've overachieved last year, and they've got to overachieve again this year. They're finding it hard. It's been a struggle. The pitches here haven't helped, but what you don't find is the players saying, well, we can't do this, we can't do that, etc., because they know this is it. We're in Division 1. If you want to play in Division 1 and play against the best sides, then you've got to just knuckle down, prove your worth. Fisher in, bowls, Hose forward, steers this behind square on the offside. There's no run. It's another very, very good over from Matt Fisher. Another maiden, in fact. His figures now 9 overs, 5 maidens, I think. 1 for 10, indeed. And that tells its own story, doesn't it? 5 maidens, 1 for 10. He's hardly given anybody anything to hit, and he's nagging away, and batting continues to be very hard work. But what I will say, finally, is there's nowhere near as much playing and missing today as there's been in the previous games, which again probably tells us a bit better, a slightly better pitch, and maybe the Kookaburra is doing a little bit less sideways.
Jordan Clark from the Diglis end to Nicholls, who's playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no well, unlike the Surrey fielders this morning, at least Rory Burns at the moment has got control from both ends.
Yes,
because he's got Fisher keeping it very tight at one end and Jordan Clark keeping it very tight at the other, and you can just feel the pressure build on the Worcestershire batsman at the moment, as Jordan Clark is in and Nicholls shout for LBW, just trying to work around that front pad. That potters away into the offside, and there's no run. Down Morrell and Cameron Still sat down by the boundary rope to our left having a watch. Dan Morrell being rested for this one. Next up for Surrey is Durham back in South London. But it seems a while ago, as I was saying, that Surrey and Worcestershire were playing championship cricket, as driving is Nicholls. That's off a thick inside edge, taking on the left hand of Sam Kerr, and he's through for the single. I tell you what, Nicholls is keeping everybody on their toes today. Hose, though, responded to the call straight away, and they're through for one more. And that will move Nicholls on to 31, 77 for 3. Actually, in these situations, singles are very, very important.
I think that this is it. I mean, you could argue, and there will be people watching and listening who think, well, you've had a run out, what on earth are you doing scampering that one when there was another throw that hit the stumps? But that's exactly it, and that's been a Worcestershire policy this season in every game.
Over the wicket now goes Clark to the right-handed hose. That's a beauty. Bounces, beats the edge, and taken by Burns away to his right-hand side. That's a lovely bit of bowling from Jordan Clark. Well, two things with that. It keeps the scoreboard moving, and you've got a left and right-hand combination out there.
Yeah.
Although Hose won't thank Nicholls for that if he gets any more of these from Jordan Clark, because that is unplayable. And Hose actually nodded at Jordan Clark after that ball,
as they do,
whistled past his outside edge. Jordan Clark is in once more. Hose is walking down the pitch at him, and he beats him again on the outside. Didn't nod at him this time. Jordan Clark, I didn't think, nodded back anyway. He just turned and started marching back to the top of his run. But Hose is trying to get out there to that length, taking a little couple of paces down the pitch, but again it just beats the edge, and Hose on that occasion just turned his back on Jordan Clark and didn't even look. It was quite a good bit of byplay yesterday with Ollie Pope, as forward goes Hose, playing this one down into the offside, and there's no run. I can't remember who the bowler was, but he tried to play an uppercut over the keeper and ended up sitting down. Didn't get anything on it, and whoever the bowler was, you could see him saying to him, do you want me to take a photo of that? Really getting into him. So you want me to take a photo and do like camera clicks at Ollie Pope?
Well, I think I don't know whether you can't quantify this, so I can only say it's an opinion, but having talked to quite a few players and been in fairly close contact with the game at this level for a few years, I think there's probably less chirping and sledging, as they call it, around the wicket. Fisher to Nicholls, who turns this on the leg side, no run, than there is in league cricket. In my experience in recent years, league cricket is where the worst of it happens. And I know some of the pros who go and play in league cricket, and they say, goodness me, what on earth is going on here? It's whether they think it's like that in first class or not, I don't know. I think there's a lot more respect between professionals than perhaps some people realise, and I'm not saying there isn't any, and there aren't some characters who try and wind people up, but it's nowhere near as widespread as it is in league cricket. And Nicholls has gone. Beautiful bit of bowling from Fisher. He's got his man round the wicket, had to play it outside off stump, pushed at it, little tickle. Rory Burns takes the catch. Really good from Fisher. We just talked about how he's been naggingly accurate. He's bowled 5 maidens in. He's in his 10th over. He's picked up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 10. Beautiful bowling. And Nicholls didn't really do much wrong. I think he's played pretty well. Just having a look at the replay now, round the wicket, and he's got to play it, and it's a really good bit of bowling, and absolutely no question about it. He's on his way, Nicholls. He's got another start and not gone on, but I'm not attaching any blame to him, particularly because that was a good one. He had to play it, and he's on his way. 77 for 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of bowling from Fisher, and he's getting his rewards today. He's Matt Fisher. It was always going to happen at some point. And Nicholls departs, and Surrey have 4 now. 77 for 4. Yeah, the other thing with that as well, I think, Frank, is with all the franchise cricket now, a lot of these players, when they go head-to-head in Championship cricket, have been playing in the same franchise overseas, so they all get to know each other. So I think that's got quite a bit to do with it.
I just think it's respect.
Yeah,
I mean, you earn your spurs, don't you? I think you get, you might get a bit when you're new into the game and you've got to prove yourself, but you earn your spurs, and once you've earned them, I think then you probably. And
it doesn't make much difference anyway, unless it's really clever.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't make the blindest bit of difference.
No.
It really doesn't.
No, well, it certainly doesn't to a player. I mean, we were talking about Adam Hose. I mean, you know, been around the world, played with a lot of people in various franchises, and it's water off a duck's back, absolutely. Ethan Brooks is the new batsman, who is a young man, who's fairly new to this level of cricket, making his way in the game, and has quite quickly become quite an important member of this side. Fisher bowls, and Brooks lets that go outside the off stump. Travelled down from Warwickshire to join Worcestershire last season, and he has pretty quickly established himself in the side, both in white and red ball cricket, especially white ball cricket, where he is a prodigiously talented, innovative batter and brilliant fielder, useful occasional pace-off medium pacer, but he's increasingly become an important member of the red ball side. Got his first-class 100 for Worcestershire against Hampshire last year. Lets this go outside the off stump, and has caught the eye with a few good performances this season as well, but he's probably a bit fed up with coming in situations like this, and would like to come in when the score's 200 for 4 rather than 77 for 4, but an opportunity for him. Recently signed a new 3-year contract, which was good news.
Very wise.
Yeah, from Worcestershire's point of view. Fisher bowls outside the off stump, and he lets that go. Brother Henry plays for Middlesex, of course, both former Warwickshire players, as indeed was Adam Hose, the non-striker.
Well, they look very similar from this distance, don't they?
Yeah, Brooks a little
taller,
a little bit, perhaps a little bit broader in the shoulders. But Brooks, a very innovative batter. He'll play a reverse sweep as easily as he'll play a conventional sweep. Fisher bowls, and he flicks this one down the leg side, and he gets 4. Slight error in line from Fisher. He's hardly bowled a bad ball. Brooks just moved across his stumps, little flick on it, down to fine leg for 4. So the sequence of maidens is broken, but that won't bother Matt Fisher because he's picked up his second wicket. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 14. Jordan Clark at the other end, equally miserly, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. Runs are not easy to come by, and Worcestershire, who at one stage was 70 for 1, are 81 for 4.
We've been out there nigh on 7 overs since lunch, and that's 11 for 1.
Yeah,
since lunch, so it's been very tight stuff again from Surrey. As Adam Hose waits for Jordan Clark, and Hose gets a ball that bounces on him. He rides the bounce, plays it down towards backward point. There's Tom Laws doing the fielding, and there's no run. Tommy Elam must think it's Christmas at the moment.
Yeah,
he hasn't been asked out there for at least 2 overs. Might just be starting to relax in that dugout now.
They'll let her out there again.
They will. Dan Worrell's using a football as a pillow, very sensibly, down to our left. He looks very comfy down there watching away. As Clark is in, and that short Hose is pulling. He's not in control of that, but I think it has gone all the way, as Frank says, for 6, because it's not the longest boundary. Now, he wasn't completely in control of that, and I'm not sure it's exactly where he was intending, but with that short boundary, that has gone away for 6. So Hose moves on to 9, and Worcestershire move on to 87 for 4. Matt Fisher would have been thinking, not again. He had one of those this morning where he actually did take the catch over the boundary rope. Hose waits as Clark is into him. Oh, now he's padding up. Big shout, gone LBW. Oh, if you pad up, you bring the umpire into play. No shot at all offered from Hose. Nipping it back was Jordan Clark. And as Frank Watson says, Hose just walked off. I think he knew straight away he was in all sorts of bother. Yeah, that's bang in front. And Surrey have a second one after lunch. Hose has gone LBW for 9, and Worcestershire are 87 for 5.
Yeah, well, It's just a horrible error of judgment, isn't it, from Adam Hose? Leaving the ball is important, and I'm always saying this. Leaving the ball is important. Being able to leave it. The people that have made scores on this ground this season have been players who have left the ball with great judgment. But the trouble is that you can't always, these days, with Wobbleston particularly, you can't always leave the ball confidently. And there was a time where you'd look at a bowler's grip and you'd see if he was going to bowl an off-cutter or whichever way it was going, you'd be pretty confident that you were going to leave it and it would go one way. But you talk to the bowlers now, they've learned different ways of bowling the seamer, and they can nip it back, they can bowl it, and they don't know if it's going to go in or out. And if that happens, then I'm not saying this is exactly what happened with Hose, but if that happens, leaving it becomes very difficult. Basically, on that occasion, Hose has maybe expected it to bounce a bit more, I don't know, but he gave himself out. He's left it, it's come back in, it's hit him maybe just outside the line, but he knew he was playing no shot, and he's almost taken the judgment away from the umpire, started to walk himself. So Worcestershire have slumped, not for the first time this season, from a promising position, 70 for 1 to 87 for 5, and Matthew Waite is the new batsman.
He is, and his first ball from Jordan Clark, good shot, straight back down the ground. That's a nice start from Matthew Waite, and Dan Lawrence gives chase, we'll get it inside the boundary rope, so Waite's off the mark with a couple of runs, and 89 for 5 Worcestershire. Matthew Waite goes for a bit of a wander towards square leg, but yes, if you're just joining us again after lunch, Henry Nicholls was caught behind off the bowling of Matt Fisher for 31, and Adam Hose has gone in this over LBW to Clark for 9 as Clark is into Waite, and again nicely played by Waite. And Tonwalls has dived straight over the top of this, coming round from backward point. They'll pick up a couple, so Waite moves on to 4, and Worcestershire move on to 91 for 5. But Surrey been very, very good again today. Haven't given Worcestershire very much in terms of anything to go after today. There's just been a build-up of pressure. Clark is in, and Waite, he's beaten all ends up. Ends up walking towards Jordan Clark there. Does Matthew Waite? You don't want too many of those today. And that beats the outside edge. So good over again from Jordan Clark. Yes, he did go for 6, but the very next ball he gets Adam Hose, LBW for 9. And Worcestershire 91 for 5.
Well, if Matthew Waite and Ethan Brooks bat for any length of time, then the scoreboard will move along at a reasonable rate, because they don't know how to bat without scoring runs, I would say, particularly Waite, who puts bat to ball. I don't mean he'll be going after the bowling either, I just mean that he's one of those batters that just tends to put bat to ball with purpose. Brooks pushes this one out square on the offside, and that will be interesting, particularly against Fisher, who's hardly bowled a bad ball. But they've just been so good, the Surrey seamers, and even when Worcestershire were going along quite nicely, you just felt that we even said it, it's not hindsight, we even said it, just this could change so quickly, and it did just before lunch. Mark was saying that it might even be after lunch, but it was just before lunch, those 2 wickets going down, and it's allowed them to really seize the initiative. Fisher bowls outside the off stump, left alone and taken by Burns. So it's been very good. I was just going to say, looking down this list with Brett D'Oliveira, blame my wife for that, she's always doing that. Brett D'Oliveira being out of this side, I'm looking down that list, that is a Worcestershire side that has no homegrown players in it. Not one player in this Worcestershire side has come through the ranks here at New Road, and I think that's a first for a long time anyway, as this one is played by Brooks up to mid on. You've got Roderick, who came from Gloucestershire, Libby from Notts, Nicholls overseas, Kashif from Saka, South Asian Cricket Academy. Hose came from Warwickshire, as did Brooks. Waite came from Yorkshire. Taylor from Northants via Leicester and Derby. Allison from Essex, Singh from Notts, and Duffy a Kiwi. So there you go. Very, very much a kind of commentary on Worcestershire. I could easily look at the other games going on and name 11 Worcestershire players that are playing elsewhere, as this one is outside the off stump from Fisher and taken by the wicketkeeper Burns. You could probably name a side of players almost in Division 1 that did come through here at Worcestershire before moving elsewhere, but this 11 for Worcestershire, and it's a commentary on the modern game, I suppose. Not one that has come through here, which is a bit sad really, as Matt Fisher over the wicket comes in and bowls. Ooh, nasty one, bounced a bit on Brooks, played it well actually. He was leaning forward and then he had to adjust late and just lift the bat up, and maybe beginning to see, dare I say, the effect of the heavy roller wearing off and the bit of the bounce, the up and down nature of the bounce that we've seen in previous games here at New Road.
And it's also, I mentioned it earlier this morning, that Fisher does have that in him.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, absolutely. He's in again and bowls, and that's well left outside the off stump by Ethan Brooks. End of the over, 91 for 5. Matt Fisher, 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 14, has a very efficient run-up, action, etc. follow through the whole lot. Very efficient. He's a tall lad, doesn't run overly far, gets into a nice rhythm and hits the deck quite hard, but you look at it and you just think, some bowlers appear to strive to get to the wicket, some bowlers are very smooth, whatever. It just looks right for Fisher. He looks very efficient, it's quite long striding, hits the crease quite hard, but nothing is wasted.
Jordan Clark comes charging in, and that's driven all uppishly, and I think Santner has got something on that. Waite driving at that, and just from the reaction, I think that may have been a chance for Santner. It struck firmly, but he's in pretty close there at short extra, and just from the reaction, I think that was a chance for Santner. It'd have been a great catch. And
that's what I mean about the way Waite plays. That's exactly what I mean. It's not reckless, but he doesn't like to be dictated to.
Likes to see his score go round.
Yeah, I think so.
As Clark is in, and this one's played pretty solidly by Brooks, straight back up the pitch.
Incidentally, if you're watching the stream, it looks really dark. It's not. It's the opposite of usual when it's on TV. It's not actually that dark. It's not bright sunshine, but it's not bad light by any means. And it looks better away to the west, a bit brighter to the west. That's where it comes from.
Of course, no floodlights either here at New Road. We've had quite a bit of floodlit afternoon cricket in the Championship at Kia Oval this year, as this one's pushed into the offside by Brooks.
No, I think
no run.
I don't think there'll ever be floodlights here at New Road.
No.
I think it's partly to do with the floods, etc., and the expense, but it's also to do with the cathedral and planning permission, and I don't think they'd get planning permission.
No. But there's been a few occasions, and then of course we've been blessed with glorious weather as well so far this summer, as Clark is in, Brooks is forward, playing this one down off a thickish edge. Round goes Laws to do the fielding. In there at a deepish backward point, and there's no run.
There is nothing to hit here, is there?
No, they don't give you anything when they're in this sort of mood. And since lunch it's been Clark and Fisher. You'll get through that, and then you might get a bit more of Sam Curran and Nathan Smith, or a bit of possibly Mitchell Santner. It is constant. As forward goes Brooks, plays this one from Clark back up the pitch, and then you might get a a bit of Tom Laws, and then Will Jacks will come on and have a bowl. So, but it's the way they've won these 3 championships in a row. They've found a way to pick up 20 wickets.
Yeah.
Although they've struggled to do that in the away games in that first block of 7 games this season. Jordan Clark is over the wicket, and forward goes the right-handed Brooks, looking to work that leg side, I think. Oh my word, here comes Tommy Elam. This time it's Nathan Smith. So Nathan Smith, I think Elam there got 3 overs in the dugout, and now Nathan Smith's off.
Yeah, poor, they're giving him a hard time.
He's done some miles.
Just going back to the Surrey attack and the fact that the pitches away from home in the games that Surrey have played have been as flat as they can possibly be prepared. To an extent, you can understand why the other teams are doing it. I think it's probably one of those things where, as the big boys and the champions, you've got to accept it, because they're entitled to do whatever they can to try and give themselves the best chance of getting something out of the game. This one outside the off stump from Fisher, left alone by Waite. I mean, it doesn't lend itself to good cricket, as it were, and it's not great for the spectators, but it's a hard-nosed league, and you are entitled to within the boundaries of fair play, the laws of the game, etc., to do whatever you can.
Oh, absolutely, and Surrey were expecting it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Fisher in, bowls, and Waite drives, and that's exactly what I mean about the way that he is positive in his cricket, and he's driven it straight down the ground for 4. So probably as good a shot as anybody's played against Matt Fisher all day, and Waite picks up a boundary.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of batting.
Goes to 9, 96 for 5. And just as I was saying that the little boys can't complain about the big boys, so the big boys can't complain about the little boys. You just got to say we're in the same league, and this is what we've got to do, and that's all there is to it, really. Fisher again bowls, and Waite is again getting runs down to 3rd man this time. It'll be 2 well chased, and a combination of fielders keeping the score down to 2. Lawrence chasing it and flicking it back, and Patel having accompanied him down there, I think. Was it Lawrence? Santner. Oh, of course it was.
Yep.
From backward point. Yeah, Patel had gone down. Joined him. Good from Patel, because he saw Santner chasing it and thought, well, if he doesn't stop it, if he stops it, he won't be able to throw it straight away. I'll go after him, and he did. Team fielding. Waite walking across his stumps. I think he got an inside. No, he didn't. He's going to get a leg by, but walked across his stumps a little bit, and that one took him on the pad and went away on the leg side for a single. Nigel Long, one of the few umpires who signals leg by with a straight leg, like a tiller girl in the early stages of her movement. Most umpires just bend the knee and touch.
Do you think he's ever been compared to
I doubt
a tiller girl? That may be a first as well.
It might be, but you know what I mean, don't you?
I know exactly what you mean. Very good description.
The best umpire in the world is here today.
Mr. Gould?
No, Richard Illingworth, voted International Umpire of the Year 3 years running now, I think. This one outside the off stump, left alone.
Really?
Outside the off stump by Brooks, taken by Burns. He's in it's the Worcestershire Old Players' Day today, so he's up in the hospitality suite having his lunch and whatever. Richard Illingworth still lives in the same house he lived in when he played for Worcestershire all those years ago.
Really? Now
travels the world.
Well, Gunnar Gould's here as well. Saw him this morning wandering around the place.
Right. What's he doing here then?
I have no idea. Maybe he's come to see Richard Illingworth.
Yes. Well, he wouldn't be at the Old Players' Day for Worcestershire.
He probably would be knowing Gunnar.
Outside the off stump, this one from Fisher. End of his over. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 20s. It's damaged desperately in that over by Waite, taking 6 runs from 2 deliveries. Worcestershire 99 for 5 at the end of the 42nd over. So We've still got 22 to go till tea. I wonder if they'll last that long.
Well, Tommy Elam was coming off, but now Jordan Clark's going off at the end of a terrific spell after lunch. Nathan Smith's back on, so Tommy Elam is still on there. And
we should have started to keep a record.
Yeah, well, I think this is at least the 7th time he's been out there. So Nathan Smith back on and straight into the attack from the Diglis end, and he's greeted with a cut shot firmly played by Waite, and what a bit of work that is from Santa in there at short extra cover. That was travelling.
Waite hit that, and he must have thought, I'm not running for that, and he was quite right. He wasn't running.
Great bit of work from Santa.
Quite close there.
He is very close. I think that's because Waite, as you were saying, he's very positive, goes quite hard at the ball.
Yeah, he does.
And if he
can hit, he can whack it too. He can really whack it.
Smith, right arm over the wicket he comes to Waite, and Waite just turns him into the leg side. That will bring up the 100 for Worcestershire. So the 100 comes up, 100 for 5. After winning the toss and batting first this morning, Brooks on 4, Waite on 12. Roderick was the first to go, LBW to Fisher for 10, then Libby was bowled by Jordan Clark for 28. Kashifali was run out without scoring just before lunch. Nicholls after lunch caught behind off Fisher for 31, and Hose LBW to Jordan Clark for 9. Smith in. And forward goes Brooks, turning this away in the leg side, and Tommy Elam's going to have to do some fielding. So he does actually at least get to do a bit of fielding, and 2 more to the total.
Smith, of course, knows both these batters quite well, and he will know about Waite because he played in the game at Edgbaston in T20 last year where Waite hit George Garton's last over for 34. 5 sixes and a 4. And I think Dan Lawrence hit Josh Baker for 34 here 2 years ago for Essex as well.
Over the wicket comes Smith, solidly forward.
That was in a red ball game, I think it was. It was here for Essex against Worcestershire 2 years ago, I think.
That was a very solid shot from Brooks. Got a good stride in there, pushing forward. Smith goes marching back towards the Basil D'Oliveira stand with the big white sheet. As turning once again, here's Smith. Over the wicket he comes, and Brooks is forward, playing this one off a good length. I remember a game here quite a few years ago now that I was commentating on where it rained and the weather was horrible, and then when we did finally get out there, the late great Graham Thorpe was batting,
right,
and he stopped the game and the sun had come out and it was reflecting off the white sheet.
Right.
So,
which was wet. Presumably.
Yeah, long delay to get the side screens wheeled over.
Right. Goodness me.
Yeah. As in over the wicket comes Smith. Outside edge dropped by Ryan Patel. Looking to cut was Brooks. That's flown at Ryan Patel. Got both hands to it and down it goes. So that's a life for Brooks. But it did fly at Ryan Patel, but got both hands to it and down it goes. So life for Brooks, end of the over, 102 for 5 Worcestershire.
Yeah, interesting one that. Nathan Smith stalked away down to Longloaf, a bit fed up. He's had 2 put down now, kind of, with the Libby one very early on. He's been a bit unlucky, but it's interesting one I always think when something like that happens. Mitchell Santner's coming on, by the way, so a different kind of test now for the Worcestershire batters lies ahead. But if that delivery ball exactly the same as that by Smith with a white ball, and Brooks is throwing everything at it and trying to whack it for 6 over backward point, given the situation here, he's kind of not in that frame of mind, but sees the ball is there to hit and thinks, I'll go for it, and doesn't quite give it everything. And it was almost like Nicks before the game, wasn't it? The sort of catch that was offered. But Ryan Patel was very close, so he's not there for that, really.
Yeah, it just hit him,
to get
really.
2 hands to it, almost.
But just to say, so across the way, is that where the school play was?
King's School.
King's School. So
yeah.
it was
There's 2 schools in Worcester, Royal Grammar School, that play at the other end of town, and that's King's School.
Right. So it's about a 45-minute delay as the sight screen was wheeled across, wheeled over, put in front of the sheet, and then guess what happened? It started raining again, and we all went off.
Wow.
Yeah, but I remember Graham Thorpe settled over his bat, and he was almost apologetic because we'd been waiting so long to get back out there, and then just said, I can't because the sun is just reflecting off the sheet.
Right, here's Mitchell Santner. And he's in, and he bowls, and his first ball is short, and it's whacked away for 4 by Matthew Waite. Bit of a loosener from Santner. He'll soon put that right, I'm sure. Always fascinated watching Santner bowl because it's quite an unusual action for a left-arm spinner. Drops the front arm very early, a lot of body in it. Norman Gifford, former England, Worcestershire, Warwickshire left-arm spinner, who's here today at the Old Players' Day. He and I used to often talk about this. Santner is in again and bowls, and Waite watches it, plays it defensively, and we used to call him the one-arm bowler almost, but only not in any way meant derogatorily, because he's brilliant, and we loved having him here at Worcester as well. But it is it's got a lot of body in it, and there he is. He bowls, and it's short again, and Waite isn't going to miss out on that, and whacks it away for 4 more. This is Matthew Waite.
Well,
all over.
Good.
It's just the way that he plays. He can't really occupy the crease without scoring quickly. Well, he can. He did it at Taunton on the last day this year when they had that epic saving of the game where Worcestershire batted 120 overs in the last innings to save it. But generally speaking, it tends to be the way. 20 off 13 in these circumstances is ridiculous. 110 for 5.
But it's almost what Worcestershire needed at this point. Just get the scoreboard moving.
Yeah. Can he keep it going? Santner bowls fairly quickly. Played by Waite up to mid-on.
The thing I've noticed about Santner is his control and change of pace and everything is unbelievable, but especially in the T20s.
He's in now, bowls, and Waite is watching this one and playing defensively out on the offside.
But with that action, if anyone premeditates anything, it's
can
almost like, right, I can see what you're doing, I'm going to wait a second and then I'll bowl it. So he is a very clever bowler.
Probably Worcestershire's best player in the T20s last season. He's in now and bowls, and that one is outside the off stump, pushed out on the offside by Waite. So a couple of boundaries in the over, but he's a top class performer, Mitchell Santner, and held in very high regard here at New Road, I can tell you that. 110 for 5 at the end of the over. Brooks is 6, Waite is 20, and Worcestershire are under a lot of pressure.
Well, Nathan Smith will continue. Of course, Santner now New Zealand's one-day captain. Took them to the final of the Champions Trophy earlier in the year. Brooks on strike as over the wicket goes Smith to him. That one nips back and he's made to look uncomfortable as he drops that down into the leg side. He'll get a single. So 1 more to the total. 111 for 5.
Steve Shipcott's been in touch. He says, I haven't got a clue about your quiz question. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? You'll love it when you hear the answer.
It's a great answer.
I hope people aren't going to start throwing things at the TV or something. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? He says, I haven't got a clue, but tell Mark I heartily approve of his return to letter writing, and if I can think of something, I hope to write sometime.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. As pushing off the back foot here is Waite.
Just to repeat again, if you want to have a go at it, who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? At Frank Watson 58 is my handle on Twitter or X, and it's only a bit of fun. Don't get cross.
It took me a while this morning.
Yeah, but you got it though.
You got there in the end.
You did.
Yeah, got there in the end. Bradders and I were having a go. As you can imagine, with Bradders, there were some extraordinary answers coming through. As over the wicket once again goes Smith, then forward comes Waite, and plays it into the offside. Waite's 20 not out from 17 deliveries, and yes, Worcestershire needed to just get the scoreboard moving a touch, and Waite is doing that at the moment and doing it very well. 111 for 5 Worcestershire. as Smith comes in over the wicket and forward goes Waite, playing this one out into the offside. So yeah, it's what we were talking about really. Jordan Clark comes out the attack, Nathan Smith comes into the attack.
Yeah,
it never stops. But Waite has done a good job here. What he's got to do is keep going.
I think Nathan Smith would have been, there's every chance that he would have been back here at New Road this year.
He's in again. Waits forward, pushing away into the offside. Santler does the fielding.
He enjoyed it here last year. He bowled well. Worcestershire enjoyed having him, and I think there was every intention that he was going to come back until Surrey came in and made him an offer that was, probably, I think it's obviously more lucrative, and it would be foolish for him to turn it down. And I don't think anybody within the game has any problem with that at all, because cricketers have, it's a fragile career if you're a fast bowler, and it's a short career. You've got to do what you can.
He's in, and Waite will want a quick single. There isn't one there though. Pushed it into the leg side, and then was thinking about going, but Lawrence was quickly up, and he sent Brooks back. End of the over from Smith. Absolutely, and it's a short shelf life in many ways. And as you say, if you got injured, then
that's it.
You're out. So I would never blame any player for doing what Smith's done at all. And that doesn't take anything away from how much he loved it here.
No, exactly. And anybody who has any kind of understanding of it, I think, probably takes that view. Which is why, when Ethan Brooks signed a 3-year contract this week as a young man who might be on the cusp of opportunities around the world, perhaps, there was a lot of celebration. 111 for 5. Santner round the wicket to Brooks, who plays defensively back at the pitch. Now Brooks loves a sweep, absolutely loves a sweep on either side, so it'll be interesting to see whether he takes it on against Santner, and whether that ability to change his mind at the very last minute from the bowler is brought into play. Won't happen this time, as Brooks drives nicely wide of extra cover for a single.
Gone are the days of Ricky Clark's 375-year deal at Warwickshire. There aren't many of those knocking around anymore, are there?
Not unless you play for Chelsea.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah.
112 for 5. Just final on the quiz question, because I don't want people to think, when I say it's a bit light-hearted, it is a proper answer.
It is.
It is a proper answer. As Santner bowls, and Waite gets a single off the back foot this time, just pushes that one out. It's a little bit slower, plays it square on the offside. So who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? It is a proper answer, but it's not it's a fairly light-hearted question, but it's a proper answer. Okay, 113 for 5 at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you want to have a go at that, and I'll give the answer just before tea, which is under 20 overs away now. This one pushed out into the offside by Brooks, and there's no run. 113 for 5. Santner again bowls, and Brooks is forward. Gets well forward, Brooks, and then bends that front knee and plays it quite nicely out on the offside. He's not gone for the sweep yet, Brooks, on either side. Does enjoy it. Last ball of the over from Santner. He's in, and Brooks on the back foot. Plays that down defensively to short leg, and that's the end of the over. Just 2 runs came from it. The men out, if you're just joining us, for Worcestershire: Roderick for 10, Libby for 28, Kashif without scoring, and since lunch, Henry Nicholls for 31, Adam Hose for 9, and the best bowler probably amongst some very good bowlers has been Matt Fisher, 2 for 20 from 12 for him, but Jordan Clark probably not far behind, 2 for 21 from 11, and runs have been hard to come by. 113 for 5.
Just to say, in the test match, Harry Brook out for 99.
Oh no.
So 398 for 7 England. As here is Nathan Smith nipping one back. Shout for LBW. I think there may have been a little bit of bat on that. and Waite got himself forward. Good pace again from Smith.
Dusty Dave's got the answer.
Well done, Dusty Dave.
But he obviously knows. He just knows. If you know, you know.
You do.
Yeah.
Any clues there?
Maybe should we give a clue in a bit?
Yep.
I'll try and think.
I've got one in my head.
Okay. I'll let you do it.
It might not work. As Smith is over the wicket and waits forward, playing this one into the offside. In the Championship elsewhere, Sussex are 140 for 3 against Durham. Essex are 149 for 4 against Hampshire. Nottinghamshire, the leaders, are 135 for 2 against Yorkshire. Somerset, nice start, 112 without loss. Look, because Somerset,
ex-Worcestershire player got some runs, hasn't it?
Yeah, but they've been trying to find an opening pair all season, really, and it's Kohler, Cadmore and Davey. As in over the wicket goes Smith, and
pushed. Tom Banton didn't do a bad job against Worcestershire.
Yes, of course.
But Archie Vaughan was tried, wasn't he, at the top of the order?
Well,
Kohler, Cadmore, ex-Worcestershire, not open. Pretty much opens in white ball cricket, I think, from time to time at various
it's the other one
around the world. But
Josh Davey again.
Josh Davey,
41 not out. He
man
is.
For all seasons.
Indeed.
Skipper of the seconds in the T20 here a couple of weeks ago.
Was he? That's remarkable, isn't it? Smith is in, and forward goes Waite. Will get a single. As round comes Tom Laws to do the fielding. Well, it sort of started when Sean Dixon got injured in the game against Surrey very early on, and in the second innings Davey came out then, and he's been doing it ever since. So it may be a whole new career for him.
Could be, couldn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
Strange things happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
As Brooks comes back on to strike. Smith into Brooks. Brooks drives up towards a wideish mid-off, and there's no run in Division 2. Gloucestershire are 92 for 3 against Derbyshire. Kent are 105 for 2 against Lancashire. Glamorgan 163 for 2 against Leicestershire. And Middlesex are 187 for 6 at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. Well, it's like Paul Walter as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's doing a terrific job.
He can do anything. He's just on a new contract and good for Essex.
Smith is in, and forward again goes Brooks. Plays this one to Santner in there at short extra cover. Now Tommy Elam might get a break, but don't. I reckon he's going to get to the boundary, and then someone else will want to come off. So Jordan Clark's back. So how long will Tommy Elam get his feet up for in the dugout this time, I wonder?
The busiest 12th man since the 12th man were invented. 114 for 5 at a cloudy New Road. Comfortable temperature today, but far less than it has been in recent days. And Mitchell Santner to continue from the New Road end. He's got a slip and a short leg under the helmet. He's got a backward point, cover mid-off, man out at deep mid-wicket and short mid-wicket and a mid-on. He's in now. He's got a man on the drive at short extra as well. Waite just pushes this on the offside. This is a field that he knows exactly what he wants, exactly who he wants where. He's a tremendously experienced cricketer and a really, really top operator. Bowls now, and Waite is forward, pushing it out on the onside. No signs of any extravagant turn yet for the spinners, and we did see that even on day one when Harmer bowled with the Kookaburra in the game against Essex. So no real sign of that yet. He bowls again now, and Waite is on the back foot playing that defensively. And there's almost a delay, isn't there, with Santner? He gets into his delivery, he lands that front foot, drops the front arm down, and then it's almost a delay, and then the left arm comes through with a lot of body involved in the action, but it works beautifully for him. And Waite just drives this next one back up the pitch.
Well, he's obviously an intelligent man anyway, but his cricketing brain is right up there.
Yeah. Vittori-esque in many ways, you could say. And he's in again now. Very straight approach. Bowls, and weight is taken on the pad, but that one I think probably just going on down, having gone on with the arm a little bit. And there was an appeal, but you could almost tell even from Santner that it wasn't entirely
Yes, it was
confident.
more of an apology than an appeal, wasn't it?
Yeah, going on down, exactly as I guessed, I think. And Santner bowls again, and Waite drives back up the pitch. That's the end of a maiden over for Mitchell Santner, and Waite doesn't like playing out maidens generally. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. They've becalmed a little bit, but these two have at least just restored a little bit of control out there after the loss of those 3 wickets in fairly quick succession. 4, in fact, in fairly quick succession. Worcestershire 114 for 5.
Yeah, well, they'd lost 17 for 4 at one point. They've added 27, these two. Nathan Smith's going to come in once again from the Diglis end. He's still got Santner catching at short extra cover. Brooks on strike. Smith is in 2 Brooks, and Brooks turns off his hip, wants a single, gets a single, as Jordan Clark needs to come round to his left. So would you like a clue for your quiz question?
Go on.
Okay, so what the question is, Frank?
The question is, who is the most famous name ever to play for Surrey?
And the clue I've thought of is they might have been part of an all-conquering Surrey side.
Yeah.
There we are. There's a clue. There's a clue for you.
Okay.
Smith. Over the wicket he comes to Waite. Waite's in behind this one. Plays it into the offside. And there is no run as Santner comes up to do the fielding. The gentleman away to our right. And I think he's in Surrey cap. Surrey short sleeve sweater. Striped shirt and tie. In the crowd. Very nice setup that. As Smith in over the wicket, and this is pushed by the right-handed Waite up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I can never forget sitting here though when Mornay Morkel hit that boundary in 2018 to secure the championship for Surrey. And of course I was here for... Have they put the Chantry gold statue up yet? It's about time.
Chantry's
that
match
was extraordinary game of cricket.
It was. And it's gone into the annals as Chantry's match, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. This is pushed off the back foot by Waite up towards mid-off, and there's no run. As it was going on, you thought this is going to have to stop in a minute, surely. Yeah. And then the ball kept going further and further back.
And then you realise, don't you, sometimes, just to catch... I mean, it's probably... We're lucky if it ever happens to us. It's happened to me a couple of times where you just realise I'm watching something here that is going to be remembered. For me, it was Graham Hicks 405 at Taunton.
Over the wicket again goes Smith. Forward comes Waite. Solidly forward. Pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, he was here just the other day as an umpire, Jack Chantry.
Mr. Chantry.
He can umpire Worcestershire games now, even though he was a Worcestershire player. And Richard Illingworth and he and one or two others. Paul Pollard played here for a little bit. He's on the circuit now as an umpire as well.
I had a nice quick shake of the hands and a hello to Mr. Finch this morning, because of course he came on loan to Surrey, and I thought he did pretty well. Brilliant, actually. As in over the wicket comes Smith. Forward again comes Waite and plays this off a good length into the offside. So another testing over from Smith. End of it. 115 for 5. But no, he was impressive when he was down with Surrey.
Yeah, well, 5 years ago now.
Yeah, it is. Was that during COVID time?
Just before.
Was it just before? Yeah.
To be fair, he's a frustrated man at the moment. I think it's fair to say. Adam Finch. He played. What has he played this year? He has played 2 championship games and 3 T20s. He's got 3 wickets in the championship. He had 1 really good night in the T20 when he bowled 4 overs for 19 and got 2 wickets against Yorkshire, but opportunities have been limited. Santner from the New Road End bowls, and Brooks, that one cut by Brooks away to backward point.
Got to be a little careful there, because Santner will see that.
Bounced a bit.
Yeah, and you could easily be edging that into the gloves of Rory Burns.
Tough. Runs have been hard to come by, and what we've seen. Let's break off a centre balls, and there's the Brooks reverse seen for the first time today. What we've seen here, Mark, this year is that players have batted and batted and batted and had nothing to hit, and then when they've got one that has been just slightly loose, maybe not a bad ball, but maybe a little bit wider or something like that. And this is players from all teams, not just Worcestershire. Brooks blocks this one. They've gone at it a little bit too hard, perhaps lost their shape a little bit, come off it a little bit, hit it in the air on the offside. And that's the danger, and that's what you earn by bowling so accurately. And that's what you've got to guard against when you're batting. Santner in, bowls, and there it is again from Brooks, the reverse, and Santner fancies this one. He's gone up, big shout for LBW, umpire says no, ball popped up in the air. Rory Burns went to catch it thinking he might have got a little glove on it. End of it all is that it's a dot ball. I'm just going to watch the replay now, see why Santner fancied it so much. Hit him outside the line actually, he was playing a shot, it was on the full toss. Maybe have been better just trying to deflect that one than actually trying to hit it, but it was a good decision by the umpire. He's in again, bowls, and Brooks is forward playing this back up the pitch with a straight bat. Brooks likes a reverse, he likes an ordinary sweep, he's not getting anything to sweep conventionally because of the line that Santner's bowling. He's resisted the reverse, he's being challenged, a young player making his way in the game. Santner bowls to him, goes for the ordinary sweep this time and gets it right this time. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, just a nice little deflection down to long leg for 2, and the end of the over, 2 runs coming from it. This is an interesting battle. I love watching this now, and I say this now at the end of the over, 117 for 5, as somebody who recognises very much how much the game has changed since I played it. I still coach a little bit. I coach lads now who play these shots, and I encourage it, of course, because they're grown into the modern game, but I love watching Ethan Brooks against Simon Harmer, for example. Fantastic matchup because he kept reversing Harmer, he couldn't set the normal fields. I love watching this. This is almost like the evolution of the game actually taking place in front of your very eyes, really. So Santner bowling in a traditional sort of way, even though he's perfectly capable of playing the other way himself, against a batter who's trying new methods. It's really fascinating.
Nathan Smith is in from the Diglis end. Oh, that hurts. Nips back and hits way to midships. Oh, absolutely. And Brooks is doing the right thing. He's just making Santner think a little bit as well. Tommy Elam's back on. Sam Curran's gone off now.
They are.
Yeah, so he's back out there.
They're having a laugh.
He'll sleep well tonight, Tommy Elam. I think he's been the busiest player today. As Smith comes in once more to Waite. Waite's forward, driving. And there is Tommy Elam doing the fielding at a wideish mid-off. Waite will pick up a single. One more to the total. 117 for 5. Worcestershire won the toss, batted first this morning. Being up against a very good Surrey attack today. Every member of this attack is doing their job at the moment. Just approaching 3 o'clock on this first day. Weather has got a bit better as the days progressed. Smith over the wicket he comes, and this one's bit of glove on it, is it? Yes, gone, caught behind Brooks, looking to let it go, nip back on him. And I think he's got a little bit of glove on that, and it's a good catch by Rory Burns down low to his left hand side, but it just got big on him. And yep, little bit of glove, trying to get those hands out the way, And Brooks goes for 11, and that pressure continues from the Surrey bowling attack. And Worcestershire 118 for 6.
Yeah, and well, he'll feel, Brooks, almost that he's not really done a lot wrong there, won't he? I think it's a kind of, you could argue if you're going to leave it, you've got to get your hands well out of the way, and that's why we see Steve Smith with his massive extravagant leaves, and Brooks just didn't quite lift his hands far enough clear of that, and the ball has just sort of followed him and taken the glove. There'll be people who have played cricket for their entire careers at club level who would never get out like that, because you don't face a bowler that is probably doing, getting that kind of movement and lift back. But it's all about learning, and that's a good wicket for Surrey, and another example of how there is no respite against this attack. Just as Brooks and Waite were looking to regain a bit of control, Brooks has gone. He batted well. I mean, that's the other thing. He batted well. He faced 37 deliveries. He batted really well, and he's gone for 11. And the new batsman is Tom Taylor.
Well, I think that always tells you you've been up against a good attack, because he'll feel like he's been out there for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Won't he? And then he'll look at the ball and think, oh, he got 11, but actually he's played very well for that 11 runs.
Yeah, I remember I've said this before, people will have heard me say it before, but it bears repeating it. Talked to a few people who played against that West Indies side in the 70s and 80s where you got no respite, and somebody said to me, you could open the batting in a test match, say it's Lords, say it starts on a Saturday, and you go out and you're facing Holding, Garner, Croft, Marshall, whatever. You play as an opening batter absolutely perfectly for an hour and a half. You make no mistakes. You leave it, you duck it, you score off the odd one. You play perfectly. You make no mistakes for an hour and a half, and then you glove one in front of your face through to Dujon, and you're out for 14.
Yeah,
and you can't play any better.
No.
I'm not saying it's quite like that today, but you know what I mean.
Absolutely is. Tom Taylor, his first delivery, and he's taking a little step down the pitch towards Smith.
And then you get the batter who occasionally will think, well, there's nothing to hit, I might as well just go out there all guns blazing. And he goes out and he connects with a couple, and then he gets out and everybody says, what are you doing? So there's no real way to win. You've got to graft, you just got to get stuck in and hope you miss the good one and get a bit of luck, I think.
Nathan Smith is in, and forward comes Taylor, right-handed, playing this one away into the offside. Well, everybody knows one of my favourite days of my life was when Hashim Amla batted all day at the Utilita for 32 not out.
Yeah. Well, it's just brilliant, isn't it?
Oh.
How well have you got to bat in order to do that and only get 32? You or I would edge more than 32, wouldn't we, if we face that anymore?
He didn't play a shot.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Smith, then this is turned by Taylor into the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over. So successful one for Nathan Smith. Sorry, just chipping away here. 118 for 6 Worcestershire. So 2 bowling points for Surrey. Mitchell Santner will continue from the New Road end. Elam sort of looking longingly towards the pavilion there, but no sign of Sam Curran at the moment. It'd be very interesting to see how many overs he's been out there for today.
It's well, Sam Curran's not exactly exhausted from his bowling. It's 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. It's going to be Santner to continue. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12.
Is the 12th man allowed to ask the other one to bring him a drink? Because he must be thirsty with all of this, Elam.
That would be fun. Santner around the wicket, bowls to Waite, quicker ball. He just jams the bat down on it at the last minute. Plays it up to mid-wicket. Fielded there by the substitute, and there's no run. Santner again is in. Waite tied down at the moment, doesn't like it, plays it back up the pitch. Can't really play his normal game now. Waite 6 down. Worcestershire been here so many times this season at New Road. Centre in, bowl short. And that's a bit of a gimme. Waite helps himself. Doesn't bowl many of those, Mitchell Centre, but good thing. Waite doesn't miss out. Swivels round, pulls it down to long leg for 4.
And Cameron Steele's gone to get the ball, which is very good of him. Because he was just having a bit of a chat with Nathan Smith. So he's just gone to get the ball.
122 for 6. Waite goes to 27. Third top scorer. Libby made 28. Nicholls made 31. Centre in again now, bowls, and Waite goes back and
be careful.
Gets a good bat on it, but had to be watchful. As you heard Mark say, be careful, because as we've said, Santa has this ability to delay his delivery and almost watch the batter, see him go back and then fire a dart through. This one is slower, pushed away on the onside. A very inelegant attempt by
it just fell over. Patel short leg.
Almost like a breakdancing move, really.
In a massive heap.
The worm, I think they call that.
Yeah.
Santner around the wicket again, and Waite is forward. Plays defensively out on the offside, and there is no run. So Taylor yet to score. Waite 27. Quick run down the scorecard. Roderick LBW Fisher for 10. Libby Bowl Clark 28. Kashif run out 0. Lunch 70 for 3 since lunch. Nicholls caught Burns Bowl Fisher 31. Hose LBW Clark 9, and Brooks caught Burns bowled Smith for 11.
Well, if I do an interview tonight, I may be interviewing Tommy Elam. He's off now. He's off.
Do it.
He's off.
I think you should do it.
He's off.
Talk me through your day, Tom. Well, somebody rang me at 6 in the morning and said, bring me breakfast in bed.
Yes. Yeah. So it's going to be Nathan Smith to continue from the Diglis end. He is coming in over the wicket to Taylor, and Taylor yet to get off the mark. Forward he comes, plays it away into the offside. But Sam Curran, I don't know, might have been a change of boots or a call of nature or something along those lines.
Then I had to go to reception at the hotel and get all the papers and take them round all the rooms.
And then I had to work out who was going in which cars to the ground, although we could walk there, but they seemed to make me drive a car down there. I don't know why I was driving. Smith was about to come in over the wicket, but then when I got to the ground I got a phone call saying, oh, could you come back? We've left something behind. And then I fielded most of the day. Charging in once again is Smith. Over the wicket he comes to Taylor, who drives, doesn't really time this. Sam Curran does the fielding. Tom Laws is getting himself warmed up. Having a bit of a stretch at the moment is Tom Laws. Ooh, ladies' pavilion. People going
Cakes
up and down
available.
there. Cakes available in the ladies' pavilion.
They'll bring us some.
Oh,
hopefully at tea.
I actually did a women's game, and we commentated from the ladies' pavilion.
Did you really?
So yes, it was lovely up there. Unfortunately there were no cakes, but it was lovely. As forward goes Taylor.
The room on the left as you go up the steps is a lovely little library. Sort of.
I had a look at some of the books in there. I was very happy when it wasn't my stint on commentary. Happily watched from there. But yes, world famous, the ladies' pavilion at Euro Worcester for the cakes. It's always a bit of a queue to get in. Settles over his bat once again, does Taylor. Smith is in. Taylor, now then, that's got him in a bit of a pickle. Banged in, and then it just stood up at him, and he was looking to turn that into the leg side, and in the end just hit the outer edge of the bat and ballooned in front of his face. So he did just get himself in a real tangle there, did Taylor. Thankfully for him, it didn't just go straight back up the pitch towards Nathan Smith. Now they're getting Jordan Clark out to deep backward square. Smith is in. Taylor, it's well played, gets himself fully forward, smothers the bounce a touch there, but he's got nothing to work with at the moment, Tom Taylor. He's faced 7 deliveries. Yet to get off the mark, but hasn't had a freebie anywhere so far to get himself started. Sound of the goals this afternoon. Waits once more. Does the right-handed Taylor. Drives uppishly, and Tom Laws moves to his right to do the fielding, and there's no runs. So end of the over from Nathan Smith. There are 11 to go until the tea break, and Worcestershire 122 for 6. So that is 52 for 3 since lunch.
Yeah, hard work, really hard work out there. I think that probably Worcestershire will reflect on the day so far. They would say those 2 wickets just before lunch really what hurt them. If they'd have been 1 down at lunch, they'd have been very happy. And 50 odd for 3 since lunch, probably just about in keeping with what we've seen most of the season here. Cloudy afternoon, bit chilly, bit of a breeze, Santa around the wicket. Balls to Waite, who cuts and gets a single out into the covers. And that won't bother Mitchell Santner too much, because he probably quite fancy bowling at Tom Taylor. Taylor yet to get off the mark. Severely tested by 1 from Smith in that last over, just taking guard from the umpire now. 123 for 6 then. Santner, breeze blowing his shirt, moves in. That very measured way of his, and bowls outside the off stump, and Taylor leaves that alone. Taken by Rory Burns, who's been tidy so far, both up and back, not having kept for a good while. Squats down again now as Santner is in and bowls. Taylor is studiously forward in defence. He's back up to the pitch.
I should know the last time he kept in a championship game, really, but it's a long time ago.
Tom Laws vigorously loosing up at short extra. I think he might be about to bowl. This one's quicker from Santner. Taylor on the back foot plays defensively.
Just a reminder, because Ben Folkes is away because his partners, they're about to have their first baby. So
we've had a couple of paternity absences in the Worcestershire side this year in Championship cricket. Santner bowls, Taylor is forward defensively.
Well,
both Adam Hose and Kashif Ali have missed games on paternity leave.
Well, we know he's not going to drop the baby anyway, don't we, Ben Folkes?
We certainly hope so.
Well, he's got the safest hands there are, so he'll be absolutely fine.
I hope he isn't cuddling it with his gloves on.
That's lovely.
Santner bowls and forward out on the offside, played this one by Taylor, and there's no run. 123 for 6. Taylor has yet to get off the mark. Waite has 28, and we've got 10 overs to go till tea, so I'll give the quiz one more go. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? I'll give the answer in 10 overs time if you want to have a go. A few people have got it right. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter or X. Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? Mark gave us a clue. He may have been part of an all-conquering Surrey side. I thought of another clue, but I think it's probably be too much of a giveaway. I might give it the final clue, just 5 overs before tea.
Well, Tom Laws is replacing Nathan Smith. So Tom Laws replaces Nathan Smith as Waite on 28. Laws from the Diglis end, and he's up on his toes. He's Waite looking to cut that, and it rolls down towards backward point, and there's no run. Oh, I've got another clue which might help as well.
Yeah.
Think Surrey mascots. That might help. Think Surrey mascots.
Wow, that might be a big clue. Well, I'll give my other clue then. My clue was, if you were bowling at this bloke when he was batting.
As this one's turned by Waite into the leg side, Clark gets round to do
and
the
you
fielding.
bowled short outside off stump, and he cut the ball for 4, and then he cut the next one for 4, and then he cut the next one for 4, and then he cut another one for 4, and it bounced up and hit Gully in the teeth. You could say that was the most unkindest cut of all. And if you don't get it now, you never will. We'll give the answer in a bit.
As over the wicket once again comes Laws. Cutting this time is Waite, and quick singles taken as Smith gets round quickly. This will be overthrows, and 4 of them, because Jordan Clark couldn't get across backing up. Smith, I had to go for it, and that's run away for 4 by, so that'll be 5 for Waite.
Makes him top scorer, I think.
Yeah, but he had to go for it because Taylor was having to scamper, but it didn't give A. Burns enough time to get up to the stumps, and B. Jordan Clark to get round to do the backing up. It was pretty wide in the end from Taylor, from Smith, apologies, and raced away for 4 overthrows as Laws is into Taylor. Taylor gets a ball on his hip and will get off the mark. His 14th delivery, 15th delivery. He is off the mark with a single. Fisher gets round to do the fielding, and they will pick up one more. 129 for 6 now, Worcestershire. Waite, 33 not out. So this is now the highest individual score of the innings. Over the wicket goes Laws. Waits forward, nicely played. Just opens the face, guiding this down to third man. Don't come back for 2 because Smith's there. And again, he's lobbed it straight over Rory Burns' head. But this time, Jordan Clark's got time to get round to do the backing up. And that'll be another single. 130 for 6. Just keeping an eye on Tommy Elam there. Yeah, he's looking very relaxed now in the dugout to our right. Laws is in. That's left alone by Taylor outside the off stump. End of the over then. And we have got another 9 overs till the tea break. And 130 for 6. Worcestershire. Taylor on 1 and Waite has 34. I think a lot of the Surrey supporters are staying in the hotel, so they've got a nice commute.
Yeah. Could open the curtains in the morning and have a look at the ground if you've got a room on the right side of the hotel. Teams don't often stay there nowadays, the visiting teams. They tend to stay up in town or slightly out of town. Matthew Waite on strike. Mitchell Santner with the ball in his hand from the New Road end, left on round the wicket. Bowls and Waite is back and cutting, but straight to the fielder at cover point. Who is in the floppy hat? Who is that?
That's Matt Fisher, I think.
Fisher, yeah, it is Fisher. Didn't have the hat on this morning, and he's meant they can't get a run anyway. Santner very tidy so far. In bowls, Waite drives. We'll get a run again this time because straight to the fielder at mid-off this time.
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times. That the hotel down in Southampton.
Yeah.
And one year my room was basically the door opposite where we go to do commentary. Yeah.
It's strange, isn't it? I find it really weird working there. This one pushed out on the offside. For those who are wondering why, the commentary position is a balcony at the back of the hotel, and you're literally walking down the corridor with rooms, just ordinary hotel rooms on either side. You go through a door and you're on a balcony overlooking the cricket ground. Santner in bowls, and that's a good drive by Waite. Gets a single. He's a bit uncertain, really. Had to beat the diving Jordan Clark at short extra, but did so. Backed up by Fisher.
I think TMS still do it. I think they have a room.
Do they?
Yeah, with an ISDN in.
I'd rather be in a room than actually standing on that balcony. It's just odd, isn't it? On a vast balcony overlooking the ground, and if it's chilly or
it's very cold or hot,
or hot. Centre bowls. Clever little paddle shot played by Taylor this time, and he's got a couple. Just down on one knee, little flick through fine leg. Picks up a couple.
I know Mr. Tufnell.
They're limping towards 150.
I know Mr. Tufnell during his commentary breaks used to just go and lie in the bed and never sleep.
Yeah.
So, because it's actually in a hotel room.
In a hotel room.
Yeah.
It's mad, isn't it?
We were there Wednesday last week for T20 and the sun was out and goodness me, it was hot by about 6 o'clock.
Yeah. 1:33 for 6. Watched it on TV, that one. Santa bowls and Taylor just flicks this one with a bottom-handed little flick of the hand, the wrist, through on the onside for a single, which means he keeps the strike at the end of the over. He's on 4. Waite is on the game's highest score so far of 35, and Worcestershire are 134 for 6 with 8 overs remaining before the tea interval. It's been attritional stuff this afternoon.
It has. And Surrey are still in a good position, having lost the toss this morning. Tom Laws from the Diglis end, coming in over the wicket to Taylor. He's flashing at this off the back foot, and Santner will get across to do the fielding, and there's no run. But it's been tough today for the Worcestershire batsmen. I think what they'll sort of say to themselves is, oh great, we've got a pitch which isn't doing as much as it has been, but we've come up against a very good bowling attack. Can't win. As Taylor on 4, Laws into him, and he's turning this one into the leg side. Jordan Clark comes around to his left.
It is. We've banged on about this. Forgive us, listeners and viewers, but I mentioned, and you agreed that that idea of a batter in the old days against the West Indies who could play brilliantly and make no mistakes and hardly get any runs. That is the feel of it, really, isn't it? Because Nathan Smith bowls well, he comes out of the attack. Jordan Clark comes to that, he comes out of the attack. There is no let up.
Laws is in. And this one's left alone by Taylor.
And I can remember we playing in league cricket and junior cricket and county age group and whatever. You'd get together with a batter in the middle and you say, well look, this guy's he can't bowl forever, he's going to come off in a minute and then things will get, but it's not the case. No. It's just not the case.
And you can't really also target anybody.
No.
If you want to.
Well, you can if you want to.
If you want to, but I don't know if you're going to win that battle either.
Yeah. No, it's tough.
Taylor,
really tough.
4 off 21 as Laws is into him. Oh, now that has come back. That's a good leave.
Well, that's what Brooks was trying to do, wasn't it? But he just left it too late, didn't he, to just make that decision. I think, when people make fun of Steve Smith, and one or two others, Dom Sibley at times has taken to the extravagant leave, hasn't he? You realise that this is why they do it.
There's nothing.
Get those hands so far away from it.
There's something rather beautiful about a good leave, I've always thought. This one's left alone again by Taylor. Now he's going for a little wander towards square leg. Yes, there's been some exaggerated levers of a cricket ball over the years. Do you remember Jack's? When Jack used to let the ball go sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He almost ended up hopping down the pitch towards the bowler.
Yeah.
Settles again. Does Taylor. Let's get over this from Laws. Taylor's letting this one go outside his off stump. The sun is threatening, I think, to break through the cloud for the first time today. End of the over. 7 until tea. Worcestershire 134 for 6. But Jack used to pull the bat inside the line and then sort of jump in the air and then sort of just stare back at the bowler. That amazing partnership he had with Mike Atherton.
Yeah.
I think he drove most bowlers completely crazy. Did Jack?
Well, Marnus Labuschagne's become quite an extravagant lever. And then the opposite extreme, You get the Marcus Trescothick or Mark Benson was the first to start doing it. Really, he would literally just move it horizontally a fraction, make everybody in the ground think he'd played at it when he hadn't. Santner around the wicket, bowls to Waite, and he gets that single again out on the offside. And again, the throw is slightly wayward, but Burns gathers it this time, and they're through for that one. They're happy actually to give Waite one, because I think Santner will probably feel he's got a better chance of getting Taylor out. Taylor 24 deliveries for his 4, and that's not his natural game either. Tom Taylor, who likes to get on with it, but he's playing a responsible knock here, as he must. But he's out, so he's got a much quicker delivery. That's really well bowled. And he's looking to play forward, and it just hit him before he'd really been able to react, I think. I'm just watching it again. It's hit him on the toe actually, and he's had a look. It's interesting. It's hit him on the toe, and he's had a look back to see where he was. I think he fancies that he's got his toe just outside off here. It's a marginal one. And yeah,
it was straight on the end of the toe.
Tiny bit unlucky, I think. You can see why it's been given. There used to be a feeling amongst first-class players a few years ago that the full toss on the foot was always out. The thing that Taylor, and he did, he stopped and he looked back, and it was probably marginal, but may have just had his big toe outside the off stump by about an inch, but he's gone anyway, and Santner's picked up his first wicket, 1 for 22, Worcestershire on 135 for 7.
And the first championship wicket for Surrey for Santner. So Ben Allison is making his way out to the middle. Just talking about the leaving, and then the other extreme is Duckett, who never lets a ball go, does he?
That's right.
Never lets a ball go.
No. And I think that'll be tested to the nth degree when he gets out to Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Ben Allison whirling his arms. I was lucky enough to see Markram's 100 last week.
Oh.
It's one of the best testings I've seen.
Brilliant.
He was fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
And it was an amazing atmosphere.
It was. I only watched it on TV. It was a great game of cricket.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I went on the Friday with Andrew Sampson, and then I met a few friends on the Saturday that we all had tickets, and Friday was just an amazing atmosphere, and then Saturday morning as well, and it was very emotional scenes actually when South Africa got there, and when Markram got to his 100, no, I'm not exaggerating, there were grown gentlemen crying near me when he got to his 100. And that wasn't due to my conversation either, which was good.
They got big bets on him to be
it could have been that, yeah. Good,
it was a great occasion. Ben Allison is the new man. He got 100 in the week in the second team game up at Southport against Lancashire as well, when Nicholls got that double 100. But this is a very, very, very different situation from a road at Southport against Lancashire Twos. Santner around the wicket, bowls, and Allison is forward pushing it on the onside, and there's no run. But Tom Taylor, tiny bit unlucky, I think there. And I'm not saying it's a shocker by any means, but you watch a replay, and we can, the umpires can't. Just a suggestion that his front foot was just an inch or two outside the line when it hit his toe, but it was coming in, it was darting in to hit the stumps, no question about that. And Santner was convinced, and Nigel Long was convinced, and it was a very, very tight one. 135 for 7. Santner round the wicket again, bowls, and this is blocked out on the offside. The batter in me, Mark, and I was a cricket master for many years in schools in Worcester and elsewhere, and so umpired a lot as well. This one was blocked, inside edge maybe past the short leg, end of the over, 135 for 7. The batter in me says that if I'm umpiring and runs are really, really hard to come by, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter. I'm probably going to think, well, there's enough ways to get out, and if he's out, he's stone dead, he's out. But I think when you're an umpire out there, you just look. These guys, they do it every day. They just look, and it makes no difference what the game situation is. They just look and they see a snapshot and they think, yeah, that's out, that feels out. Nigel Long's a really good umpire. I'm not for a minute suggesting that he's done anything particularly wrong there. But when we watch a replay, and we can do that, you see it in test matches. You watch a replay,
very much so.
See, there's a tiny error.
Laws. He's into Waite, and Waite will get a boundary here, I think. Turns it off his hip. Yes, he does. That whistles away down to the 5-leg boundary rope for 4. So Waite's playing a good hand here for Worcestershire. Nicely played, just off his hip. He moves on to 40, 139 for 7. It's a tough old job being an umpire, especially in this day and age. And I think in the Championship now it's very, very tough, because everybody's seeing it on live streams and everything, but they get no chances.
I agree.
Laws is in, and Waite's cut this one uppishly, but down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. And you can probably hear the sound of that. What is Tommy Edam doing? That was his one chance to have a rest, and he's certainly doing his duty there. He ran out the dugout.
I agree with you about how the live streams have changed things, and I think you see that with some of the comments that people make on social media as well, sort of, about players, about shots, about umpires, things that would never have happened before.
Yep.
But they can see everything now.
Laws in. Waits pushing off the back foot down to backward point. There's Nathan Smith to do the fielding. So 44 off 57. Been a good innings this. It's been very positive. I'd like him to go on for another couple of hours with Worcestershire like this. Laws. It's not the longest of run-ups that Laws has, but it's a whippy old action. And forward goes. Waite will get a single. As it just rolled between Jordan Clark and Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, Worcestershire's hope now is that, someone like Ben Allison can stick around. Fateh Singh next in is no mug. He likes to get on with it a bit, but somebody can stick around. Waite can be Waite and carry on as he does, and maybe get on to 70 or 80. I think get up to around about 200. I think they'd snap your arm off for that now. But this is exactly where they've been before, Mark, in several innings this season at New Road, and it's just tough. And that's against attacks that perhaps weren't quite as good as this one.
Laws is in. That's down the leg side.
Although when Warwickshire were here and Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth were having their first games of the season and both hit perfect rhythm, it was absolutely... Well, it was a masterclass in bowling and just an absolute nightmare for the batters.
Yeah, those are two blokes.
But there was a lot more playing and missing than there has been today.
Yeah.
Because it was just,
Well, but those are two blokes you don't want to be facing in those circumstances. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by the right-handed Allison. End of the Laws over. And Surrey would dearly love another 1 or 2 before the tea break. That would delay tea, though, wouldn't it? If
it would.
9 down.
Yeah,
so actually 1 will do.
Yeah, 1 will do. So we can have a bit of cake.
But no, they've been very good today with the ball, Surrey, so far.
Stephen Mann says, on the discussion about giving the umpires assistance, why has the ECB not shown any intent to use tech at the ground? It shouldn't just be the game on Sky that gets the third umpire. Use the live stream, body cameras, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's been discussed. I think it's expense, Stephen, is the answer. The stream here at Worcester is a lot better than it was. Where we're nowhere near some of the other counties. If you say Lancs TV sets the standard, I think we're nowhere near that, and we won't be without a huge amount of investment. I think if the ECB decided to use DRS at all grounds, Jack's round the wicket, bowls to Waite, who works him away on the leg side for a single. Then they could do so, but it would require quite a bit of investment, and that's that. As far as I understand it at the moment, that's the reason that it hasn't been used. Meanwhile, we must continue, I think, to respect the fact that the umpires generally do a very good job.
Absolutely.
I mean, I point out occasionally to the odd mistake. There was one at Edgbaston the other night I thought was a mistake, but rather them than me, let's put it that way. Jack's bowls. Allison is slightly defeated by this one, but we get a bye.
Well, I think
Rory Burns also is defeated by it. That might have turned a little bit.
I think it did a touch. I think at the start of the live streaming, the problem was when there was a dismissal and it was put up on the big screen, and then it was obvious to everybody it probably wasn't out.
Yeah. White cuts at this one, and there's no run.
So you don't tend to see those anymore. But yeah. You had a couple where as the batsman was walking off, they watched it and always turn around and walk back again.
Yeah. Wait. Forward to this, pushes out on the offside. It's an interesting line that Jacks has decided to bowl here, round the wicket to two right-handers, and that suggests that he thinks he's going to get a little bit of response from the surface. This one doesn't do anything, it just continues across the right-hander and is taken by Burns. So Worcestershire limping towards 150. Jacks bowls and Waite is forward, pushing out on the offside. It's the end of a tidy over from Will Jacks, and an interesting bowling change, I think, to bring Jacks on when Santner was actually going pretty well, but it could be because Santner just fancied a little break, or it could be
change of end
because he's coming on at the other end, and indeed that's the case.
Yep.
So I wonder why that is, that Santner's decided, well, he might just think he might get a little bit more out of the service from that end. It might be, I mean, oddly it's a slightly shorter boundary on that side. He might be hoping that he can tempt the batsman to go for that short side and do something injudicious.
Well, we've seen Waite have a sweep. Allison as well. Be going against the turn, but it is the shorter boundary if there is any turn. But he'll come around the wicket. Will Santner is going to have a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip. Backward point cover, wideish mid on, mid wicket, and then the deep backward square. So Mitchell Santner for the first time from the Diglis end, coming left arm round the wicket. Oh, and beats the edge straight away of the forward push from Allison. Well, it's the pace again that he's bowled that at, Santner. And Allison's just pushed forward. It's just beaten his outside edge as Santner's in once again. Forward he goes this time, Allison. Plays it down into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. Did you see it again there, Frank? The one that went past the edge. Just looked a bit quicker from Santner, actually. Santner is in, Allison is forward.
Yeah, I often find when I watch the replay on the stream that just at the very last second, it's not quite as clear as I'm hoping it will be. I don't know whether that's something to do with the sort of focal length or something like that. I don't know.
Were they not a sort of folk band a few years ago? Yes. Waits again.
I'm not a photographer, so I don't know what I'm talking about at all.
Forward, driving once more is Taylor. Apologies, Allison, to get off the mark. So he's off the mark with a single, and Waite comes back onto strike on 46.
My son-in-law is a
photographer,
director of photography.
Is he?
He shoots videos and films and TV series and things. Working on Silent Witness at the moment.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
So he knows about focal length and things, but he hasn't explained it to me.
No.
So I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, there we are. Does he know? He must know all the actors and everybody.
I think they tell him what to do, sort of thing.
Quite like a bit of silent witness. As driving is Waite straight up the ground towards mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 147 for 7.
Yeah, he is behind the camera, but a lot of the time, I think, as I understand it, didn't really tell me that much. The director of photography, they say what they want, and he comes up with a way of making it happen.
Very good.
But he he does move the cameras around and all that kind of thing. But yeah, and he's done a few, movies and done a lot of Casualty. And, I Call the Midwife. Did quite a lot.
My mum loves that.
Those sort of things. Yeah. So yeah, Silent Witness at the moment, which has been moved to Birmingham. He works away during the week a lot, and Casualty's always shot in Cardiff, so that can be a bit of a pain. And it means that the grandparents have to pick up from school and all that kind of thing, all that sort of stuff. Here's Will Jacks to bowl to Ben Allison, drops that down on the onside, and there's no run. 147 for 7, still round the wicket.
Has he ever done Midsummer Murders?
He might well have done.
I like a bit of that with Nicholls.
Might well have done. Over the wicket now, Jacks, quicker and left alone. Lots of that sort of stuff, and quite a few movies. A lot of pop videos and music videos and stuff. Actually went out to Detroit earlier this year just for a week. This one's blocked because Susie Quattro won't have anybody else, so she was doing a video with Alice Cooper, and he had to go out for a week just to do one video. Yeah. Sounds glamorous. It's not really. There's a lot of long hours and late nights and stuff. Yeah. Worked up to mid on this by Alison. I'm going to give the answer to the quiz at the end of the over, because we've got 3 overs left till tea, and I've promised it all day. Who is the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? Jacks bowls, played out on the onside, and there's no run. And we gave a couple of clues. Mark said he might have been part of an all-conquering Surrey team, and I said, there's a very obvious clue, it's Jacks bowls. And this one is turned for a single on the leg side by Allison, who will keep the strike. He's on 2 end of the over, 148 for 8. I said if you were bowling at him and he cut you for 4 and he cut you for 4 again and cut you for 4 again, and then he cut the ball and it bounced up and hit Gully in the eye and cut his eye, you might say that was the most unkindest cut of all. That was a horrible clue. But the answer is and congratulations to the people that got it right. The answer is the most famous name who's ever played for Surrey is Julius Caesar, because they did actually have a player called Julius Caesar, and this is serious. He genuinely played for Surrey, and I'm going to give you the dates as we go through this over, just to prove, in case anybody wants to check it. Played in 194 first-class matches between 1849 and 1867. Born in Surrey, died aged 47.
Santa, he's in. It's brilliant, that, and you can see the mosaic of him at the Kia Oval,
which they only discovered when they built the new stand last year.
Yes, that's right.
I'll have another question tomorrow.
It's a very good one, that. As Santa's in and cutting is Alison. No, one of my favourite, and I've mentioned this a few times, my favourite Midsummer Murders episodes all takes place at Wormsley.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yes, and body is found on a good length, and then Nettles is called in. As driving is Alison, thickish edge.
Great place. Had a great day there when my Repton school side, when I ran the cricket there, won the National Independent Schools T20 against Dulwich at Wormsley, having lost it to Dulwich the year before.
There you go.
Yeah, in the semi-final.
It's forward once again.
Chris Jordan was playing in the semi-final, but we lost.
Yes, of course.
He left by the time we won it the following year.
Yeah. Bill Athy.
Yeah, there was some good years in that competition.
Driving once more is Allison. Straight back up the pitch as Santner does the fielding.
We played a Millfield side that had Richard Ellison as the coach and Tom Maynard and Craig Keyswetter and various others. Josh Butler was in the King's Taunton side.
Some good names. As driving once again.
It's good
Allison. Over. Nicely bowled by Santner. End of the over maiden. So we've got 1 over till tea.
So if you're just joining us, story of the day, Worcestershire won the toss, chose to bat. Going along quite nicely, 70 for 1 at one stage, but Libby out for 28 just before lunch, and then disastrously, literally in the over before lunch, Kashif Ali run out without scoring. Henry Nicholls was still there at the break on 27. Roderick, the first man out, by the way, for 10, but since lunch, Nicholls 31, Hose 9, Brooks 11 and Taylor 4 have all been dismissed. And Matthew Waiters stood firm, he's on 46, Ben Allison on 2. And this is the last over before tea. And it's Will Jacks over the wicket, bowling to Wade, who drives firmly back up the pitch. Smart bit of fielding by Jacks off his own bowling. Worcestershire do not want to lose another wicket now. Before the interval, Jacks bowls, Wade on the back foot, plays back to the bowler this time. And there's no run. It's been outstanding cricket from Surrey throughout the day. They've been really measured and aggressive and miserly in their bowling. Jacks again bowls, Waite defends. Smith 1 for 27, Fisher 2 for 20, Clark 2 for 21 and Santner 1 for 23, the wicket takers. Jacks again round the wicket, bowls. Waite pushes back up the pitch, and again there's no run, so 2 balls left to the interval. Brighter skies now, a bit of blue sky for the first time. Don't think we'll have any interruptions in the last session. Jacks bowls, Waite drives, Santner fields.
78 for 4 in this session.
Yeah, which is below par, but given what we've seen on this ground this season, not so far below par as you might think. Jacks bowls, Waite off the back foot, gets a single, means he'll keep the strike after the interval, which comes with Worcestershire 149 for 7. Waite goes to 47. He's been the standout batsman, there's no question about that. Allison has 2. Surrey's session, but Worcestershire just hanging in there.
Yeah, I think Surrey will be pretty satisfied with where they find themselves at tea. What they'd ideally like is to pick up the next 3 wickets as cheaply as they can after tea and then have a bit of a bat tonight. But it's been a very good performance this from the Surrey bowlers. And I think, as I say, they'll be happy with where they find themselves at tea time.
And we hope you are too, and we hope you've enjoyed our coverage this afternoon. We'll be back with you after tea when play resumes. It'll be just before 10 minutes past 4, and until then, from myself, Frank Watson, and from Mark Church, a very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon and welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play's about to get underway. Day 1, Session 3, Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Surrey, and at the tea interval, those of you that have been following it all day will know Worcestershire had reached 149 for 7 against a very disciplined and very professional Surrey bowling attack. And they've struggled, it's fair to say, throughout the day. Every time they've threatened to put together a partnership of some significance, they've lost a wicket. Matthew Waite, top scorer on 47, is on strike as we begin after tea. And I'm Frank Watson, alongside me is Mark Church.
Yep, and it's certainly to get us started from the Diglis end, straight away after tea. To Waite, who's played very nicely for these 47 runs, and he's driving the first ball after tea into the offside. Tom Laws doing the fielding, moving round to his left. So important session coming up as Santner is in and Waite's playing this one off the back foot straight down in front of him. Sibley comes out from slip to pick up. Yep, the wickets today. Roderick was the first to go, LBW to Fisher for 10, and then Libby bowled by Jordan Clark for 28, and then Kashif Ali run out just before lunch without scoring. As Santner is in and Waite is turning this one into the leg side. We'll pick up the first run after the tea break. Waite moves on to 48, and that brings up the 150 for Worcestershire. Ripple of applause. Sun's coming out as well, which is very nice this afternoon. And then after lunch, Nicholls caught behind off Fisher for 31, Hose LBW to Clark for 9, Brooks caught behind off the bowling of Smith for 11, with one that bounced and brushed the glove, and then Taylor LBW to Santner for 4. Brings Ben Allison on to strike with 2 to his name. Silly point and a short leg in there as Allison's forward. Playing this one from Santner back up the pitch. Santner bends down and picks up, and there's no run. Nathan Smith lurking in there at backward point, wearing number 31, as Santner is in and forward goes Allison. Nice looking shot, just driving up the ground to Sam Curran, who we didn't see have a bowl after the lunch break. Probably see him after tea if he's required. Lovely bit of Victoria sponge during the tea break. Could have kept the door open with a slice that big. As forward goes the right-handed Allison, plays it back up the pitch, end of the first over after tea, single off it, and Worcestershire 150 for 7 after winning the toss and having a bat this morning.
Yeah, bit of Victoria sponge, and as you say, good sized chunks. It was a choice of cakes actually. I went for the Victoria sponge as well, but try not to have too big a cake. I tried to look for one of the slightly smaller slices, but even the smallest was still bigger than my GP would have approved of.
Yes.
Matt Fisher's going to resume from the New Road end. He's been really on it today, Matt Fisher. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 20. And he will be bowling to a man that he probably knows quite well.
Ooh.
Matthew Waite. He bangs this one in, and Waite, well, he might know him well, but he didn't know much about that one as he fended it off, and it lobbed up on the offside, and he turned around and he didn't know where it had gone at all, but it landed safely. I say they'll know each other quite well because I think they were together at Yorkshire, and probably of similar age. I think probably came through at Yorkshire in the same sort of time. I'm not sure of that, but just check. As Fisher is in again and bowls, and Waite turns this one away on the leg side for a single. So yeah, we 28 this year, Fisher, so 27 at the moment. I'm pretty sure Matthew Waite is pretty similar age. Just check to get my facts exactly right. Yeah, Matthew Waite's 30 this year, so Yeah, they'll have played a fair bit of twos cricket together, I reckon. Both very much with different counties now, though, as Fisher comes in to bowl to Allison, who is forward, playing that into the covers where Santner fields, in that short extra cover position that he favours. 151 for 7. But the standout characteristic of Fisher's bowling today has been accuracy, really. A line, particularly, almost nothing down the leg side. Almost nothing. And making the batsman play. Not been extravagant movement, but he's been right on it. And he is again here as Allison leans into this and just basically gets a bottom edge on it, and it dribbles out on the offside.
Cracking test match.
Yeah.
At Headingley, England all out. I think it was trailing by 6. So England all out for 465. So yeah, that was a lead for India of 6.
What we need now is for the pitch to just deteriorate a little bit, isn't it? Fisher in, bowls. Allison turning it on the onside. Sees the opportunity for a single, as that had gone wide of Dan Lawrence at mid-on. And through they go. 4-1. So Allison goes to 3. 152 for 7. They've just got to stick at it, Worcestershire. 31 overs left in the day. They may well expect to be out in the field by the end of the day, but I don't know. Got to be looking to try and nudge it up towards 180, 200. As Fisher is in again. Bowls and Waite is forward and repeats the shot of the previous delivery and picks up the first half century of the game, and a very, very determined and disciplined effort has been. 77 balls, 6 fours. Well played, Matthew Waite. Keeps the strike, end of the over, 153 for 7.
Yeah, he's played very well. He's been positive from the first ball he faced, actually. And in the context of the innings, 50 out of 153 for 7. With a good effort. Santner it will be to continue from the Diglis end. I had the great joy of seeing Dave Bradley in his announcing box as I wandered round at tea time, as in comes Santner, and this is pushed by Waite straight back up the pitch. Santner does the fielding off his own bowling, but it's always great to see Mr. Bradley in action.
He doesn't need to be in his box to be in action. His radio mic.
As forward goes Waite, plays this one away into the offside, and there is no run.
He'd been a bit happier when you saw him than he was when we left Edgbaston on Friday night to find that the motorway was closed on the way home.
It's never any fun, that. Santner's in, Waite is forward, playing it away into the offside.
He got lost the other day at Trent Bridge, Mark. Bradders and I went to do the T20 game, and I was waiting to do the interview after the game, and he went to get the car and he got lost.
Getting the car?
Yeah, he got lost.
As this one's punched away off the back foot by Matthew Waite.
And we had a BBC car, and it's a bit temperamental, and when we got back to the car park, well, I couldn't find him. When I eventually got through to him on the phone, he said he couldn't get in the car and it had started itself.
What is it? A Tesla? As forward goes Waite, plays this one into the offside.
So I eventually get to the car park. He's managed to get into the car. The engine's running. It's taken about 45 minutes. The car had started itself. He was standing outside the car and the engine was running. Honestly, it's like going out with my granddad.
Well, as this one's pushed away into the offside. He did remember to switch it off when you parked.
He got lost on the way back to the car, and then when he got back, it had started itself.
Well, there you are. You see the magic of Bradders. End of the over, maiden over from Santner, 153 for 7. I do like I do have visions of him though, stood there trying to work out how the car was actually going with him not actually being in it.
It was. I was trying to talk him through it on the phone, how to take the blade of the key out of the body of the key, if you know what I mean, so that he could get into the car. And by the time I said, just wait, stay there, I'll be there in a minute. By the time I got there, he'd done it. New over begins with Fisher bowling to Ben Allison, who plays this out on the offside. And there's no run, 153 for 7. Worcestershire then in the 68th over of the day. Been quite a bit of spin. The over rate is +4. You don't see that very often in Championship cricket these days. It's been an attritional day. Slowish outfield, despite the fact that the ground is so dry. The ball hasn't been racing away very much. Quite a short boundary on one side of the wicket, and a wicket as Ben Allison goes the same way as one or two others earlier today, eventually getting one from Fisher that he gets a nick to. Maybe did he need to play it? Maybe we'll have to have a look and decide on that, but he played pretty well, he played pretty sensibly, faced 31 deliveries for his 3, but his vigil is over, and it's Fisher again, just nagging away outside the off stump. And maybe he could have just about left it, but probably entitled to play at it. Just a little edge through. Rory Burns, regulation catch, and Worcestershire once again, just as they look as they've got a little bit of a partnership going. On this occasion, it was 18 runs added for the 8th wicket. They lose another wicket. Ben Allison has gone for 3. It's 153 for 8, and it is, I'm sorry to say, and I'm sure Worcestershire viewers, listeners and spectators in the ground will agree, a story that we've seen before.
And it means that Fisher has 3 now. 3 for 23 in his 14th over. Outstanding figures. And he's just having a catch up with Matthew Wade there. And he just has been like a metronome, really, just banging away outside the off stump.
Yeah, they're old mates. He's probably saying, I'm coming round to yours tonight then, Waity. What are we having for supper?
I'm very pleased for him because he's bowled extremely well this season without getting the wickets he's deserved. So he's got 3 today. I suppose he could end up with a 5 for here. But
well, he's just dare I say it, old-fashioned bowling. This is what the likes of Paul Allett and Mike Hendrick and Tom Cartwright, going back even further, and Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire head coach, people like that who just basically said, well, I'll bowl it here and I'll keep bowling it here, and eventually you're not going to have the answer. Fateh Singh is the new batsman. Matt Fisher goes round the wicket to him and gives him a short one just to say hello. Singh probably not expecting that, ducks underneath it and allows it through to Burns. I think that's good bowling. I think he's running up thinking, well, he's not expecting this, is he? I'm just nagging away at top of off. I'll give him something he's not expecting, and it did take him by surprise. He evaded it quite nicely in the end. Left arm spinner, Fateh Singh. A lot of Surrey viewers may not have seen him before. He's played well for Worcestershire in the T20s. Had limited opportunities in the red ball game. And he's going to have limited opportunities out there in the middle if that carries on, as he plays and misses at this one outside the off stump. It was through him, that, a bit quicker from Fisher. But he's a decent cricketer. Joined Worcestershire this season from Notts after a loan spell last year. Bucking the trend, coming from Notts to Worcester rather than the other way around. And enjoyed the evening at Trent Bridge recently when Worcestershire won in the T20, and he played a significant role in that with his whole family there, having grown up just up the road. Fisher round the wicket to him. He plays and misses again outside the off stump. Good, really, really good bowling from Fisher. Can't believe he hasn't got him with that one. Singh again. I got the impression that he was a tad late on it. Fisher, he's not rapid, but he's sharp enough, and the bouncer early on to Singh has just reminded him of that. He's a tall man. And he's Very, very useful bowler, as he's proved today. Completing his 14th over. Singh lets that one go outside the off stump. So the end of his over. There are 28 left in the day. Worcestershire are 153 for 8. Matthew Waite is still there on 50. Nobody else has scored more than Henry Nicholls' is 31. Other than him, Libby 28, Roderick 10 and Brooks 11, the only men in double figures.
Yeah, and the way we're going, Surrey will be doing some batting this evening. Burns has had a couple of catches, 3 now behind the stumps. All taken very neatly and very tidily by the Surrey captain. So blue sky to our right. Surrey won't mind seeing that either. If they are going to get out there and bat tonight, if the sun comes out, they'll be over the moon, I would have thought. As Laws will come in off the boundary rope at cover. And Santner will continue from the Diglis end to Waite. And Waite is forward and playing this one with his weight forward. Up the ground.
His bat makes a very good
sound.
He's
played very nicely here. He's just been very positive in everything. Santner is into him and he's driving outside edge upish in between Smith and Laws, and it will just be the single. Oh, Laws has lobbed it straight down the middle of the pitch, and it is just a single. And there was a lovely little ooh from the crowd there as that was lobbed away. I must admit, I was talking about the World Test Championship in the atmosphere. I did find myself singing along with everybody else, "Ooh, Temba Bavuma," for hours. Hours and hours that was sung. But it was a magnificent atmosphere at Lord's last week. Not your typical Lord's atmosphere, I have to say.
Yeah.
So Fateh Singh is on strike for the first time to Santner, and the left-handed Singh gets forward and plays this one into the offside. And
remember to get some. Yeah, Finals Day is probably the one people think of the most at Edgbaston, and you get some great atmospheres when the short form games are on.
Santner's in once more. That's beautifully bowled. That beats the defensive push.
But you mentioned in that series when Amos got all those runs against the West Indies, when the West Indies were at their peak and the crowds were full at the Oval and Edgbaston and whatever, you could get some fantastic atmospheres, couldn't you?
Forward, all goes Singh. There is a shout for LBW. Hit him high up, pushing forward. Well, I used to. Obviously, it couldn't happen now, but I used to love it if Viv got to 100 and then they'd all come running on and you'd shake him by the hand.
Yeah. Just
amazing.
got a great buzz around the ground, didn't you?
All in shirts and ties. As in comes Santner again, and Singh is forward, playing that one back up the pitch. End of the over. 154 for 8 then, Worcestershire.
And on a really serious note as well, I think, what happened at Lord's for South Africa was not entirely that different from the reason that those West Indians came onto the pitch in the 70s in England, because it was a statement. It was a cultural milestone, really, in their country's developments, really, which was expressed through cricket. And I think it's not overstating the case to say that we saw something similar at Lord's last week, really. And the greatest book on cricket that I've ever read, C.L.R. James's Beyond the Boundary, explains that probably more clearly than anybody like me ever can even attempt to, really. Waite takes a single off the first ball of the over, which is exactly what Surrey wanted to happen when they sent Nathan Smith out to the mid-wicket boundary. Get Waite off strike, bowl at the tail at the other end, and it becomes difficult now for Waite, with so many overs left in the day, to manage the strike if he starts turning down singles at this stage. And we've seen Worcestershire in exactly this situation turn down 10-11 singles and then lose wickets anyway, and you think, well, we've ended up on 170 and we could have had 180, and I think that's probably why they've taken the single that time. But Waite takes that run, and it is Singh who's on strike as Fisher goes round the wicket again and bowls, and Singh drops this one down in front of him and there's no run. But yeah, just going back to that, I mean, I don't know how many people listening, watching, read cricket books these days, and there are many fine cricket books around, and many people still writing good stuff about cricket. But for me, CLR James, Beyond a Boundary, is arguably, of its type anyway, the best cricket book I've ever read, I think. Fisher again is in and bowls, left alone by Singh, taken by Burns, who was kept very tidily throughout the day, picked up 3 catches. That one just dying on him a little bit, took it low down, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think there are some terrific cricket books out there, and it just does give you an idea of sort of what the environment was like at that time, and sort of the whole
why it mattered so much.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about. As Fisher bowls, bouncer again, which Singh ducks underneath.
You got a book on the go at the moment?
I
Frank?
haven't. No, I haven't. I wrote Daryl Mitchell's autobiography a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago, lockdown time. Nothing. I mean, it's a thankless task, isn't it?
It's hard work.
You certainly don't do it for the money.
No.
Nice to have done 1 or 2 and to have them out there, but not working on anything at the moment. Round the wicket comes Fisher, and Singh cuts to backward point, and there is no run. But lots of far better writers than me working on things, and you know, you realise that, well, certain activities and sports lend themselves to literature, don't they? I think cricket is certainly one of them, and angling is another one. There's some great stuff on angling. Fisher bowls, Singh nicks it and gets 4 down to third man. That one, I think, didn't quite carry to Burns. It's gone between keeper and first slip, almost a 4th for Fisher. Oh, well, maybe it did carry. Maybe I think probably Ben Folkes would have been snaffling that one, but Rory Burns, perhaps just slightly wrong-footed by the line, has found himself going to the right and then having to come back to the left, and couldn't get a hand on it. So a fortunate boundary for Fateh Singh, gets him off the mark, and it's 159 for 8.
Yep, and I think Fisher thought he had his 4th there. I think he got a bit of glove on it, Rory Burns.
Yeah.
But it's down to the boundary rope for 4, so 159 for 8. Santner to continue from the Diglis end, as he's around the wicket to wait. He's backing away and punching this one into the offside. They'll get a single. Dan Lawrence goes round to his left to do the fielding.
Yeah, so they've got the single, but again off the first ball, not ideal from a Worcestershire point of view.
Well, just Jacob Duffy to come for Worcestershire. Santner just making sure that Fisher's in the right place in there at backward point. It's got him about 5 yards closer in. Santner is over the wicket, and Singh swinging across the line, looking to go over the ladies' pavilion, and it potters down in front of him as it hits the pad and rolls away. Yes, no, it looked great.
He can do it, but whether or not it's the right thing to do at this time, I'm not entirely sure.
Well, the only thing wrong with it was he missed the ball completely, but other than that, looked superb. As in comes Santner to him. He's forward here. He's got to be a little careful because there's short leg in there. I think there was a little bit of bat pad, and Ryan Patel was lurking. Something building up here from Santner. Singh looks like he wants to try and get after Santner here. He's forward, beats the edge, taken by Burns neatly and tidily. So it's good stuff again from Mitchell Santner. 160 for 8. Worcestershire. Santner is over the wicket. Singh swings again. He's got a bit more of this one. He's actually hit it for a start. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and over the boundary rope for 4 at deep mid-wicket. So I think it was more toe end of the bat, but it's away for 4. And Singh moves on to 8. And Worcestershire move on to 164 for 8. What will Santner bowl him now? He may give him another one of those, just to have a swing at, but take a bit of pace off it. Here he comes, Santner, and Singh backs away and cuts this time nicely. Off goes Fisher in hot pursuit, and he's not going to get there, so it's back-to-back boundaries. Santner kicks the turf in frustration. Singh moves on to 12, and Worcestershire move on to 168 for 8. So a couple of good shots there from Singh.
By way of digression, a little bit on cricket books, I mentioned C.L.R. James' Beyond a Boundary. One of the most famous quotations from that book is, "What do they know of cricket who only cricket know?" And that, in a way, is a cryptic way of saying what's in the book. Well, there's a book also been written much more recently by a man called David Woodhouse, which is called Who Only Cricket Know. And the reason it's called that is because it deals with many of the same issues, and Who Only Cricket Know is basically a story of Len Hutton's tour of the West Indies in 1954. Let's break off as Fisher bowls, and played out by Waite on the offside, and the story of the second most controversial tour in English cricket history after Bodyline. Len Hutton captained England, who was a professional player. The West Indies were still captained by an amateur in those days. Fred Truman's debut tour, the 3 W's in their pomp, Garfield Sobers making his debut. Amazing book dealing with the political tensions as well as the cricket. That's a great shot from Waite, and a brilliant piece of fielding by Santner. He's hit that off the back foot. Looks like it's going to be 4 all the way, and Santner swoops in the covers with those long arms and picks it up and makes it look as though it wasn't travelling at all. So it's politics, it's cricket, it's race. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. David Woodhouse, Who Only Cricket Know. Other books are available. You can get it from the obvious online source, and if you like cricket books, there's 2 of the very, very best there. Oh, that's a good delivery from Fisher. A bouncer aimed at the head of his old mate. Waite, who lays back and tries to guide it, uppercut it over the slips, doesn't make any contact. He was given the hurry up there. Every now and again Fisher just slips himself, and he lets one go that's quite sharp. 168 for 8. Waite surely the key if Worcestershire are going to try and nudge towards 200. Waits again now as Fisher is into him, and he bowls and he cuts, and he will get runs this time. He'll get 1 anyway, only 1, because gone straight down to the man at deep third, who is left arm. It's not Santner, it's not down there. Who is it down there at third man? It's too tall to be Sam Curran. So left arm throw came in. Oh, it is Sam Curran. Sam Curran just looks taller. Optical illusion. Not that he's terribly short, but it was good work. 169 for 8. Round the wicket he comes again, and Singh drives nicely through the covers. And again, he might have thought he'd got 2 when he hit that, because he hit it really well. But Nathan Smith is so quick over the ground. He sets off, and he doesn't even have to put the slide in to keep it down to a single. 170 is up.
Have you read Ashley Gray's The Unforgiven?
Yes.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Now that is an extraordinary book.
Yeah.
By Ashley. And that all came about because he was doing the World Cup out in the West Indies, and he was in a taxi.
Right.
And as he was going to the game, they were stuck in a traffic jam.
Fisher again, bowl short. Waite hammers this one over mid-wicket. He will get 4 this time. Short of a length, laid back. He's got a big piece of willow in his hand, Matthew Waite, and he timed it well. So the end of the over, 174 for 8, and Waite has gone to 58.
Yeah, so actually was stuck in the traffic jam, and there was a gentleman just sat in the gutter.
Wow.
And the taxi driver, they were chatting, and he said, yeah, because that guy used to play cricket for the West Indies. And he'd been on the 83-4 Rebel tour to South Africa, and Ashley got out the taxi and went and sat with him and sort of had a chat, but he said he then had to pay people from a gang and he chatted to him, and then he decided to go and speak to every single one of the players that he could find and see what happened to them. And it was some of the stories were just so sad. They really were. Terrific, but though. So here is Santner coming in over the wicket, and Singh is forward, playing this one into the offside, and there's no run.
It's hard to remember the division of opinion that was caused by all those Rebel tours, isn't it? And by the Packer circus as well.
Yeah, but some of the players, well, they could never go home after that tour. They were just banned. As this one's driven by Singh up towards mid-off, and there is no run. But really sad actually, and quite a tough read, but a brilliant bird.
And some of the players did manage to sort of re-emerge, didn't they?
They did, well, Ezra Mosley being one of them.
Lawrence Rowe, one of them.
Yeah, but the Lawrence Rowe story was the saddest for me. As in over the wicket comes Santner, and down the pitch goes Singh, and then it's whipped back by Santner because he couldn't go back. Was he Jamaican, I think, Rowe? Yeah. And anyway, he was finally allowed back. As sweeping is Singh. He's got hold of this one. That's a lovely shot. 1 bounce for 4. Nothing wrong with that. Nicely played. And away for 4 it goes, and Singh moves on to 17 now. 178 for 8. But then they named the pavilion after him. And at the opening, someone asked him the question about going on that tour. As forward goes Singh, and he said something along the lines of, well, none of us did anything wrong going on that tour, and immediately the naming of the pavilion was taken away from him, and terrible really. But
in other words, we're only naming the pavilion after you if you express
say the right
apology.
thing. Absolutely, and really sad. But the other one I would recommend to everybody is The Thin White Line by Nick Greenslade. I don't know if you've read that, which is about the no balls, the Pakistan test. But Nick managed to. Well, he met the fake sheikh after the fake sheikh came out of prison, and he gave him all his notes. So it is the inside story. It's an extraordinary read.
I've read another one about match fixing as well, which I'm trying to remember the title of. That was recommended to me by somebody from 5 Live. I'll break off as new over begins with Will Jacks replacing Fisher at the New Road end. Excuse Mark and I rambling on about cricket literature, but some good reads have been mentioned. As Jacks bowls, and Waite is on his toes playing out into the covers. Worcestershire just had a bit of new life read into them by this partnership, worth 25 now. And there haven't been many worth many more actually in the innings as Jacks bowls. We had a partnership for the second wicket, which was worth 47. It's the nearest that we've had to a 50 partnership. But other than that, nothing much better than this. Jacks round the wicket again, bowls, and Waite punching off the back foot. No room to work with Jacks bowling this line. But he's the standout batter by a long way, Matthew Waite. Been a great signing. for Worcestershire since he came down from Yorkshire in all formats, with bat and ball. Single to him here as he goes back and drives this up to mid-on. Played really well again. You've got to play well to get runs here at New Road in red ball cricket. It's been, I think, this is just my opinion, I haven't spoken to anybody yet who's been out there in the middle, but I think it's been a bit easier with the Kookaburra than it has been in games prior to this, but it's still hard work. Silly point and slip for Singh now as he faces the off spin of Jacks, the left-hander. He tucks it away on the onside. It's the end of the over. 179 for 8. 22 overs left in the day. Do you know what? We're going to finish on time.
I think we are, and I think that'll be the first time this season.
Yeah, I think it will.
I haven't seen huge amounts of spin this season, even with the sun out. But yes, as I say, there are some tremendous cricket books out there.
Yeah.
To have a read of.
Yeah, there are. There are.
Gives you a bit more information and a bit more idea of everything, really. It reminds me of the great Alex Stewart's quote when Zafar Ansari retired. And his quote was, "In the dressing room, Zafar was sat in one corner reading a book, while the rest of the team was sat in the other colouring theirs in."
Yeah.
And it was a very fine quote from Mr. Stewart, that one. Now, Jordan Clark is coming back into the attack. So Clark, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. As over the wicket goes Jordan Clark, and looking to cut this one his weight. It beats the edge. It's got a bit of a hobble on Jordan Clark after that delivery. Now, Jordan Clark, as I say, is as tough as old boots and tends to run through everything. But he did look to have a bit of a hobble on after that one. His first delivery back. And he's wearing his bandana again to bowl, but I don't know whether that's weighing him down. But definitely having a bit of a stretch there was Jordan Clark. Waits on 59 as Clark is over the wicket to him, and Waite is pushing this one off the back foot down into the gully region. Ryan Patel is there to do the fielding, and there is no run. Tom Law's all on his own to our right, having a little look around the crowd at the moment. Good crowd in today. Mr. Ben Redwood, who looks after all the media stuff for Surrey, takes all the photos and does all the video clips, just entering the press box and having another piece of cake, which doesn't surprise me. In over the wicket goes Jordan Clark, driving his weight up towards mid-off. Smith does the fielding, and there is no run. Burns with the gloves. Jack's at first slip. Sibley's at third slip. There's a bit of a gap between those two. Ryan Patel in the gully, but good little partnership this at this stage from a Worcestershire point of view. Only worth 26, but they're good runs at the moment. White drives again, beats the edge. Taken by Burns, moving away to his right hand side. Good bit of bowling again from Jordan Clark. Just an extra bit of bounce, and it's zipping into the gloves of Rory Burns. It's the length as well from Jordan Clark. Because Waite feels he can have a drive at that. He's actually ended up hopping a touch as it goes past his outside edge there, Waite. Clark is in. Waite on this occasion turns it into the leg side. They'll take a single. That moves Waite on to 60. Worcestershire move on to 180 for 8. Haven't seen anything of Dan Lawrence today because of course Jacks is in the side. Hasn't seemed to be any turn there for the spinners today. I think it was just Santner's sort of changes of pace that picked up his wicket, getting rid of Taylor LBW for 4. Clark into Singh. Singh drives down the ground. Nathan Smith with the stumpman roll as he does the fielding there, and back to his feet again, and there is no run. End of the over. First one back for Jordan Clark, and Worcestershire 180 for 8, and there are 21 overs remaining in the day.
He's such a good fielder, Nathan. It's a bit like, when he was bowling first thing this morning, I said about how he runs up, and there's an energy and a purpose just about the way he runs up. In the field, every time the ball goes in his direction, you get the impression he's thinking, what can I do to influence the game? He got a couple of run-outs from the deep for Worcestershire last year in Championship cricket. Jack's bowls, forward comes Waite, blocks it out. One of them in his very first game at Edgbaston ran somebody out from the deep, and a lot of players would have just been thinking field it, chuck it in, but he was looking to influence the game. It's just brilliant. I think Waite down the pitch, drives, that's a great shot. First time he's really decided to go big, made his mind up early, used his feet, down to Will Jacks, inside out, over a long off, perfectly executed. Best shot of the day, 6 to Waite, 186 for 8. Lovely shot. Jack's in again, bowls, and I love to see that. Next ball, not carried away, not too much adrenaline, just block it, get on the back foot. It was a super shot. Jack goes round the wicket, which is a good move, and Waits covers up to a quicker one, flatter. 3 gone in the over, needs to get a single in his next couple. If he can get down the other end, take the strike. Jack's bowls, and he's got more than a single. He's flicked it away down towards fine leg, and he's going to get 2. So you want a single off the next 2 if he can. 2 more to him there, goes to 68, Matthew Waite, 188 for 8, so Worcestershire getting up towards that 200 that looked a bit distant at 135 for 7. Not there yet, of course, only Jacob Duffy to come. As Waite gets his single, just nudging the last ball of the over away on the leg side, so he keeps the strike. It's 189 for 8.
Yeah, and a new ball is available in 4 overs time. So that could be an important period for Surrey.
Again, I keep saying this, it's so boring. This is exactly the scenario we've been in 2 or 3 times, and a couple of times the new ball's been taken and it's travelled a bit as it can, and a score that maybe looked like it was going to be 200 has ended up being 230 or something like that. But it could go the other way. Would you take it? Not sure.
Yes,
not sure.
I think Surrey probably will.
Yeah.
Well,
but that is the risk.
Yeah. Jordan Clark then coming in over the wicket to Waite. Oh, he's cut him in half, and there's a how is that?
That's a good take, that.
It was, and it was a sort of very polite inquiry from Jordan Clark all on his own, and Rory Burns flung himself to his left, but it really has roared back at Waite. Good bit of bowling, and it is a good take from Rory Burns.
Died on him. Must have been a noise, must have flicked the trousers or something on the way through.
Yeah, because it was, as I say, it was a how is that from Jordan Clark, as over the wicket he comes to Waite, and Waite's forward, playing this one up towards mid-off. Well, the good thing about having Waite out there is that you do the description of the shot he's played when you just describe his name, because his Waite was forward as he played that one, so you get everything in the same sentence. Ryan Patel's having a run on the spot there in the gully. The blue sky never really got here, but it's definitely brighter than it was when we started this morning, as Clark is in and Waite will get a single. Just turns this one off his hip out there to deep backward square. That will move Waite on to 68.
That was 2 leg buys, presumably, in the previous over when that one went out to final leg.
Yes, I think it was 190 for 8.
Yeah, it was. Just checking it was.
And Lawrence down below us. Fine leg. good to see him back because, as I say, I think it was a back problem when he was batting. Jordan Clark is in and Singh's had a flash at this. Oh, and it's got through Sibley at slip. Now the frustration will start to grow for Surrey because Sibley's dive to his left. I think he's got something on it. And the ball has whistled off to the third man boundary rope for 4. I think it's at catchable height. Yes, it is, and Sibley couldn't hang on. So that's 2 now that have gone down. And Singh moves on to 21. Valuable runs these for Worcestershire as Clark is in and Singh's pulling him off the front foot straight down the ground for 4. Yeah, I think this is why they'll take the new ball, because at the moment Singh's looking, well, fairly comfortable, and he's also playing with the field at the moment. Toying with Surrey is Singh, but he's come out there and he's put a bit of impetus into all of this.
I mean, he's had a bit of luck, hasn't he? And
he has.
But this is it tends to be the way that he plays.
Clark is into him and he's having a flash at this one outside the off stump, and it's taken by Rory Burns as it beats the edge of the bat. End of the over, 198 for 8.
I think he's one of those players, Fateh Singh, and you'll have seen many of them, Mark, who have a way of playing, and they're actually more likely to stay in playing the natural game than trying to do something which doesn't come naturally to them. Matthew Waite is slightly different. I've said right from ball one he likes to be positive, but he's got a technique to work with and he can play the other way. But Singh's a classic example of somebody who I think is probably more likely to prosper just being himself out there than trying to do anything else. Round the wicket, Jacks bowls and Waite just nudges down on the onside. So yeah, good little partnership from these two. 45 added so far, and I think that's when the word frustration starts to creep in as Jacks is in, and Waite is going to be caught at long on. He is caught by Lawrence. It's a very good catch because he's right on the rope. He didn't quite get hold of it, Matthew Waite. He'll be annoyed with himself that he's kind of given it away, having played so beautifully, but he didn't quite middle it. And Dan Lawrence on the rope. Well, they're so good these days, these guys. They practice it all the time. But he's on the rope. He knew exactly where the rope was, kept his eyes on it, took it two-handed, maintained his balance, and stayed just inches inside the rope. It was right down in front of us. We had a really good view of it. That is an outstanding innings from Matthew Waite, and he is applauded by one or two of the Surrey fielders, but he's gone and it's 198 for 9.
He made that look so easy, Dan Lawrence, and it was flat and it was hard, and he just ran round the inside of the rope, took the catch as easy as you like. But well played, Matthew Waite. Very good innings of 68 there. And in the context of this Surrey attack and the hard work it's been for Worcestershire today, that really is a standout innings from Waite. Probably worth 100 on another day, is actually.
Yeah, close to it. I would say. I said similar things about Sam Haynes' 2 scores here in the last game. Well, new batsman is Jacob Duffy. He won't hang around, Duffy, but I hope. I mean, he can get a bat on it. He can give it a whack, but he can keep it out as well. I hope that they just don't do anything really daft and just give Singh the chance to make contact with a few more and maybe get another 20 or so. I think Worcestershire would have settled for 200 at 135 for 7, but they'll know once again that it's not a snake pit out there. It's tricky, but it's not been a minefield, and they're under par. Jack's bowls, and actually Duffy's off the mark with a lovely square drive for 4. He's a big man, long levers, didn't quite middle it, but it was wide enough for him to get a bat on it, and the applause you can hear is for the 200, which has come up in the 78th over.
Well, he's got a stride in, and it's a big stride, and it's a big bat, I would have thought.
Jacks again is in. He's on the back foot this time and plays this out on the offside, and there's no run. Just the details of Matthew Waite's 68, 113 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. Partnership of 45 for the 9th wicket, with Fateh Singh the second highest partnership of the innings. Jacks round the wicket bowls, and Duffy cuts and misses, and Burns doesn't take cleanly. And it's a dot. Last ball of the over coming up, and we may then see Singh continue to try and attack Clark at the other end, chancing his arm. Burns just changing the field, sends a man out at extra cover because he doesn't mind if Duffy has a single off this last ball. And he plays very carefully forward and pushes it back to the bowler. End of a successful over for Will Jacks. His figures 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22, and he has become the 5th Surrey bowler to take a wicket in this innings. 1 for Smith, 3 for Fisher, 2 for Clark, 1 for Jacks and 1 for Santner.
Yep, they've shared them around. Clark will continue from the Diglis end and do battle with Fateh Singh. I'm just going to stand up for a moment here, Frank, if that's all right.
Don't blame you.
So I don't get caught up in the chair at the same time. With this Jordan Clark over. That time of the day, get the old legs stretched.
Yeah, I find it at football in the winter, if at half time I get up and I haven't moved, I get a bit of arthritis in my knees, and it's quite narrow as well, you know, they aren't often in the press box, the seats are quite cramped, and I have a real job to straighten up.
So, round the wicket is Clark. And Fateh Singh gets an inside edge back through his legs, and we'll get a single down to Dan Lawrence. So 1 more to Singh, he moves on to 26. This will bring Duffy on to strike on 4.
Now Clark, my advice, having seen a bit of Duffy, would be to get the Yorker in there, but if he goes for length, I think Clark might try and use those long levers.
He's in Clark, and that's coming back at Duffy.
Didn't do either.
Yep. Just nip back at him a touch.
He's a big lad. He can keep a good ball out. He's not an absolute bunny by any means, but if he gets any width, he'll chase it, I think. But the Yorker could be his undoing, because it's quite a long way to get the bat down, isn't it?
Yep. He is a big fella. Duffy is. Clark's into him, and he's driving down the ground. Good looking shot from Duffy. Off goes Sam Curran in hot pursuit, and they will pick up a couple of runs to a ripple of applause from the Worcestershire faithful. Well, everybody loves a number 11 who plays some shots, don't they?
Yeah. Well, it's great. There's no pressure, is there? You got 2 out there who are going to pretty much, unless it's a really good delivery, they're going to be looking to try and chance their arm a little bit, I think.
Clark is in. Duffy drives over the top of Dan Lawrence at short third and down to the boundary rope below us. So 4 more to Duffy. Threw his hands at it. Outside edge. Whistles away for 4 runs. And Duffy on to 10. Worcestershire 209 for 9.
Yeah, well, I said if he gets any width, he'll throw his hands at it. It wasn't the most astute observation, but it's pretty obvious.
Oh, bowled, all ends up. There's the Yorker you were talking about, Frank Watson, and he's driven straight over the top of it as Duffy and Surrey finish Worcestershire off. They're 209 all out, and Duffy the last to go there, bowled by Jordan Clark for 10.
Yep.
So, and Fateh Singh finishes 26 not out, but yes, I think Surrey will be Pleased with that. Having lost the toss, and Worcestershire deciding to bat first to knock them over for 209. I think Surrey will be happy with that. I think there will be 15 overs left today.
Yeah, I think they will, which is time enough for Worcestershire to make inroads, time enough for Surrey to chip away quite significantly at this total. Singh finished 26 not out, good effort by him. 209 the total. That included 9 extras, 4 no balls, 1 wide, 3 leg byes and 1 bye. And the bowling figures eventually: Nathan Smith 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. Matt Fisher 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 34. Really good from Fisher. Curran 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8 runs. Laws 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 38. Jordan Clark 13.5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 38. Will Jacks 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. And Mitchell Sandler 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 38. The standout innings by any stretch was Matthew Waite's 68, a brilliant innings. Henry Nicholls made 31, Jake Libby 28, Fateh Singh a belligerent 26 not out at the end, but Worcestershire all out for 209. Surrey will begin their reply in around about 7 or 8 minutes time. The heavy roller is out there at the moment. That will probably make a difference to the pitch in my experience of this ground this season. For an hour or two we'll have 15 overs we reckon for Surrey to bat, and when that begins just around about 11 minutes past 5 we'll be back with you. Until then, this is Frank Watson and Mark Church saying good afternoon. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where we're just having our last cup of tea before this final session. It's been a long day here in the commentary box for me and Mark Church, but we're going to survive it, we're going to get through it. It's been interesting, I'm only joking really, it's been interesting cricket throughout the day. Not free-flowing, not particularly thrilling, but interesting and attritional. Surrey disciplined with the ball, making it hard for Worcestershire. Matthew Waite in particular playing very well for the pairs, but eventually Worcestershire dismissed for just 209 by Surrey, and Surrey beginning their reply with 15 overs left in the day, and Ryan Patel opening the batting with Dom Sibley. Patel is on strike and he will be facing Jacob Duffy from the New Road end. Duffy is in and bowls, and Patel cuts the first ball for 4. Nice shot, great start for Surrey. Not a good start for Duffy, short and wide. A bit of a loosener. It doesn't matter how many times they bowl the ball into the mitt before they go out there. The first one tends to be a loosener. Duffy, who has been in and out really in red ball cricket, bowled pretty well in white ball cricket. I understand statistically the top bowler in T20 cricket in the world this year, but that was a bit of a loose one, and Patel didn't miss out. Duffy's in better from him. Ooh. Although he's taken a tumble as he bowled that one, but he appears to be alright, got quickly back up to his feet, and this one is tucked away on the leg side by Patel. So 4 without loss. Earlier today Worcestershire 209 all out. 3 wickets for Matt Fisher and 3 for Jordan Clark.
Yeah, and a change in the batting order with Rory Burns keeping and captaining. Of course he always opens with Dom Sibley, but I think just giving himself a bit of a break, so Patel is opening with Sibley. Duffy
in to Patel, he plays off the back foot up to the bowler, and we were talking about Gareth Roderick, the Worcestershire keeper, and Rory Burns keeping in this game for Surrey, being 2 that would keep and open the batting, and wouldn't you know it, Rory Burns has heard that and thought, well, I'll just scupper that theory, you chaps, and put my feet up. I wonder if they decided that before.
Yeah, I think they
just
probably
as he's
would.
Gone off.
Yeah, I think it would have probably been before.
Yeah. Patel waits, bat raised very high like a baseball player, back and across, tucks this one away on the leg side and picks up a single. 5 without loss in the first over.
Ryan Patel's done the job quite a few times before.
Yeah.
Opened the batting for Surrey, so it's nothing new for him, and it sort of just gives Rory Burns a bit of a breather after keeping out there for, would it be 70 odd overs with the gloves, and hasn't done that for a while in terms of championship cricket, so just gives him a bit of a breathing space to get himself ready to have a bat.
Duffy is in once more, bowls, and Dom Sibley is off the mark of his first ball, just turning this one down to Matthew Waite at long leg, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, Sibley's been in great form this season in the Championship. 3 in 66 against Essex, then hundreds in both innings against Hampshire, 100 not out and 105, 82 against Sussex, 53 and 3 against Somerset, 64 and 4 not out against Warwickshire, 29 against Yorkshire and 41 and 40 against Essex. So he's having a good season with the bat.
Duffy in to Patel, and he's driving this one up to mid-off, where it's very well fielded by Tom Taylor, tumbling to his left, and that is the end of the first over, which produced 6 runs. Earlier today Worcestershire, as I say, winning the toss and choosing to bat all out for 209. Never really getting into a position where they threatened a big score. You could say at 70 for 1 they were in good shape, but then 2 wickets in quick succession just before lunch, and that scuppered them a little bit. After that they were always struggling a little bit, and I guess If you'd have offered them 209 when they were 135 for 7, they'd probably have taken it. Might have hoped for a few more, but it's pretty much in keeping with what we've seen at New Road this season, to be fair.
Well, it will be Tom Taylor to get us started from the Diglis end. And he'll be coming in over the wicket to Tom Sibley, and Sibley is forward. I think there's a little inside edge onto that front pad of Sibley's and rolls away into the leg side. So he's just indicating to Ryan Patel that one nipped back at him. And Sibley moves on to 2 and Surrey move on to 7 without loss. And by Nigel Long having a bit of a jog off towards square leg. But yes, I think the majority of the crowd have stayed for the final part of day 1. Ryan Patel batting in a short sleeve sweater as Taylor will come round the wicket to him, and that nips back at Patel. So good start from Taylor, just making life a bit uncomfortable here for both Sibley and Ryan Patel. Duffy's down below us having a bit of a stretch, and big fella, isn't he, when you see him close up? Jacob Duffy got a couple of slips in there, well, 3 slips in there in a gully. There's Taylor into Patel. Patel lets this one go. It's nicely taken by Roderick, just moving away to his left. Henry Nicholls in that slip cordon as well. But yes, I think Surrey will be pleased with the way it went with the ball. You often see that. You get a side sort of 7 down, then someone chances their arm, and a few shots come off. Waite batted very nicely indeed. But I think if you'd said to Surrey at the toss 209, they'd have taken that. As Taylor's into Patel, and Patel's forward, beats the edge. Nicely bowled by Taylor. Little bit of encouragement for Taylor from the slip cordon, and with a little bit of movement there for him as well. Just a reminder, Kookaburra ball being used in this game. And of course Frank Watson very, very cleverly tweeted his excellent picture of the Duke's ball and the Kookaburra. Must admit, Kevin House, Scott Reed and I just put out pictures of Kookaburras, the actual bird, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ryan Patel. We actually, rather naughtily, the first year it was used, we had the sound of the Kookaburra every morning, just as the intro into the day's play, just to try and get everybody on side.
It is interesting though, isn't it, that a game that's played all over the world hasn't standardised its ball.
Does seem a bit silly, really. And it was also the Kookaburra being used to sort of replicate conditions in Australia. And, well, nothing could be further from the truth, really, in many ways. As forward goes Patel, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. The over, 7 without loss. No, it doesn't.
I'm not a fan of changing the ball, of playing a competition where you use a different ball for certain runs. It just seems daft to me. I've played with the Kookaburra abroad myself, and, you know, they do age differently and offer different levels of assistance to the bowler, I think, off the seam. And you could argue in some ways that countries like England and New Zealand, where you get green pitches and humid overhead conditions and so on, Duffy bowls way wide outside the off stump. Good take by Roderick, called wide. Got that one completely wrong. Whether he was hoping it would go back the other way or not, I don't know. But you could argue that those are the countries where you should use a Kookaburra, and the countries where it's really hard and flat are the ones where you should use a Duke. There are slightly different balls used in the West Indies as well, but how we have a World Test Championship and we don't have a standardised ball is completely beyond me. But there you go. Another quirk of the game. Duffy in, this one much straighter. Sibley on his toes, plays this up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I remember that first round, all we really discovered was that the South African and Australian bowlers were all right with the Kookaburra. We didn't discover anything else.
Yeah.
But
And we kind of knew that already.
Yes, we certainly did.
Yeah. But yeah, if you do wonder what we're talking about, it's because this round is being played. This round of Championship game being played with a Kookaburra ball.
Well,
outside the off stump, left alone.
The other thing, Frank, of course, is it's to get our bowlers ready for the Ashes,
yeah.
but they're all playing in a test match at the moment anyway at Headingley, so none of them are actually using it as it is. So, again, it seems an utterly pointless exercise.
It does. I think it's a bit nonsensical, but there you go. And they can bowl as much as they like with Kookaburras in the nets, can't they? If they want to get used to them. The white balls are all Kookaburras, aren't they, that they use? So
It's round and red.
There you are. Here's Duffy with the Kookaburra in his hand. He bowls outside the off stump. Sibley lifts his hands well clear of that through to the keeper. But the picture that Mark was talking about is on I put it on my Twitter this morning. At Frank Watson 58 is the handle if you want to have a look at it, and it's basically the same hand bowling, a bowler's hand holding the Kookaburra in one hand and the Duke in the other, and you can see the very difference between the two.
There is a difference.
Oh, there is, and they do behave differently, and they age differently. That's the other thing, as this one is again outside the off stump. Through it goes, and by that is left alone by Sibley. What I mean is that one keeps its hardness longer than another, and also probably shines up a little bit better than another. But and that all depends. The other thing is the Kookaburra used in Australia, or whatever, it's on hard outfields and abrasive pitches. That changes character. Whereas here, you use a Kookaburra on lush green English outfields, it probably isn't going to age the same. Again, left alone by Sibley.
I think what we're saying, Frank, is it's a rubbish idea.
Well, I didn't want to use those words.
I will. But it's an absolutely pointless, absolutely pointless idea, really. And as I say, the proof's in the pudding, in the fact that it's meant to be getting our bowlers ready for Australia, and they're all playing it anyway in the Test match anyway, or they're injured.
Yeah.
Is Jofra playing today? That was the big news, wasn't it? That Jofra was, although there was a bit of cloak and dagger about that, because he wasn't named officially on the squad on the website.
There's Duffy in again, bowls, and Sibley again leaves outside the off stump. So the leave employed superbly by Sibley in that over. At the end of it, he has 2, Patel has 5. It's 8 without loss. The final word on the Kookaburra, the only thing I would say that has been pointed out to me, particularly by Alan Richardson, the head coach here, is that the spinners will do more in English county games when the Kookaburra's in use than they probably will if it's a Duke. So that is a consideration. But that's not why they said they were doing it.
No, exactly. But it's, as always, from Mr. Richardson, a very, very good point. As round the wicket goes Tom Taylor. Quick singles taken here by Ryan Patel, and he is safely through. And Jofra is playing for Sussex, because I loved it on the website, because the BBC Sport website, because it said Jofra Roger. He wasn't actually named in the squad on the Sussex website, but he was seen getting on the team bus. So I thought a bit of a cloak and dagger there. But he is playing. He's batting at the moment. Here's Jofra. So Sibley comes on to strike on 2. 9 without loss, Surrey. It's all in reply to Worcestershire 209 on this opening day. As Taylor is in, and forward goes Sibley, and beaten on the outside. Good bowling again from Taylor. He started very nicely from the Diglis end. There's Tom Taylor. Sibley goes for a bit of a wander, and then does a touch of gardening, and then will settle himself down over his bat once more.
His brother's not playing, of course, which is a shame.
Well,
they played against each other in this game last year.
As in over the wicket once again goes Taylor. Forward goes Sibley. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Played a couple of games this season, as R. James. And played against Essex in the opening game of the season, then against Somerset. And I think he's a very, very good bowler, James Taylor. He's had some injury problems, unfortunately, but a very good bowler. talented family. Sibley waits again as Taylor is in, and Sibley turns this one into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lots of encouragement out there for Tom Taylor at the moment. Worcestershire would dearly love to pick up a couple of wickets this evening. But you can hear all that clapping from the slip cordon as well. Taylor, with the Basil D'Oliveira stand behind him, is into Sibley, left alone by Sibley. Outside is off stump. It has been rather lovely to have championship cricket back, but again, I was saying that, and I know the schedule's difficult, but everyone had just about got into the T20, I think, and now we have a 2-week break before we go back to the T20. So that sort of, I don't know, writing stories for people about cricket, well, I think they just got into the story of the T20. As left alone again by Sibley. It's good pace from Taylor. It's the end of the over, tidy over, 9 without loss. Surrey 11 overs to go on this opening day. Patel is on 6 and Sibley's on 2.
Yeah, good over from Taylor, as you say. Tidy, 2 overs for 2 runs. Duffy 2 overs for 7, and 4 of those off the first ball he bowled. So it's just a case of probing away for Worcestershire and not doing anything daft from the Surrey openers, leaving what they can, and they're both doing that very well. 11 overs left in the day. Duffy over the wicket bowls, and Patel is forward, pushing this out on the onside. So we are going to have a little bit of overtime after all, having got excited earlier on about finishing on time.
Never finish on time.
Well, if you think of 6 o'clock as a cut-off, we're probably going to be about 10 past, aren't we, I would have thought. Depending on whether any wickets fall, etc. But it's been a pleasant day.
Oh, it's been lovely
weather-wise. Interesting cricket. Held the attention. Patel going to get 4 here. Is he? No, he's going to get 2. He's driven it. He just lost his shape a little bit. Came off the ball a little bit as he leaned into it and then kind of just leant back a bit, and it squirted off the thickish outside edge really past Kashif Ali in the covers, and they picked up a couple. 11 without loss. Then we've got Rita Green joining us tomorrow, which will be fun. She's a very good cricket broadcaster. I'd give Mark and I a little bit of a break from time to time as Duffy is in, bowls, and Patel just turns this on the onside.
made it sound like you and I were going to go sit at the other end of the ground together and watch.
Yeah, we'll leave Rita. We'll go and sit in the D'Oliveira
give us a break, and then we'll be back on day 3.
Cream.
Yes. No, it'd be lovely to see Rita.
Yeah, I haven't worked with her this year, but it will, and it is nice just to occasionally just have a little wander and watch the cricket from somewhere else for 10 minutes or so, isn't it? You just get a different angle sometimes. Duffy over the wicket to the left-handed Patel. He's in, he bowls, and Patel is forward. Plays that back up the pitch. Plenty of time. No problems as yet for these two. No player misses. Lots of leaves, and they've looked fairly comfortable.
I think actually this will suit Ryan Patel. He sort of goes up and down the order. Sometimes he's at 3, sometimes he's at 7.
That's not easy, is it?
But I think, he knew he was going to be opening, so...
Yeah. Well, he's very solidly forward to this one. 2 pigeons eating seed on the square while the bowler bowls, and they're only 2 strips across from the one that's being used, and Patel played the ball down, and they didn't even fly off. They just jumped up in the air and said okay, yeah, and allowed it through to the bowler, and now they're attracting the attention of Dom Sibley, who doesn't like, and now Ryan Patel's going across saying, off you go, he's having a swing. Ooh, having a swing at it. Well, but they're not going. They won't go if they don't want to.
Well, the Surrey are obviously very used to this.
Of course they are.
Back
if any county is used to pigeons, it should be these
Surrey.
Duffy over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's driving up to mid-off. Very good piece of fielding by Taylor. He's an athletic fielder for an opening bowler. End of the over, the two pigeons have been joined by a mate. They've gone off to the edge of the square. They've done their best for Worcestershire, but they didn't manage to distract the batsman sufficiently to bring about a breakthrough. It's 11 without loss.
I don't want to get told off by the RSPB, but they are the most unintelligent bird, the pigeon, especially when it comes to cricket, because they'll sit in the most dangerous place, and then there is the odd occasion, sadly, where they get struck, and then they all come back and sit in exactly the same place again. So it's either brave or unintelligent. As Taylor into Sibley. Sibley's allowing this one to go. Outside his off stump.
I have pigeons in my back garden, not that sort of pigeon, wood pigeons that nest in my back garden, and they drive my dog mad. And he knows they're there, and he barks at them, and they come out and give him a little wave, and he barks even more, and it's very annoying.
Well, at the moment, Sibley and Patel keeping their concentration, pigeons or no pigeons, as Taylor is over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley just gets turned round a touch. Good length that from Taylor. Very accurate stuff this from Taylor. Into his third over. Number for 2. Fisher took 3 for 34 and Clark took 3 for 38 today for Surrey. But they bowl well as a group today, Surrey. Lots of options for Rory Burns in that Surrey bowling attack. Nice to see Mitchell Santner have a bowl in Championship cricket as well. As forward goes Sibley. Very solid looking defensive shot that from Dominic Sibley. Used all his height to play that one back up the pitch. And Taylor does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Mr. Ashley Giles has been sat down to our left all day, watching away, the chief executive.
Yeah, that's his office during the game.
It's a good place to sit, isn't it?
He and head of commercials Joe Troman sit there, very visible to the members and accessible, ready to have a chat.
In over the wicket once again goes Taylor. That beats the edge of Sibley's bat. Nicely bowled again by Taylor. Keeping Sibley very honest here is Taylor. I didn't realise that was Joe. I've never met Joe, but I emailed Joe earlier today. I could have just walked down and asked him the question. That's very well bowled. When you see the replay again, that's a terrific delivery from Taylor. Good stuff. As I say, the length is perfect there from Taylor. And over the wicket he goes again. Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump. But Sibley will definitely have an eye on tomorrow here, even with 9 overs to go. Yes, exactly, yes. He tends to be a bit like that.
Well, I'm a huge admirer. I'm not just saying that, I really am. I think the Bazball may be what it is, but in terms of building innings in Championship cricket, a player like Sibley is so valuable.
Yep, absolutely. Proper opener. As he's forward again, here's Sibley, lets this one go. End of the Taylor over. Tidy over again from Taylor. So Surrey 11 without loss. 9 overs to go today. And that was a maiden over from Taylor. And it'll be Jacob Duffy to bowl his 4th from the new road end of the ground.
Yeah, I think we'll see probably these two bowl, say 5 or 6 each, and then Ben Allison probably come on with his medium pace, and then we might see the statutory Fateh Singh over or 2 before the end of the day. Duffy in. Oh, he's hit him quite a nasty blow there on the hand. Gosh, is it on the hand? I think it is. He's dropped his bat. That was quick. Duffy is capable of a proper quick one every now and again. And you talked about Fisher having that one that just leaps, and that appears to happened from that one.
Yeah,
it's
that's
got him
the shoulder, I think.
I think he might just have got his left hand in front of his chest and got the ball on it, but it was a snorter. He didn't get in a very good position, to be honest. He got a little bit squared up, yeah, and it's just it's hit him a nasty blow, and the physio is going to come out and have a look at Ryan Patel. So I was saying we'll probably see Ben Allison. We might see Matthew Waite, who's probably bowled as well as anybody for Worcestershire in Championship cricket this season. Matthew Waite, he's taken 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, 12, 16, 26 wickets, Waite, with a best of 6 for 19, a career best of 6 for 19, as Worcestershire blew Essex away on the last in their one win this season. So he might have a little bowl before the end of the day, I don't know, but this is going to delay things quite significantly here, because the physios are out there and they're having a good look at Ryan Patel's hand. Dom Sibley's taking the opportunity to have a drink. You can't spray, you can't do the old pain relief cold spray onto a hand, because the digits are, it's not good for the circulation. He's being given a couple of painkillers. She's taking with a drink. He's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think he's.
But he'll be a bit disturbed by that. I think that's bound to affect your
footwork
a little bit
either. That was the other thing.
No, it wasn't.
Just went straight up. So good softener that from Duffy.
Yeah. Bowler Yorker next. Bouncer Yorker, I think probably. He's a nice man, Jacob Duffy. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
He's a fast bowler, but I just think
not too nice.
If this was Josh Tongue,
yes,
I'd be banking on a bouncer next.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Josh Tongue's not a nice man, but before anybody rings in, but he likes to disturb them a bit, does Josh? Duffy in bowls and actually goes for length, and Patel, that's impressive, having just been struck, got right in behind that and played it up to mid on. Well played, Ryan Patel. But there's some bowlers who just thrive a little bit on the physical, as it were, and I don't sense that Jacob Duffy, but he's quite prepared to let them have a short one every now and again, of course.
Well, so he should.
Yeah, of course. And he can bowl a quick one. Here he is now. Bowls, and Patel is driving straight back to the bowler. Good off his own bowling. 11 without loss. Halfway through the 7th over. 8 left after this. And no breakthrough yet for the pairs. And a very similar day to many that we've seen at New Road this season in many ways, despite the fact there's a different cricket ball being used. Duffy in, bowls, Patel, good footwork, gets in behind that and tucks it away on the leg side and times it well, really well. It's a shortish boundary, but we didn't see many racing away over there today, and that was really nicely timed. That was a very, very good piece of batting, because it wasn't a half volley by any means, and there was a little bit of shape on it as well, but he just used his feet nicely, kept his head absolutely up straight, didn't fall over it in any shape or form, and clipped it away, and prompts a change in the field as fielder is sent out. Fateh Singh to deep square leg. As Duffy is in and bowls, and it's short and absolutely smashed by Patel. I could see what the plan was from Duffy. He put the man back on the leg side and banged it in short, but it was far too straight actually, and Patel hit it superbly, and there was no danger of him fetching it round to the fielder behind square. He's absolutely thumped that through mid-wicket. So a really, really authoritative shot. He's finished the over well after being hit painfully on the hand, and he lets the last one go through. So well played, Ryan Patel. He's on 16. Dom Sibley is on 2, and Surrey replying to Worcestershire's 209 all out are 19 without loss.
Yeah, and he's a very fine player, is Ryan Patel. Capped last year as well. I always remember the one-day innings where he I think it was something like he was 1 off 15 balls. It rained, they came back out, and he made 100 off the next 40. He literally launched everything. As Tom Taylor is in to Dominic Sibley. Sibley just looking to work this one through the leg side, hits the pad, potters away, and there is no run. Sibley will look behind him and see 3 slips in there. Lots of clapping going on as well, lots of encouragement for Tom Taylor. He's bowling very nicely at the moment, Tom Taylor. As he's in, and Sibley looks to drive. Goes back down the ground, and there's no run. Hose is in there at first slip. Nicholls is in there at second, and Brooks at third. Roderick with the gloves, of course. And Jacob Duffy is away at a deepish backward point at the moment. Taylor getting ready to come in once again. Over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley covers up, plays this one into the offside, and there's no run. Still a few people dotted around in front of the ladies' pavilion. Lots of people away to our left watching away, and in front of the hotel, and there in the Basil d'Oliveira stand. Taylor, right arm over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, who drives up towards mid-off. Quick singles taken by Sibley, that's good running. Matthew Waite had to come to his left a touch, which enabled Sibley to take the single. That will bring Ryan Patel back on to strike. Jacob Duffy wanders down below us. Give him a chance to have a drink with the bottle that's been left on the boundary rope for him. Shining the ball up is Taylor. Then he will come round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who stands with that bat raised, leaning forward, and he's letting this one go. Watches it all the way into the gloves of Roderick, moving away to his right hand side. Elsewhere in the test match, India 70 for 1 now, lead England by 76. Sussex 288 for 8 against Durham. Essex 272 for 6 against Hampshire. Nottinghamshire 273 for 5 against Yorkshire. Of course, Nottinghamshire top of the first division. As this one's pushed off the back foot by Ryan Patel, out there to extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over, 7 to go this evening, and Surrey 20 without loss. Patel has 16 and Sibley's on 3.
Yeah, Dom Sibley, as Dom Sibley does, is 3 off 23, but he's a precious sponge, isn't he?
Yep.
Just calm, authoritative, knows his game. Ideal for these circumstances. Duffy bowls and he's forward, using that long reach of his to get on top of the bounce and push it out on the offside. And if you're Rory Burns, or you're a coach, say, and you've got a difficult little session to cope with, 15 overs could easily be 3 down if you got a really bad start. You look around the room, you look and you think, I've got Tom Sibley here.
Yeah, and
that would make me feel very confident as a coach.
Yeah, and well, Burns and Sibley together have done this so
absolutely.
many times.
Yeah.
Had to come out for little awkward evening sessions.
Duffy in bowls, Sibley lets it go outside the off stump. And the leave is a major part of his armoury. We were talking earlier about the leave and about players like Ben Duckett who've almost decided they're never going to leave it, and that, works for them, fair enough. And I'm not going to say that you can't do that, but I do think if you're going to face good attacks with a red ball and you're going to hang around at the top of the order, being able to leave it is a major asset. Sibley forward, drops this one down on the offside. Good running by Patel, really good. Sibley wasn't sure, Patel was coming straight away, and even though only went about 4 or 5 yards out on the offside through, they went for a very good single. Remember, Worcestershire lost a wicket to a run out just before lunch. Little did we realise perhaps how significant that would be, but Kashif Ali, who's been in pretty good form this season at various times, run out for naught by a direct hit, as it turned out. We all thought it was a close decision and Rory Burns had taken the bells off, but replay showed the ball hit direct. As Patel cuts this next one from Duffy into backward point where Libby fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's a nice player to watch, Ryan Patel.
Yeah,
Something
I think you said he's a really good player. The truth is, and Surrey fans, Surrey viewers, watchers, listeners know it already, but people of the Worcestershire persuasion who might not have seen much of Ryan Patel, you don't need to actually ask yourself many questions. Duffy round the wicket to him, he lets that go outside the off stump. Just accept that, he's being sent in to open the batting in the Championship for the team that's won the Championship for the last 3 years. I think that tells you all you need to know about whether he can play or not, really.
I just thought he's got a bit of the Mark Butchers about him as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. Similar sort of height, and he's obviously left-handed, but yeah. Sort of shapes he takes up. Round the wicket, last ball of the 9th from Duffy. Bowls and Patel lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. End of the over. 209 all out. Worcestershire earlier today, Surrey 21 without loss, 6 overs left in the day.
And negotiated the first 9 without too many alarms. Messrs Sibley and Patel. They may have the old night watchman lined up. Not that I've ever been a fan of it in any way, shape or form, but they may have the night watchman, and I'm just trying to think who it'll be, and it'll probably be Mr. Tom Laws, I would have thought. May well be there in case required. We saw 2 in the Hampshire game. Hampshire sent out 2 to protect Nick Gubbins. As forward goes Sibley to Taylor. That's well bowled. That's genuine play and miss, and beats the outside edge. But unfortunately, both of them were out in quick succession, and Gubbins had to come out for the last over anyway. I always say this, my favourite is when the night watchman comes out and hardly faces any deliveries.
Yeah, that is mad.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah.
And then they're on strike for the first ball of the next day, and then get out.
Yeah. And people say they did their job.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Waits again to Sibley. Taylor's into him. Sibley lets him go. That's a good leave from Dom Sibley. Sibley wanders off towards square leg. Well, I think it's an interesting first day here. I think what Worcestershire know is that they've got to bowl well. Can't allow Surrey to sort of get in and score. They do bat a long way down, Surrey, of course. As over the wicket comes Taylor, and that's just clipped fine by Sibley. Down the leg side, that's going to run away for 4.
First bad ball he's bowled, isn't it? I think.
Yep, and that's all Sibley, isn't it? Patience.
Absolutely.
First one I can clip. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Surrey have, well, Nathan Smith normally bats 8 for New Zealand, doesn't he, in Test cricket? And then Tom Laws, when Gus Atkinson played, he was batting 9, and he's obviously got a Test 100 under his belt now as Gus, so they do bat a long way down, Surrey. As Sibley lets this one go outside his off stump, and I think what we've seen with Surrey past 3 seasons is they do have players in their ranks, of course, that can, if required, shoot into 6th gear very, very quickly and score very quickly if the platform is laid for them. Think of the likes of Will Jacks and
Dan
Lawrence, yeah. Well, he made a brilliant 100 at Hove, Dan Lawrence, against Sussex, as driving his Sibley, thinks about the single, then you probably heard the cry of wait from Sibley, and there is no run. But always, over the past 3 seasons, just by batting normally, Surrey have tended to tick along at about 3.5, 4 and over anyway, without doing anything too spectacular. Just the nature of the way they play their cricket. But there is a bit there for the Worcestershire bowlers. Taylor is in again to Sibley, gets solidly forward. There's Dominic Sibley and plays that one down into the leg side. End of the over. 5 to go today. 25 without loss, Surrey. It's all in reply to Worcestershire's 209. And Messrs Sibley and Patel get together for a bit of a natter out there. Might be discussing what they'll have for their tea tonight.
And Ben Allison it is, who's the first bowling change coming on at the New Road end.
I've got
Quite open-chested action. He'll probably swing the ball away from the left-hander across Ryan Patel and start round the wicket. No high pace, but pretty accurate generally speaking. Ben Allison has done a good job for Worcestershire this year. All-rounder sign from Essex. Moves in now to bowl to Patel, and his first ball is right on the mark, and Patel just pushes it defensively out on the offside. Sorry, Mark.
Got the joy of a new book tonight.
Oh, right.
A Clive Cussler.
Oh, have you? Oh, okay.
Ghost Ship.
Right.
Oh, I think I probably know what the story is before I've read it, but I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm reading an interesting book at the moment as well, and it's not to do with cricket. I'm part of a little book group which is actually led, and the books tend to be chosen by a former Worcestershire cricketer.
Oh, there you are.
And Ben Allison bowls. Patel drives up to mid-off. Might have been struggling there, but Taylor just got his feet a bit tangled. Made the stop, but they get home for a single. And the book that we're reading at the moment is a book called Jim.
Okay.
And if any book, people are going to be listening to this saying, why are these two just talking about books all the time? And it's not even cricket, this one, but it's called Jim, and it really is. I'm really enjoying it. It's a Booker Prize nominee, which is, you generally are pretty scared by things like that because they're not very accessible in my experience. And I was an English teacher, pushed out on the offside this one by Dom Sibley, no run, 26 without loss. It's called James, actually, not Jim. James by Percival Everett, and basically winner of the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for fiction. It's a retelling of the story of Huckleberry Finn from the point of view of Jim, the Negro, and it is just brilliant.
Well, there you are.
So he's just made his dash for freedom, and the bit I'm reading, along with Huck. And Sibley beaten. First time he's played and missed. Good delivery from Allison. And it's fascinating, but it's retelling the story from the point of view of the black man, and that's the genius of it, really, and it's brilliantly observed. So I'm only into it about 50-60 pages so far, but thoroughly enjoying that one as well at the moment.
I've just finished Bob Mortimer's first fiction.
Oh, have you?
Book.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Yeah. Did you
Really?
enjoy it? Yeah.
I loved it.
Allison bowls, Sibley drives, half volley, driven it nicely through the covers, got all of it. That's 4. Lovely shot from Sibley. He didn't try and hit that too high, just leaned into it. And Surrey's start is becoming quite threatening now. They're 30 without loss. Is that the one about the guy that lives on his own in London? Is a sort of an accountant or something? Yeah, it's on my shelf. My daughter's read it, and I'm ready to. It's ready to go. But he's written another one since, hasn't he?
He has, yes.
Yeah, it's such a funny man. It's my favourite. It's one of my favourite programmes. The Mortimer and Whitehouse fishing one. Good. 30 without loss. We're digressing. Been a long day. Outside the off stump, Allison bowls, left alone, taken by Roderick, and Patel is on 17, Sibley is on 12. 15 overs were left when they started this innings. The first 10 have been negotiated pretty much without alarm. The nearest thing to an alarm was when Patel was struck a nasty blow on the hand by Jacob Duffy, but Worcestershire, having got only 209, really need a wicket before the end of the day. They've got 4 overs left in which to get it.
Yep, and Patel and Sibley doing a pretty good job here at the moment. No great alarms. Matthew Waite's coming into the attack, and he played very nicely today. 68 he made. A very valuable contribution from Waite. So he is going to come into the attack from the Diglis end with 4 overs remaining today. The left-handed Ryan Patel is on strike, and Waite is in over the wicket to Patel, and Patel just pushes this one off the back foot. That's rolling up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Now I'm trying to think, when was that? The scoreboard away to our left installed.
It's quite a few years now. Yeah. In fact, it's is that the one? I think that might be the one that's due for replacement actually soon. In terms of its software.
This is short from Waite, and this is pulled by Ryan Patel pretty emphatically actually, over the top of the mid wicket and down to the boundary rope for 4. Bit short that from Waite and Sibley. Lots of time, Patel lots of time, just gets onto the back foot and then pulls it away over mid wicket for 4. So Ryan Patel moves on to 21, and Surrey move on to 34 without loss. Nicely played by Patel, but no great pace on that delivery from Waite. So Patel lots of time get onto that back foot as Waite's in. This one's pushed back up the pitch by Ryan Patel, and Waite does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. He's had a quiet summer with the bat really, Ryan Patel, but I think that's as much because, as I say, he's been going up and down the order really. Hasn't had a settled batting position, but 42 is his top score. He wasn't selected in the game against Essex because Surrey had Curtis Patterson and Jason Roy in that one, as this one's beating the outside edge of Ryan Patel's forward push. Nicely bowled by Waite. Sibley just stood down at the non-striker's end, watching away, having a bit of a breather, knowing there's only another 20 balls in the day's play remaining. It's whistled through today actually, as over the wicket goes Waite, and that's short again. Oh, now he's through that so early. Here's Ryan Patel. It's at the toe end of his bat, so he may need some chalk for that. That rolls up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Goes marching back again. Does Waite. Then he'll come over the wicket. Oh, well bowled. That is very well bowled, because that one was quicker, and Patel was sort of shaping up to have a bit of a pull at that one, and then all of a sudden had to sway out the way of it. Nicely bowled that by Waite. End of the over, 34 without loss. 3 overs to go today. Patel has 21. Sibley's on 12, and this all in reply to Worcestershire's 209.
And for the last time today, scores elsewhere. India 86 for 2 in their second innings, lead England by 92 runs with 8 wickets remaining. And in the Championship Division 1, Sussex 314 for 9 against Durham. Essex 286 for 7 against Hampshire. This break off as Allison is in outside the off stump. Sibley leaves alone. Notts are playing Yorkshire. Notts 284 for 6. And Ben Slater made 96 there. Warwickshire Somerset 100 for Tom Kohler-Cadmore, formerly of Worcestershire of course. 278 for 3 Somerset against Warwickshire. So very good for them. And then in Division 2, Gloucestershire, who are not having a good time of it, 187 all out today. And Derbyshire 80 for 1 in reply. Kent 213 for 3 against Lancashire at the close, as Allison bowls outside the off stump, left alone and taken by the keeper. So Lancs again having a struggle. 213 for 3 Kent. And Leicestershire Glamorgan going well against Division 2 leaders Leicestershire, who are having a rare bad day today. Glamorgan 302 for 5. And finally, what about this for a score? Northampton against Middlesex. Middlesex 397 for 8. So good day for Middlesex with the bat. Ben Allison bowls again, and Dom Sibley just turns this one on the leg side. It's fielded by Kashifali at mid-wicket. Earlier today, if just joining us, I just tend to run through the tail of the day really as we near the end of the day. Worcestershire lost Gareth Roderick for 10. That was 23 for 1 in the 10th over, but they were going along pretty well just before lunch. 70 for 1. A couple of overs left to go to the break. But then Jake Libby was bowled by Jordan Clark for 28, and in the next over, Henry Nicholls took a single. Break off as Allison bowled. Sibley defends, no run. And the ball was deflected by the bowler. It was driven back by Nicholls, and bowler Laws deflected the ball away to mid-off, and Jordan Clark picked it up. Kashifali, non-striker, trying to get back in to make sure he wasn't run out by a deflection, set off late for the single that Nicholls wanted, and Jordan Clark's throw from mid-off on the bounce to Burns, the keeper, actually flicked the stump, so it was a direct hit and Kashif was run out. Allison again in bowl, Sibley edging, diving stop by Brooks at third slip as it went along the ground. So suddenly Worcestershire, having been 70 for 1, was 70 for 3 at the break and set back, and it got worse when Nicholls was out for 31 after the break, caught by Burns off Matt Fisher, who bowled really well, particularly in the first half of that Worcestershire innings. Fisher was the standout bowler. Adam Hose then went for 9 LBW to Jordan Clark. Ethan Brooks caught behind by Burns off Smith for 11. This one again left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. End of the over. We've got 2 left, 34 without loss. And then Tom Taylor LBW to Mitchell Santner. Full ball, just hit him on the toe, just on the line of off stump. He was out for 4 at T, 149 for 7. Ben Allison out fairly shortly afterwards for 3, and then Matthew Waite added 45 for the 9th wicket with Fateh Singh. Waite played easily the best innings for Worcestershire today before he was out for 68, having hit 7 fours and a 6. He's now bowling. Duffy made 10, Singh 26 not out. Worcestershire 209 all out, 3 each for Fisher and Clark.
So Waite with our penultimate over of the evening from the Diglis end. Short ball again, up on his toes goes Ryan Patel and turns that one into the leg side. So 11 deliveries remaining today. Interesting day of cricket really all round.
Yes, Surrey were left with this 15 over stint, and to their great credit, Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley have really seen all but 11 balls of it out without any trouble.
Waits in once more. Lets this one go, does Ryan Patel. Outside his off stump. Patel goes for a little bit of a wander and does some gardening. Sibley at the non-strikers, then those 4 pigeons are still there, sort of following Dom Sibley around at the moment. I'm sure he is very attractive to pigeons, Dom Sibley, but they do seem to be following wherever he goes at the moment. Over the wicket once again is Waite, and that's short, and this is pulled by Ryan Patel, and it's split mid-wicket and long leg, and away for 4 it goes. And Waite's got a couple to climb, but he seems to have sort of got into this short delivery to Ryan Patel, and I think he might be better getting it a bit fuller to Ryan Patel at the moment, because Patel lots of time there to pull that one away for 4. Nicely put away by Ryan Patel. Sorry, move on to 38 without loss. In once again, and just turned into the leg side. Yes, and Waite's a bit frustrated with that one. You can see him sort of look towards the heavens. That was turned into the leg side by the left-handed Ryan Patel. 39 without loss. Sibley will come back on to strike on 12. Couple of deliveries left in this over, and then just the 1 over remaining today. Sibley quick survey of the field, just making sure he knows exactly where every Worcestershire player is as Waite is into him, and Sibley's driving. Waite gets a hand to it on his follow through, and there's no run. Well, I think as I was saying, a few of the Surrey supporters haven't got a long commute tonight, because I think they're staying in the hotel in the ground.
And you can walk from there to a number of nice eateries and drinkeries.
Yes, indeed.
No need to take the car out at all.
Yeah, I'm leaving mine in the car park, I think. Must remember to take my overnight bag though. As in over the wicket once again goes Waite, and left alone by Sibley. End of the over, 39 without loss. I had a disastrous T20 night on Friday actually, because I sat down and I was wearing shorts and somehow had ripped a hole in, and Kevin Howes and Kevin Hand thought it was very amusing, and they were with no help whatsoever. No. And in the end I had to gaffer tape my shorts up. Yes, managed to do that, but as I say, Kevin Howes and Kevin Hand were of absolutely no help.
No, well, I'm not at all surprised.
No, they couldn't come up with anything constructive.
No. But gaffer tape is the standby for any sports reporter, so
absolutely.
You don't usually use it for that, but it was good that you had some. Allison round the wicket, last over of the day, bowls, and Ryan Patel is covering up, playing up to mid-off. So we've given you the story of the day, we've given you the scores from elsewhere, we've given you the answer to the quiz. Be a new quiz question tomorrow. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. It's been an interesting day's cricket, and as you said, Mark, it's gone quite quickly, and
it has.
You know, when a day goes quickly, that's usually a good sign. A good sign, yeah, because it means that you've been focused and you've enjoyed it. We've rambled a bit, we've talked a bit about books, but you know, no, you don't mind that. Mainly a bit of literary stuff. It's good stuff. Allison round the wicket in bowls, and short and wide, that's a gimme, and Patel accepts it, hammers it away square of the wicket, goes to 30 off 42, and Worcestershire, having not really batted well with the exception of Waite and perhaps Nicholls, and achieves a score of 209, which, you know, even though it was against a good attack on not a great pitch, but that hasn't been a minefield by any means. And now just looking a tad toothless, I'm afraid, with the in this first 15 overs, and the gulf between champions and, shall we say, strugglers, to be fair, is looking quite significant. More runs here for Patel. Better shot this time because it was a straighter delivery. 2 through the covers, coming back for 3. Don't run yourself out now, having played so well. He nearly did. Throw came in from Kashif Ali, and both of them were turning for the third, thinking he'd hit it maybe a little bit better than he had. But it was a good shot, high right elbow, kept the bat straight, punched it in front of square. Goes to 34. I don't think it's gone up onto the board yet. Can be quite slow.
No, if you were editing the clip of those 2 runs, you'd put the brakes sound in, wouldn't you?
I think he has gone on the board, 32. Anyway, he plays this one off the back foot, defensively down on the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think what I would say is that Surrey with the ball today, there weren't many sort of soft options for the batters, were there?
No.
So
3-4 half volleys,
yeah.
A couple of short ones, nothing else. No. Top class.
Yep, they were very good again today.
But it's a bit like going back to the old football analogy. Allison round the wicket, Patel cuts, misses it, taken by Roderick. It's a bit like, the managers that say if you've got a squad where you've got 2 people for every position, that means that the person who's in the side is under pressure to play well, and it also means that when you get into the side, you want to play well because you want to keep that place on.
Yes.
Because Surrey rotate and the players are away on international duty and whatever, when you get in, if you're Ryan Patel now, opportunity at the top of the order,
absolutely.
Make the most of it.
Definitely.
Yeah. And he is doing, and that's 4 more. Cut away. No, it's not going to go all the way. It's 2 more. They won't come back for 3. It is quite slow, the outfield. When he hit that, I thought it was score. It's the end of the day, and that applies to the bowlers as well. So when you're, if you're Matt Fisher and you have to wait for an opportunity, if you're, Tom Laws, you have to wait for an opportunity, then take the opportunity when it comes along, and they bowled really well today. So Surrey's day, certainly, and it finishes with them on 47 without loss at the close. Dom Sibley is on 12. He's played very circumspectly, and at the other end Ryan Patel has played very well. He's on 34, and this after Worcestershire were bowled out for 209. Splendid day for the champions. They will be very happy as they leave the field tonight, and it's been an interesting day's cricket. We've enjoyed having your company, and Mark, I think you've enjoyed watching Surrey. They will have enjoyed it, and you'll be enjoying your book tonight.
I can't
Just
wait.
a little bit more.
Yes, thank you,
them
Frank.
having
It's
played
been a
so
very entertaining day of cricket and a hard-fought day. Proper old day of cricket, that. So, very enjoyable. And fingers crossed weather's good tomorrow. And just very nice to be back here at New Road. It really is.
That's Mark Church from BBC Radio London. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Tomorrow we'll be joined by Rita Green. We'll be back with live coverage on the BBC Sports app, on BBC Sounds, and on the Worcestershire live stream from just before 11 o'clock tomorrow. Until then, thank you very much for being with us. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and see you in the morning.